Punk Corpse, Vor Buddy, Mika Niao, Blablado Redux, Uncle Gumbald, Put the Screw in the Tuna, Vermin Hands, wonderful to see you. I gotta DM you later. Mistress Lynn, Dimes for Crimes, Possum, Peppy Toaster, Tungsten Wastrel, Nuts, Marceline Flowers, Tame Pepper, Allium, Token Brazilian, EB the Purple, Beezadoo, Castrix, Emu Anon 34, Dank Cat Lord, Vor Buddy, Baphomet, Peppy Toaster, Fun Bun, Dank Cat Lord, Crystal, Crash TG, Saul Gracchus, Vines, Gay Aaron 13, Kitty Kada, Louis Boy, Ex Viwayabo, Agent Mad Hat, Yasmin, Kiraz, Defective New, Ollie, Dino Smash 69, Ashmar Spinkle, Ugly Pie, The Posadas John, Ada Stardust, from the YouTube chat, Ryan Phoenix, Sheep, Lillian, Hope Eternal, Paul M, Sunny Joe, Stevie Blunder, Midwest Avenger, Undeath Marie, or Udeath Marie, Tori Cassiatore, Ellie, Scott K, Storm, Theos, Aquafractaline, Falmer Flamingo, Anon Ball, Lurtz, Gaming Gang, Arcadia, Canoon, Skullsy, Sheep, David Bash, all of you who are here, Please press like on the YouTube video. It costs you nothing to give a like, but it means a lot to me, and it will empower all of those who are here in mourning today. For today, we are going to ritualistically bury the Twitter left. And we're going to talk about that a lot. Will there be a burial ham? Only if you're volunteering. Jessica Metal, Puerto Rican musician, Niana. So many likes you wouldn't believe, more than enough for the amount of viewers you have. That's how many. Yeah, I need as many likes as possible. How do I volunteer? You just did. I don't got my knife up here, but you know, it's good enough. Fuck Twitter in general. Too many normies use it, and now I can't tell who's a fed, a troll, or just an idiot. The secret is, everyone is all three. So like Viking out to sea and lit a flame? No. We'll talk about it in just a minute. This is the warm-up segment. Let's maintain our composure. Let's not have everyone, you know, breaking down in tears or celebrating in joy or spitting or anything like that before we get into the main segment. Left Twitter is just a waste of time and sanity? Can we have a moment of applause for the online left? Maybe we can. Will we read the Onion article making fun of the Times? Yeah, we probably will. LH Fruit says, the true praxis is, and I don't approve of this, but it made me laugh. So this is a joke for everyone. Change your Twitter handle to uninstall, delete all tweets, replies, and likes, share the copy pasta with the glitchy GIF, report all of your friends, put in support tickets, uninstall, and rip the servers. I think that would be a hilarious thing to do, personally. What's this music from? This is from the Pathologic 2 OST, which I'll link in chat right now. If anybody's interested in the music, it will be linked in chats right there. No, this is Pathologic 2, actually. I'm just gonna probably leave the music playing for a while because I'm quite enjoying it. Hannah says, so pleased to not be watching hours behind for once. Thank you for your work. You're very, very welcome. You're very, very welcome. Pathologic 3 win. Well, in January, we will not be getting a Pathologic 3, probably ever. However, in January, we received a update and a trailer for the Pathologic 2 Bachelor route. And in Pathologic 2, the Bachelor route is going to be quite changed from the one from Pathologic 1. In fact, it's going to be radically different. The gameplay is going to be completely and utterly different, which is quite exciting. Yes, unironic Bachelor route news. Yes, it's very, very exciting and made me quite happy. Puerto Rican musician says, I've never played the game, but have you watched The Last of Us? Not yet. I've actually considered watching The Last of Us. The game I've played in the long distant past, but not enough to really count. Yeah. Nuts is just a hater. Oh, Hannah, that's wonderful to hear. Hannah says, your signal is already spreading on LinkedIn. Thank you. You're very welcome. Thank you. The music is still much louder than me? Oh, that's unfortunate. How does that always work out? This music is cranked down. I guess it's because YouTube's volume slider doesn't work very well. And it overpowers in the mix down. Oops. Well, Nuts, if you're cruising for a ban from chat, slandering my favorite game of all time is probably not the way to do it. I mean, that's probably the way to get yourself banned from chat. Pathologic 1 is a great game that you shouldn't play. No. Wrong. Pathologic 1 is not mid. Pathologic 1 is fantastic. It's just dated. people who can't appreciate media that is like older than they are should rethink their lives. Yeah. No, Pathologic 1 and 2 are both fantastic. Personally, I do think Pathologic 2 is a significantly stronger game, just because it has the mechanics that the first game wished that it had. Survival mechanics in video games have come a lot further. Did you see the Wizard of Oz discourse? What? No? That sounds horrible. Ashley the Dragon says, unrelated thanks for the tongue split advice. It helped and now my partner is all healed up. Based! That's fucking awesome! That's super sick. Congratulations. That's super, super based. Ooh, this sounds cool. We can, oh, can we listen to this though? Oh, this might, oh no, this is on Spotify. I don't know that I can listen to this without getting it slapped. I'll take a look at it later though. Posadas John, I'll put this on my watch later list. I'm always down for cool ass liar music. That's awesome. Oh my goodness, oh my goodness, oh my goodness. Have you been following our resident leftist friendly Geordies and all the people who may or may not have tried to kill him? No, I've heard about it, but I haven't been following it closely, which is, you know, whatever. The Wizard of Oz thing was just a Zoomer who said the effects are bad.
Bazinga.
That's all I have to say about that. I heard his house got firebombed, but I don't know what it, I don't know anything else about it, really. I don't know much else about it. May I recommend his video? Yeah, sure. True! Cherry says, Demon Mama gave me ban and mute privileges. Y'all better be careful tonight. True, you all better be fucking careful tonight. I will not have you rabble-rousers disrupting my funeral. Yeah. Yep. Will be mean. How's Fawn and Doe dealing with the death of left Twitter? Well, they're doing fine, seeing as how Fawn is not online in left Twitter in any way, shape, or form. Fawn just likes to make art and play video games. And Doe, well, Doe will give its own thoughts. Walter. Doe is a cool game. I do like Doe. Doe is a cool game. It's pretty sick. Oh yeah, I forgot. I should keep an eye. I need to keep an eye on the Twitch chat tonight. I keep forgetting we're dual streaming on Twitch now, and I have to keep an eye on the Twitch chat so that things don't get out of hand. We've gone back to dual streaming after much consideration. Yeah. Does the live chat work on iPhone? It should. Usually it's easier if you pin it as as the browser version. But yeah. Here we go. Let's do the pop out chat. There we go. There's the Twitch chat, so I can check in on the Twitch chat every once in a while. Not so fast. Twitch chat is dead? No, it's natural that there's going to be less viewers on Twitch when I'm on YouTube. And the reason for that is that Twitch likes to run ads, and people hate ads. So unskippable ads means that people are going to watch on the platform that doesn't have unskippable ads. And there's nothing I can do about that. Yeah. Yeah, it's unfortunate. What's this Twitter thing, and should I join it? Oh, you shouldn't. Let me tell you that. You definitely shouldn't. Oh my goodness. Hello, Floofy Maki. Good to see you. Hello, Crypto Kitty. Can I share something moderately horny that I saw on Twitter that pissed me off? I suppose. Oh yeah, I guess this is moderately horny. Okay, but this is just hate bait. Okay, you have to understand. This post right here is just hate bait. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. Okay, hold on. Like there's no. Why are my shortcuts not working? It's pissing me off. This is just this thing saying this thing ruins outfits. No, it doesn't. This is hot as fuck, and everybody knows it. And anybody who doesn't believe that is unironically lying and coping. They are 100%, 1000% lying. This post is just hate bait. Which, you know, like, you should probably kind of expect that at this point. It is the hottest, of course. It is absolutely hot. There are many names. There's many names for the tummy. The primordial pouch, the fupa, the belly. It all depends on the build of the person. Every single person knows that it's hot, and it has been hot for all of history. It has never not been hot. However, we also happen to live in like a deranged society that believes that any amount of weight that is like a cardinal sin that will curse you for the rest of your existence, and that if you have any body weight or like any sort of whatever, then you're just like bad. Yeah. I know it's not really a hot take to say we live in a society, but will I say a prayer for left Twitter? Don't worry. We'll talk about that. We'll get there. Don't worry, everybody. I have not atypical Ash. That sounds so ridiculous. Yes, it does have, Posadas John, it does have knees too pointy, elbows too pointy type energy. It's very soy. Here's a Mario meme that Gayfesh asked me to send. All right, we can watch a Mario meme. I'm down for a Mario meme. We're still in the, you know, we're still gathering together. We're in the gathering together phase. All right, let's check it out.
Wait, I forgot Gibby.
Oh yeah. Gibby!
Let's go.
Oh, he died instantly. That's sad. Poor Gibby. Did you know that Gibby went on to make like a to be a part of a psychedelic comedy show on YouTube, and it's actually like really funny. There's a bit that's like they do one where it's about like getting brain worms from eating shrimp on a cruise ship, and then they get stranded, but they all have brain worms from the cruise ship shrimp, and it's pretty funny. I think, yeah, it's called Sad World, I think is what it's called. It is kind of dark. Gibby the character or the actor? The actor. Eris Hira says, Gibby actually did fall in that scene and he hurt himself really badly because Nickelodeon is awful. Well, yes, Nickelodeon is indeed awful. That is, that's true. That's true. That's true. That's very true. Also, he became a SoundCloud rapper. I've heard that. I've never heard any of his SoundCloud rap. Oh, it was the stunt actor that sustained injuries. That's wild. That was the stunt double. Yeah, it was a stunt one. Okay, cool. I also listened to Quentin Review's 34-hour long videos. Oh, I can't do that. I really like Quentin Reviews, and I really like Quentin Reviews videos, but I can't do the 5-hour ones. The 5-hour ones just kind of like, oof, ooh, ooh, yikers. They're just a little too long for me. Listen, a content creator made a content creator. Wait, what is their channel called now? I think they're called like, I think the channel's called, hold on, let me double check. I don't remember what their channel is called now. Yeah, Lily Simpson. They used to be known as Pop Culture Professor, and previous to that, they were known as Gushian. And they did a 10-hour Harry Potter video, and I tried. I tried. I did try, but I was just kind of like, I got like 2 hours in, and then my brain was just like, so, yeah. Valhalla Vidya said, question, at the vigil today, someone said we need to stop treating Pride as a celebration and treat it as a protest again. Thoughts? I agree personally. I do agree. I do agree that we could use more protest, more chaotic energy to be infused. There has been an attempt to, simplify and to clean up Pride in a way that I think is detrimental to us. In fact, actually, hold on, I can show a really cool video that talks about this. Hold on, I'm gonna play a really cool little quick video that talks about exactly this. Hold on a second. It's a Leslie Feinberg speech, and I quite like it. So we're gonna listen to it real quick because I think you'll enjoy it. Here we go. All right, let's listen real quick to this short speech because I think it's based. Oh wait, I need to turn off the text here. That's not true. We're not doing that shit anymore. Let's continue.
But as soon as a movement begins to emerge and shake things up, you get two approaches. First, you get suddenly those from on high who have never been our friends before, who come rushing up to say, wait, don't.
I gotta boost the audio a little bit and then we'll play again. It's a little quiet.
But
there we go.
As soon as a movement begins to emerge and shake things up, you get two approaches. First, you get suddenly those from on high who have never been our friends before, who come rushing up to say, wait, don't go too fast. Wait, we're going to show you how to work within the system. And they say, you know, some of these people, you don't want to associate with them in the movement. They're so angry. They're going to discredit your cause. Angry, you know, as though anger against oppression is not a clean burning fuel. They say, well, just take a group of your best educated and most articulate and most well-dressed. Well, you know, right away we should just say, that's just racist, elitist class coding. We know what that means. But they say, you know, if you could just get away from those people who are kind of bringing your struggle down, and they're bringing in all these extraneous things, you know, racism and sexism, and you don't want to.
They're bringing in all these extraneous things like neo-pronouns, like it's discourse. They're, you know, they're all defining their identities the way that they want to. They want to complicate it for the real non-binaries or the real trans people. Yeah, exactly. Let's continue.
It's just gay rights now. Keep it simple. You know, just one demand, and that'll kind of trickle down, you know. But those of us who have traditionally been trickled on are not real impressed with that strategy. Because here's what happens. They say, well, we're just going to go inside and negotiate for these rights. And kind of like, don't make any noise, you know? Well, they go inside to negotiate, and you can be outside waiting, and they're not coming out. Because the next thing you know, they're the like governor's advisor to this, or they're hoping they're going to get invited to the White House, or they're on this advisory committee. They're finding more affinity with those they're sitting across the table from than the people who they left around the corner.
Now that's just a small segment of a much longer speech, but I thought that was a cool little thing to look at and to think about when people say things like, you know, we should, you know, Pride should have a little bit more chaotic energy. Pride should have a little more protest energy, especially in these times, especially when we have, well, we talk about it all the time on this channel, when we have the right pushing to bring back an assault on gay marriage, currently actively engaging in a nationwide attack against trans rights. Yeah. It's a small bit of the speech. There's obviously a lot more to it, but it's worth considering that how often that happens. That when you restrict yourself to working inside the system, you often become those people who work in are assimilated into it, and not always. sometimes you're just flatly not allowed in whatsoever. But other times, you're these individuals who speak as representatives, these people who stand up and say, I will speak for you, I will speak for you, they become ingratiated into the system. They start to gain benefits, personal benefits, which are very hard for them to give up. Because, well, of course, if you've lived a rough life, if you are afraid of the discrimination that's against you, it's pretty hard to turn those things down. It's pretty hard to go back on that. Luminosis says, bruh, 2 of my local libraries got attacked and I live in a liberal-ass state. I will not stay silent. Excellent. Why are we discussing the failures of vanguard parties? Because it's relevant. Vermin says, one of my humble landlords was a shockingly kind old butch lesbian. Me and my little gay baby friends at the time said we were going to the local pride, and she looked a bit sad and talked about how she was at the country's first pride, a protest, or the county's first pride, a protest march from campus to the town center. Yeah, and I mean, that's the experience a lot of older queer folk have, you know, which is to recognize that, like, in a lot of ways, the energy of pride has been captured into a harmless event. I mean, we could talk about just the history of this channel. How many years of my channel alone have we had to go through the pride discourse every year, which the pride discourse every single year seems to fixate on excising elements of the community that have been there for a long time, but that seem problematic. Do you guys know how absurd it is that every single pride there's a discussion as to whether leather daddies belong at pride? Do you know how absurd that is? Verminhand says, there was a straight kinkster who took over pride and ruined it, so my landlord was upset over how it had turned into a social drinking event. Yeah, exactly. A lot of these get turned into just social events and nothing more. And anything else, any other form of activism that could be, you know, that energy could be put towards is just sort of deflated or prohibited or banned. Yeah, it is incredibly unfortunate. Leather daddies are the reason we have pride. They are one of the reasons. Yep, that's true. One of the big ones. People getting so squirmed up over leather is wild. Well, it's because there are some, as it turns out, even gay people can be prudes. Even gay people can be puritanical. I know, what a surprise, right? What a fucking surprise. Co-opting social movements is one of the most effective forms of control. Well, yeah, especially because we are a sort of spectacle-focused society. If you can redirect the energy of a spectacle, if you can trap everything in just being obsessed with optics forever, that you just optics frog for all of the rest of all of eternity, it drains people. It leaves people tired out. It leaves people alone and separated from one another. And instead of actually tackling the issues, instead of having a spine and like standing up for what actually is right, there is just this sort of eternal struggle for optics. But you have to remember that in a society that is still struggling with the religious right, which America very much still is, the religious right is I don't want to say having a resurgence, but they're certainly having a major boost in energy themselves. The Christianity of America, the Christian fundamentalism of America has not gone away, and it certainly hasn't been reformed out of the system, you know? What about sex or kink repulsed asexuals? I don't mean to do a gotcha, I'm just genuinely curious. I don't know what you mean by what about them. I don't think that they're not unwelcome at Pride or anything like that. But like, if you personally are repulsed or you personally are not, like there's events for you. You can make events. Nobody's saying that you don't have to. I just don't know what that means. I don't know what that means. I mean, by calling people prudes, I don't think that's what a prude is. I don't think a prude is somebody who doesn't who just personally doesn't engage in sex or doesn't like sex personally. I think a prude is somebody who attempts to police other people's sexual expression and attempts to police other people's ability to enjoy sex as a consenting adult. Yeah. Oh, that's okay. You're all good. You are all good. Don't smile, Dean says, off topic, but goddamn, I fucking love that top. The skeleton design is heavenly. Isn't it beautiful? I think that it looks really amazing on camera too. Something about the contrast levels of and the design of this shirt just makes it really pop. I very much like it. Thank you very much for the compliment. President Bolsonaro says Kappa, pride is for families. Keep your kinks at home, queers. There are people who unironically act like that. I mean, keep in mind that one of the biggest dramas that this channel ever found itself involved in was explicitly that, was an anti-kink argument, extremely hostile anti-kink argument. Yeah. I'm not the most dripped out streamer, but I could be the most stripped out streamer. I'll put on my Kojima Ludens, and then I'll be the most stripped out streamer. Hold on. Ah. Now I'm the most dripped out streamer. See? Wait, that's what the Ludens are? Yeah, this is how they look. It's a mask. It is an actually remarkably comfortable mask with sunglasses. I mean, it is a little odd to wear sunglasses inside, but I will say my studio light is really bright, so hey, you know? Gila Monster says, constantly defending your existence and or your right to be in a community. Inter-community discord has been a part of the queer movement since there's been one. LGBTQIA may be a ludicrous acronym, but that's because it's a political label that describes a very diverse population and community together. Yeah, it's, I agree. The only thing that sucks is that my nose is a little crooked. And so sometimes they don't land perfectly on my nose because of my, the crookedness of my nose. See, notice that? See, my nose is a little crooked, which kind of sucks. It's the only downside of these glasses, honestly. Other than that, I quite like them. The drip is astronomical, thank you. I actually quite like these. I think these are very stylish. I do think they look better with a different outfit, but I still think they're pretty cool. This is one of my favorite left Twitter videos. Let's take a look. What do we got here? Ooh, I love this one. This one's so good. Is it? Wait, what is today? I don't even remember what day it is. It's fucking Sunday. What the hell? It's fucking Sunday. Sunday. Why is it like this? Why is my buttons not fucking working? God, that's annoying. This is so weird. I'm having a issue where like half of my commands are not sending through to OBS. God, that's fucking annoying. Huh. Why is it like this? That one worked. Oh no, now it won't go back. What the hell is this shit? Are you for real? What's going on here? Sorry, hold on a second. I'm having a small issue. Damn, that's so annoying. Huh. Oh, wait a second. Hold on a minute. I think I know what might have gone wrong. I think I can fix it. Hotkeys. Do. This is the one, right? Wait, I was already there before, wasn't I? Gaming and React. No, that should be working. It's not. Oh no, I hope my key didn't break. Oh, that would be so sad. No, none of them are working. Why is none of these sending through? How demented. I think it's actually just busted. Oh, how sad. Hold on a second. Let me see if I can change this. Wait, hold on. Let's try this. Plug it in? No, it's not that. It's a focus issue on OBS, it seems to be. I just joined and damn, Demon Mama, looking like our overlord even more than normally. As in, I feel like a proper mini imp. What do you say about that? That sounds base to me. you should feel that way. We can kind of see your screen reflected in the glasses. Yeah, that's gonna happen with these ones. I don't have a, I mean, that's just how it goes. These are nice glasses. I could look down like this and just be like super edgy at all times, like, but it might be a little, it might be laying it on just a little too thick. Just a fucking tiny bit too thick. So this is a bit strange. I have no idea why OBS has stopped receiving my commands. It's incredibly frustrating, actually. Let me see if I can fix this. Sorry, everybody. It's locking me into not being able to show anything because of all these problems. There we go. Hold on, that might fix it. Hold on, this might fix it. No. It's actually just not working at all. That's so fucking annoying. Does that mean I'm gonna have to do everything manually? Huh. I've literally never had this issue with my remote control thing. What a sad state of affairs. It's just not working anymore. I don't even know what to do. Well, okay, I guess I'm gonna have to do everything manually. Well, let's watch the video. All right, let's do it, everybody. Let's watch it.
Talking.
It's lovely talking to you as always.
Oh, hello.
We were just talking about you kids.
I'm Denise Heberly.
And I'm Bill Goodman.
Together, we've been fighting fascism for over 50 years.
And so much has changed over those 50 years, such as the ingredients to a successful firebomb.
And the glass that bank windows are made of.
But there's one thing that hasn't changed over 50 years, something that is so important to tell you kids who are new to this movement.
Shut the fuck up. You're sitting in the police transport van after a protest?
Shut the fuck up. In a holding cell with your comrades?
Shut the fuck up. Cop knocks on your door?
Shut the fuck up.
Texting on an unsecured device?
Shut the fuck up. Pulled over by the cops after a protest?
Shut the fuck up. Cop just asking about your day?
Shut the fuck up. Feds call your mom?
Tell your mother to shut the fuck up.
Now, repeat after me. When the cops come calling, what do you do?
Shut the fuck up!
Based. Shut the fuck up, a public service announcement from the National Lawyers Guild. True! Fucking true! Learn to shut the fuck up. It's important. It's valuable. And yes, I can post the link for those of you who want to share that around. This has, of course, been reposted. This isn't the original. It's just, you know, people repost it all the time. Oh, how the hell? I really want to know why why these fucking things busted. Hold on, actually, wait. It's annoying me. Anyway. This is the one that I know. Yeah, this is the other one. The Shut the Fuck Up Fridays is, of course, absolutely incredible. This is always a classic. We can watch another one because it's always good to know to shut the fuck up.
Mark and Craig, Pop Brothers at Law. We've been warning people, if you are working for an unlicensed dispensary, an illegal dispensary, and it gets raided, you need to shut the fuck up. If you shut the fuck up, you have a good chance that we can make the case go away. Case in point, 3 employees of an illegal shop were busted during a raid. 2 of them said, oh, I'm just volunteering here. The 3rd guy shut the fuck up, and the DA did not prosecute the guy who shut the fuck up. They can't prove what you were doing there. If you're a customer, a patient, walked in to go to the bathroom, they don't know. You got to shut the fuck up, and it's Shut the Fuck Up Friday, so review the script. What do you say when the cop first pulls you over?
Why'd you pull me over?
And when he keeps asking questions?
Not discussing my day.
And they ask more questions?
Am I being detained or am I free to go?
And if detained, what do you say?
I invoke the 5th.
And then what do? You
shut the fuck up.
Shut the fuck up Friday. Never answer questions when the cops ask.
Have safe holidays.
Tip of the day.
True. Tip of the day, everybody. Tip of the day. Always shut the fuck up. There's actually a really great video I watched. I wish I had it on hand. There's a really great video that we watched in the past on this channel. And it's basically a cop and a lawyer go in and they're sort of they give like a speech. And while they're giving that speech, they sort of they do like a good cop, bad cop routine. And at first, the cop who's there, he's a former cop, he's retired. He talks about how, he's like, oh, you should, he's trying to tell you, like, talk to the police, definitely, you should definitely tell the police, you want to be honest. And then, he goes on to reveal, that, of course, he was lying, and they explain the reasons why. And this former cop talks about all the ways in which basically anything that you say, when they say, the Miranda rights, or like anything you say can and will be used against you in a court of law, what that means is that anything you say can be used against you. Anything that you say in that situation cannot be used to defend you. It can be used against you, but it can't be used to defend you, which means you are always incentivized to shut the fuck up and wait for your goddamn lawyer. And if you don't have a lawyer, then you should wait until you get your public defender, which you will be given, because you have a right to a lawyer. Anything. Yeah, it's called Why You Should Never Talk to the Police. Yeah, is it this one? Oh, it's such a based video. How long is it though? It's so long. It is a really good video. People linked it in chat. It's like a 45-minute video. We covered it in the past. It's just general good practice. There are all kinds of ways that you can accidentally incriminate yourself. I'm a dumb Aussie, but don't they say will be used against you? Yeah, they do. It's anything you say can and will be used against you in a court of law. And the reason why they say that is because it often is. And also, one of the things that they talk about is how in a court of law, a policeman's word is always worth more than yours. There's both psychological and legalistic reasons for this. Policemen are trained representatives of the state, even though we know that policemen are often and most frequently gigantic, disgusting pieces of shit who are hardly anything better than a gang member. But yeah. Because they're a representative of the state, the things they say is worth more. And also people are going to be biased against you because you're already on trial, aren't you? You must be a criminal. If you weren't doing anything wrong, well then why are you on trial? Yep. Do not take a lie detector test. Yes, they are pseudoscientific garbage. In fact, most of the like CSI stuff that you hear about from like CSI and crime procedural shows are complete and utter bullshit. Did you know that there has been a guy, I wish I could remember his name off the top of my head. There's been a huge controversy because a bunch of police departments in like middle America, in like the Midwest, have been using this guy who claims to be able to use a science that he basically made up that he calls like, it's like vocal pattern recognition. And he has developed this thing where he claims that he can tell if a person is a guilty party based on analyzing emergency calls. So basically he'll listen to like a 911 call and he'll be like, yep, that's a self-report. And he's actually, his evidence, which has been completely debunked, by the way, has been used to help influence a jury to get guilty convictions. Absolutely ridiculous. It's just pseudoscience. Profiling is pseudoscience. Like hell, even DNA evidence is heavily overrated by television shows. It's actually not as getting something conclusive with DNA evidence is not like it is in like CSI and all that shit. Pixelant. Hi, Demon Mama. I normally watch on YouTube, but I came here to ask if I can come on to chat about the Kink at Pride stuff. Sorry to bother you. Maybe a bit later. This is still the warm-up segment. I'm gonna do some chill stuff later, so if you want to have a conversation about it, I don't know like what your position is, but maybe. I assume you're not a fan of JCS. I haven't seen JCS, but I imagine it's a bunch of like cop jerk-off stuff. I don't know, maybe not. I don't really know much about him. I don't want to jump to a conclusion. In fact, a show that I've been talking about a lot recently, Hannibal, the TV show, I've been reading through the series of Hannibal Lecter novels, which are fantastic. But the TV show talks basically, one of the main themes of the show is how criminal profiling is so bullshit that they actually think that an innocent, like an innocent autist is, they treat him like he's a criminal all the time because he doesn't behave normally. And so he has the profile of a killer, even though he's never done anything wrong. It's ridiculous. Oh, okay, all right, Mixed Dizzy. Mixed Dizzy says, I don't think that JCS is actually cop jerk-off. He describes the interrogation techniques being used and it kind of exposes the tactics. All right, that's cool. It's more of like a breakdown of interrogation techniques. Okay. I thought DNA tests were really accurate. I would double check your research on that. While it is possible to have DNA evidence that is accurate, you have to remember that like, in a lot of cases, it's circumstantial evidence at best, and also there's a ton of room for error. This is why DNA evidence is very limitedly used in actual cases that end in convictions. Lack of eye contact common with autism will get you screwed by the cops. Yeah, cops want you to look them in the eyes so that you can feel the humiliation they're about to put on you. If you want some good cop content, watch Audit the Audit. All right, I've never heard of that, but I trust your word for that, Retcon, because you always make good recommendations. DNA gets mixed up, contaminated and shit. Yeah, but also like getting a DNA match is a very complicated process, and and it also there's a lot of issues with like the freshness of DNA. In order for a DNA test to be accurate, to any degree, it has to be fresh. Otherwise, it sustains damage. DNA doesn't just like stay together forever. It's not like something that remains intact forever. It denatures very quickly. Yeah. Canoon says, there was a serial killer case where they found the DNA and hair of a single person on every single scene. However, the swabs were contaminated, so the entire case fell apart. Holy shit. ATA is a guy who, Retcon 404 says, ATA is a guy who watches interactions with cops and breaks down what goes wrong and how to talk about cops. Basically, don't ever say anything. Then he grades the cops on how psycho they are. Oh yeah, do you want to know another one? Another one is that's complete bullshit, that's been completely debunked, is handwriting analysis. And in fact, the handwriting analysis was a big part of the Zodiac killer case. The handwriting analysis was just totally all over the place and likely led them to pursue the wrong person. Yeah, VP Trashman says, DNA only means that you were there at the crime scene at some point, not that you actually did the crime. So typically DNA is only useful if you had no other reason to be there. Right, it's circumstantial evidence. It can only say that. Teeth mark is another one that has gotten a ton of criticism because there's so much variance in bites. There's so many things that can completely distort a bite, and it's also so easy to mess up that there's a lot of bias that can be in there. Like for example, if there's a favored if there is a favored suspect, then people are more likely to forgive deviances in a bite mark. It's very silly and very complicated. Yeah. Brim says, Brim also says, bite mark analysis is one of the bigger ones that's bullshit as well. I think somewhere close to 50% of the people who have been convicted with bite mark evidence have ended up being exonerated. Oh, that's interesting, Crash TG. Thank you for that. People have even confused animal bite marks for humans before. Yep. Here is fingerprints fucking up. Brandon Mayfield is a Muslim American convert in Washington County, Oregon, who was wrongfully detained in connection with the 2004 Madrid train bombings on the basis of a faulty fingerprint match. On May 6, 2004, the FBI arrested Mayfield as a material witness in connection with the Madrid attacks and held him for 2 weeks before releasing him with a public apology. Can you imagine just being some random guy and like who happened to be at the train station at some point, and they just lock you up in a jail for 2 weeks? Fucking insane. LH Fruit says, I need to confess, I don't know if this was illegal, but personally, I faked Tupac Shakur's death. Glad to finally get that off my chest. Thank goodness. Well, tell him to come back. Tell him to come back. Tell him to come out of retirement. Incredible. Fucking incredible. I don't get all this anti-psychology narrative. The problem is when people put all their belief in one area, just like a person's behavior in an interrogation. Well, I don't think there's been any anti-psychology narrative. There has been a point that, I mean, I have a lot of critiques of psychoanalysis and I have a lot of critiques of psychology, but I don't think there's any anti-psychology narrative. Yeah. I don't think there's been any of that, right? I mean, I will bring up my critiques of psychology. I think there are problems with psychology. I think the biggest problem of psychology is in that psychology is built around like establishing norms, and establishing norms is a really, really hard thing to do without just saying like, without basically asserting that whatever is normal in your society is also good. But I think most of us here would be able to acknowledge that there's a lot of things with our society that isn't good, regardless of your political position. So using like norms as a basis for how you study someone and how you analyze someone has a lot of intrinsic problems. But yeah. Critiques are fine. It's just more of a sentiment I see in lots of chats on similar videos. Well, I think a lot of people, I think a lot of people have negative experiences with the psychological. Why am I struggling on this word? Why am I stuttering? Oh my God. With psychological institutions. People have had a lot of terrible experiences with, for example, being imprisoned, being forcibly detained in a psychological institution. And that still happens regularly to this day. Not always, and very frequently, not for anyone's benefit, but just to control someone's behavior, to get them to stop doing something, often on the word of a cop. It's ridiculous. In fact, like, I mean, it goes really far. So I can completely understand why people are critical of and also have negative feelings towards psychology. And I feel like the institution of psychology needs to grapple with that if it wishes to improve. Being trans and visiting a psychologist who wasn't equipped for that fucked me up in ways that even today I'm still feeling. I get that for sure. Merrick has a great video about her experience being put in a psych ward. Yeah, it's not a good experience for most people. Ron's KFC says, here's money. Can I get your opinion on FD Signifier's drama video? I felt it was hypocritical for him not wanting to get into YouTube drama, yet he backs DK Mule in lambasting Xanderhall for clicks. I didn't watch it. And we're going to talk about that. We're going to talk about, not that video specifically, but we're going to talk about why I didn't watch it and why I don't really care. Yeah. Sick says, I was imprisoned in a psychological institution for years. They gave me pills for hallucinations, but the drugs were actually causing the hallucinations. I've stopped taking them and I left the facility and I've been mostly fine except for occasional episodes. Well, this is something that happens also a lot, which is that the psychological stress of being institutionalized, of being put into essentially an asylum, can make the symptoms worse. So even if you are like for example, if somebody has, you know, schizophrenic episodes, and then they are traumatized by being put into a place that is not their home with people that they do not know, with people who might be hostile to them, that can make the symptoms significantly worse, which means they can't get back out and it reinforces itself. And of course, as Skunksy brings up, we haven't even begun to touch on the financial incentive. So it's something worth, you know, thinking about for sure. For sure. This video between a cop and a lawyer? I have not. Police officer gets owned by a lawyer. All right, let's watch it. This sounds like a fun react. All right, let's listen. Let's listen in. Let's see it. Let's take a look.
Rolling down the window to talk to you is all I'm actually legally required to do. There's no reason for me to leave the vehicle.
Are you sure about that, little Miss Know-It-All? Because you think you know
Holy
the law
shit.
better than me. I'm a trained police officer. Hi there, can you turn your engine off for me, please? Keep your hands on the steering wheel as well.
Sure.
Turn the engine up. Do you know why I pulled you over today?
Well, actually I don't, because I wasn't speeding and my car's in perfect condition.
So, do you know when you take off from being in a standstill, if you go too fast, that's accelerating too fast, which is what you've just done.
Right, yeah, sorry, yes, that was my mistake. Okay, so are we okay then? Am I okay to go? Because I was barely over the speed limit.
I would like your license and registration. Okay. Can you get that for me?
Yeah,
Come on,
okay,
hurry up.
not a problem.
Thank you. Can you step out of the vehicle for me?
Rolling down the window to talk to you is all I'm actually legally required to do. There's no reason for me to leave the vehicle.
Are you sure about that, little Miss Know-It-All? Because you think you know the law better than me. I'm a trained police officer.
Okay, well, that's good. I'm a solicitor, so yeah, I do know the law.
Sure about that?
Yes, I am sure about that. I've done several years of training in London, have my LPC.
Is that right?
Yes, I'm now...
Anything else you would like to add to that list?
Would there be any point?
You're an assistant at best. Come on, we both know it. You're just using big words and you're making up that you're a lawyer.
No, you're expecting me to get out of the car when there's no reason for me to do so.
A police officer who has asked you to get out of your vehicle, therefore, because I have asked you, you have to get out of your vehicle.
No, I think you'll find... Read up on the law. I have rolled down the window, I have spoken with you. That's all I'm legally required to do.
So is this what you learned at your big fancy law firm?
Look, I apologise. I accelerated a little too swiftly. Yes, but come on, I was barely over the speed limit.
Barely over the speed limit.
I think we can.
So no, I'm going to ask you again. Can you get out of your vehicle, please?
Okay, I'm sorry. I'm not prepared to get out of the vehicle because there's no need for me to get out of the vehicle. I'm happy to, I've given you my details, you know, I mean, call my office if you want to check.
Me calling them up is not going to prove anything.
NB Hannah says, I said earlier, but once in my life, I no-commented the police until they got so mad that they threatened to have my kids taken away and I ended up suing them. Congratulations, fuck those cops.
Well, you have my card. Feel free to call, speak to the boss.
You know what? Don't get your knickers in a twist. Have you got your MOT certificate?
It's actually not in the car at the moment. I had it serviced last week and I haven't yet put the updated certificate in the glove compartment.
Right, you know what? I'm not happy with this this tone of voice that you're giving me. I'm an officer of the law.
Yes, I think we've established that.
If you continue to be disrespectful towards me, I'll bring you into the station.
You won't actually, because I think you'll find that Section D protects motorists by giving them 7 days in which to produce their MOT certificate. I don't have to give it to you now. If it's not in the car, I have 7 days with which to find it. I do know where it is, and bring it into the police station. So, can we leave it there?
Well, no, because I've asked you to get out of your vehicle multiple times and you're refusing.
That's right, I am refusing, as is my right. My legal right.
Would you like me to arrest you?
Well, you're very welcome to arrest me,
What is
but
your big boss at your law firm going to do if I arrest you?
I think my...
Absolutely nothing.
I think you'll find my big boss at my law firm will come down on you like a ton of bricks.
A ton of bricks on this imaginary law firm.
There's the imaginary card. Why don't you give them an imaginary call?
Whew, boy. Now I don't know if that's a real one. I don't know if that's a real deal, but holy fucking shit if that is not realistic, okay? I've told the story of when I was a fucking kid and some fucking power tripping cop in the middle of the night, we were just walking in a rural area down the road, and this power tripping cop pulled his car off the road with the brights on so we couldn't see who he was. I couldn't even see that it was a cop car. He didn't turn on his lights or anything. Drove off the road onto the sidewalk up behind us, pulled up real close with his car, and the only, I don't know what he was even intending to do besides intimidate us. And he immediately got out. And started interrogating the shit out of us. We were literally just walking at night. We weren't drinking anything. We weren't even carrying anything, because we live in a rural area. And he was like, I need to take down your names, addresses, and numbers. I'm like, why is that necessary? Are you going to arrest us? Like, are you like pressing charges against me? What the hell's going on? And he was like, no, I'm not. I'm like, okay, then what's the problem? He's like, well, you were walking past the school, and a teacher at the school called 911 and reported suspicious people. I'm like, do you think we're being suspicious? And he was like, well, I don't know how to determine that right now. And I'm like, for real? It was one of the most fucking insane things I've ever experienced. Absolutely deranged. Just a guy just literally drives his car off the road up onto the sidewalk towards us with his lights on, starts shouting at us. Yeah, apparently I was walking menacingly. Anyway. Whew. Yeah, it's fucking deranged. A group of 6 people is grounds for a cop to start questioning in Utah, but that's because, okay, yeah, Utah is a deranged place, okay? Was I doing the funk walk? Yeah, I was like, burp, 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 burp. How's the warm-up going? It's going great. I feel warmed up. Oh, that's fine, Alice Payne. Yeah, I was doing the don't be suspicious, don't be suspicious. No, we were literally just like, it's very common to go for a walk under the stars in a rural area. Like, we had flashlights and everything. We weren't being like sussy. We didn't even go to the school that I was talking about. We literally just sat down on the sidewalk at the edge of the school grounds because we wanted to catch our breath. Retcon says, cops remind me of my aunt who's a TSA officer but thinks she's a cop. Well, yeah, it's the same level of like self-aggrandizing bullshit. Fifella says, hey, I was feeling really down today, but since you started streaming, I feel a lot better. Thank you. You're welcome. I was debating whether I was going to stream today because I also was feeling kind of shitty, but I'm feeling a little better now, and we're going to talk about some things. Fake cops are even worse than the real cops? I don't know. Because the funny thing about fake cops is that fake cops usually aren't armed, and they usually only have their like sense of like their like sort of internal delusion of grandeur, and you can really fuck with the fake cops because the fake cops they don't have guns usually or anything like that. So Can we watch a JCS video? Maybe later. Maybe we'll react to one later. I don't want to react to one right now. I'm on the fence with the police issue. Typically talking back to the police for no real reason will raise suspicion. What? You have every single right to ask questions of a cop. Why have I been pulled over? Are you pressing charges? And if they say no, then you can say, can I continue on with my day? And then they can say, if they say no, then you could say, am I being detained? If they, okay, guys, do you know, let me tell you a quick story, okay? Just about like the asking questions part of things. Did you know that there was, or somewhere around 2015, there was a spat of, in the area that I lived in New York at the time, there was a spat of incidents involving people pretending they would buy fake lights. They would put fake cop lights up on their car, and they would pull people over and then rob them once they had them stopped, because the people would stop and be fiddling with their crap, and they would just rob the shit out of them. The reason why you have a right to ask questions of police officers is because anybody can just pretend to be a police officer, and also police officers only have the right to arrest you for a crime that you're being alleged on. They are not judge, jury, and executioner. Now that doesn't mean be stupid with cops, but it means know your rights, and when you need to, say, am I being detained? Where I would like to speak with my lawyer. I will not be talking to you further. No comment. Why is DMama running defense right now? For what? What am I running defense for? What am I supposed to be running defense for? Yeah, you might be right about, I might have meant the word spate, not spat. I think you're right about that. Just because you have a right doesn't mean that they will respond properly. Oh, well, of course not, but like, that's true about the cops. That's part of the fucking problem with the police, right? Is that they have the ability to fucking freak out on you, and they're armed to the teeth. And in America, the cops have like an undue immunity to basically anything bad happening to them, so they can basically just like do whatever they want to you. That's awesome, K-Fish. Oh, yeah, I saw this one. I saw this fucking video. This video of the 14-year-old girl getting a gun pulled on her by a North Carolina cop. Absolutely deranged. Just absolutely fucking deranged. Skunksy says, this is JCS's most fascinating video in my opinion. Content warning, SA, murder, and kidnapping. All right, I'll take a look at it. I'll take a look at that. I'll put this on my watch later. Maybe we'll take a look at this later. I don't know what we're gonna do later this stream. We still gotta do the funeral thing. Pixelant, can I send you a message on Discord? You'll have to send me a friend request. And then yeah, we can talk about it, I guess. Maybe. I can't make any promises. Hello, Merrick. It's wonderful to see you. Much, much, much love to you, Merrick. Yeah, just shoot me a friend request and I'll add you, and then you can let me know what you want to talk about. Go ahead and tell me what you want to talk about, and then I'll try and return to it. My favorite cop video is talking to cops like they talk to you. It's just a guy in their parking lot asking if they've been drinking over and over and over again. True, I've seen that one. That's a good one. I'd be totally down for a JCS react. Yeah, I've never really reacted to the channel before, so that would be new for me. Maybe that would be fun. Okay, this is totally unrelated, but since we're on a tangent about the cops. Okay, so this is a common thing everywhere, but it's sort of like a in the South especially. It's sort of a well-known what's the word? A public secret that one of the ways that you can influence the cops to be less hard on you is if you sponsor cop charity events. And one of my family members used to have the back of their car with, because what they'll do is if you sponsor like a cop benefit dinner or a cop celebration or whatever like that, which you're totally within your legal rights to do, they will often give you a bumper sticker as a like a thank you for being at the event and for supporting the event. And so a lot of people will donate to these cop events, and then they'll put all the stickers on the back. And when the cops come up, they see, you support our cop events. And that's completely legal in the United States. It is totally legal for them to give you a fancy little sticker that shows that you supported their little charity events and their little fun times and their go-karting tournaments and their bullshit. Mass produce the bumper stickers? Well, that's the problem. They do them unique. They make them unique to the event, so you can't just mass produce them that easily. It's literally just a way to hide a bribe. It's so fucking funny. Hey, Socked on Left, good to see you. By the way, Socked on Left, I wanted to shout out that that thread that you did on Brianna J was really good. Your take on the gun issue, though, yeah. But you know we disagree on that, so whatever, it's all good. That was a great, unironically, that was a great thread on the Brianna J stuff. What is this meme? I haven't seen this movie yet, so is this gonna be funny without having seen the movie?
You're not gonna shoot a puppy, are you, Jack?
Yeah, in the face. Why?
You're not gonna...
Oh my god. Incredible. Oh well, I hope you rest well, NB Hannah. Thanks for coming by. Seriously. I've heard this movie's great. I'll watch it. I was goofing on y'all and being a little bit of a hater, but oh my god, I can't listen to stream right now. What thread? What did I do now? Oh no. It was a really minor joke. People were tagging me into your thread about gun stuff, and I you know, I just have disagreements with you. Jai? Brianna Jai? Oh, okay. Oh, Jai, okay. That's really good to know. I didn't know that. Brianna Jai. All right, I'll try to keep that in memory. Thank you. Oh, this is Jackson Hinkle crap. Jackson Hinkle is one of the most embarrassing people I've ever seen in my entire life. I just gotta say, okay? Based, Windleby. Don't burn your thumb. I was not mocking it. Wait a minute, I was not mocking anything. Oh my god, you people. You motherfucking people. You motherfucking people. Have you seen this piping hot Xanderhal take? Almost assuredly. Let's find out.
Guess who?
Hold on, let's find out.
Guess who else is also LGBT? Gay people.
You didn't have to cut me off. Shit.
Guess who?
Oh my god! Holy shit! Holy fucking shit! It's incredible! Absolutely fucking incredible. So why? Homophobia defeated. Who could have foreseen this? Who could have fucking foreseen this? Okay, all right, everybody. All right, everybody, if you are here right now and you've been having fun on the stream so far and you're interested in what I'm about to have to say, in the sky burial of the Twitter left, press that motherfucking like button because I would like you to do that. Did you listen to Electric Wizard? Not yet. I plan on listening to it tonight when I cool down cool off after stream. Need some trying to keep my lips well chapped here. Oh no! Oh no! Wait, Electric Wizard fucks? Yeah, I'm excited to listen. I've heard they're good. On Puerto Rican musician says, on Hassan's stream, we watched Steven Seagal being a fake cop with the Louisiana police. They consistently harassed black people for no reason. They also let drunk drivers go, but brutally profiled and harassed black people for simply existing and run after them for sport. Wow! You're telling me that cops are fucking crazy racist? You're telling me that some of them that work forces are the same that burn crosses? Yeah, true. True, Sockdon left. Typical liberal demon mama thinks that consumer goods, guns, can solve a social problem. Capitalist realism again. Yeah, true. Wow, that's so accurate. That's so fucking accurate.
Bazinga.
Fucking incredible. Oh, wow. Steven Seagal is fucking insane. He's a literal Z Russian propagandist now. Did anyone doubt that? He's fucking Steven Seagal. Have you ever seen anything that Steven Seagal has done in his entire fucking life? He's like the film industry's DSP. He's not a deity. He's okay. Maybe he is a deity, but if he's a deity, he's like I don't know. He's like what's like a deity of like shame and embarrassment. Hold on, I have another video that I have another meme I want to show you because it's funny to hold on a second real quick. I have a meme that I want to share that's really good before we start, okay? All right, this one is like, it's an excellent tier meme, okay? Oh yeah, he's the guy who made the party cheese salad. True. Okay, hold on everybody. Hold on, I have a meme for you that's just fucking excellent, all right? Here we go.
You've done well so far, but up until now, I've only been using a mere 5% of my power. Now let's see how well you fare against my Biden blast.
Yeah! Biden blast! Oh, I fucking love it. The Biden deepfake memes are like out of control, okay? Biden blast! Yeah! I can't wait until that's actually what happens, okay? You guys realize we're what? We're like a year and a couple of months away from Trump versus Biden round 2, okay? Like, you have no idea what it's gonna be like, okay? I just want you to truly understand just how bad it's gonna be, okay? Both of these guys are going to have like, they've both had COVID. They are both going to have like severe Alzheimer's by the time they're on the debate stage, and it is going to be identical to those fucking deepfake memes. They're going to be rambling at each other. They're going to be fucking making random crap up. Biden is going to be doing a Kamehameha towards Trump, and Donald Trump is going to be like, "No, I will absorb it with my Chad energy." It's going to be fucking crazy. Ultra Instinct Biden. Oh, I love this one. Yeah, this is the one I was thinking of. This one's really good. Okay,
and without further ado, let me welcome the Republican nominee, former President Trump, and the Democratic nominee, President Biden.
Sleepy Joe, you have run this country to its absolute ground.
Well, at least I do run sometimes, if you know what I mean.
And at least I can form coherent sentences.
Oh, is that so?
Hmm?
Well, idiot says what?
What? Oh, slimy, stinky Joe.
Got you there, Jack, didn't I?
Well, if I am Jack, then you are Wojak. The mostest soy Wojak possibly in the world.
Listen, you are the soy Wojak. I am the Chad Wojak.
No, you are the soy Jojak, and I am the Chad Gamer Wojak. You know who you are? You are the 80-year-old unfit ruler. That's who you are.
I forgot about this one. It's so fucking good. The unfit ruler.
You know you're not the Chad Wojak. I am the Nordic gamer, Chad, the Giga Chad Wojak.
You're the virgin, and I'm the Chad.
I'm actually not a virgin. Your mom can attest to that.
Well, look, all I'm saying is that we are in two separate leagues. You are the globalism fan, and I am the patriotism enjoyer.
I'm a patriotic globalist. I support slavery worldwide. A better analogy would be that I'm the rare Pepe and you're the small crying people.
You're Apustaya. You're a small crying Apustaya. I am the based and red-pilled Groipa.
That is not true.
It is true.
No, you're not based. You are actually cringe.
No, I am based and red-pilled.
Ring.
Hello?
Hi, is this the cringe department?
No, this is the base department.
No, I think it is the cringe department.
Beep, boop.
What was that?
And I hung up.
Nuh-uh. I can still hear it. I can still hear all the cringe.
That is not true. Well, for example, I am the Chad Doge, and you are the little tiny Doge.
He's called Cheems, you dumb.
True! Fucking Biden! He's called Cheems, dum-dum. Fucking
seem to know
remember
a lot
his
about
name.
him, don't you?
Fucking Cheems! Remember his goddamn name!
Will you shut up, man?
Do you know what Sigma Grindset is? It's like Patrick Bateman. Great guy. You know, I watched this movie, American Psycho.
Yeah?
Great movie. I really related to the main character. I do think that he might be literally me.
Oh, yeah? Well, have you seen Drive, Blade Runner, or Taxi Driver? I am all of those characters.
You can't be all of those characters.
Yes, I can.
Nuh-uh.
Straw man?
That's not a straw man. Do you even know the definition?
Appeal to authority?
You're literally the president.
I didn't see this part. The version that I saw of this stopped at the Groiper part. I didn't see the part with the cringe department or the Cheems. Yes. Oh, if we have the Ratatouille one, we have to watch that.
Homonym?
I agree.
Where am I? Oh, right. Yeah. Mr. Trump, let's not forget that you led an armed insurrection against the Capitol of the United States.
Oh, come on, Joe. We were just doing a bit of battle royale. Don't be acting all among us sus. Don't be acting among us sus, Joe.
Well, maybe I think you're the imposter.
I'm not the imposter, Joe. It's all in your head.
Yeah?
If I was imposter, then you would be dead.
We both know that I have a higher KD ratio than you.
Oh,
well, that...
Oh, shit. Oh, fuck.
D part might increase soon is all I'm saying.
And with that, ladies and gentlemen, we are closing the first of the 2023 live presidential debates. Join us next Thursday when the presidential candidates will face off in the ceremonial Beyblade tournament.
Let it rip, Jack.
Oh my God. By the way, that is literally what it's gonna be like. I just hope that you're ready. It's gonna be like that, but slightly less funny. And also, you're gonna have a sense of dread hanging over you that basically no matter how it goes, you're fucked. But you're more fucked if Donald Trump wins. So, woo. Oh. All right. We got another one though. We got another one. Okay, there's one more. Okay, here we go. Let's do this.
Love to get ratatouille'd.
Ratatouille?
Like have a little guy up there.
Excuse me?
You know, making me cook delicious meals.
No, I understand. I've seen the film.
You wouldn't want that? A little guy pulling your hair, making you cook?
It's a ridiculous concept.
You're telling me you wouldn't want that?
I just don't know why you're bringing it up as if it's something that could actually happen.
You wouldn't want a little ratatouille guy up there doing whatever?
It's honestly insane that a rat would even be able to cook in the first place.
He doesn't have to be cooking.
In the movie, he's cooking.
Yeah, but in this scenario, though, he could do other stuff.
Yes, but you called it getting ratatouille'd. I mean, the movie is about cooking. Why call it getting ratatouille'd if the rat isn't even going to be making you cook?
This is the most accurate conversation I can possibly imagine between these two. Like, I know they had an actual conversation, but this is the realer version. Like, whatever they actually talked about, fucking fake by comparison. This is the actual spirit of Joe Rogan and the actual spirit of Ben Shapiro conversing with one another.
I don't need a rat to help me cook.
You're hung up on the cooking thing.
You were the one who referenced food.
Forget what I said.
You called it getting ratatouille, which is a reference to cooking in the first place.
Forget what I said. Ratatouille is just the frame of reference. Like, you can get ratatouille into doing other stuff.
It's just important to remember that words mean things.
Yeah, but I mean...
The word ratatouille has implications about cooking.
It's just easier to call it that. It's a ratatouille situation.
Words mean things.
Listen, if there's a little guy up there like a rat up on your head, it's a ratatouille, even if you're not cooking.
Okay. For this conversation, we can call it getting ratatouilled, but I think moving forward, we should establish a different terminology.
Okay.
Okay.
I just want to know if you would want to get ratatouilled.
Yes. I think I would want the rat to help me write a screenplay.
Thank you. That's pretty cool, man.
Thanks.
Jamie, pull up my favorite scene.
I think I would want it to help me write a script. You know, that's a good idea. I bet a rat could write a great script, okay? Also, to the person in my chat who is adding the mods and says, it's not good optics if Demon Mama is spreading misinformation, referring to the fact that there is a possibility that that TikTok that we watched was actors. Even though I said immediately after we watched that TikTok, I don't know if this is real, but it is certainly realistic. You can rewind and you can hear me say that. You're very funny to me. That's very funny. That's hilarious. Honestly. Would you get a pet rat? I actually, well, it was, some of them were still alive while I was streaming, but I actually had 11 pet rats at one point. It's a very funny and interesting story. We adopted 2 female rats from a pet store, and the pet store, we were new to the area, so we didn't really know, but the pet store was a little bit sus, you know, they were a little sussy, and the rat that we got was pregnant. One of them was pregnant, and she ended up giving birth to 10 rats, and only one of the brood actually died. So for a long time, we had a giant cage in our house with 11 rats. And rats don't live very long, so over time they passed away. And the last one died like a year and a half ago. But we had a lot of rats for a while, and I very, very much loved my rats. We tried to feed them as many delicious and amazing treats as possible. I nursed many of them once they got old with like little droppers and tiny spoons full of yogurt. It's a little bit sad. The sad thing about rats is that they don't last very long. They don't have very long lives, so you have to say goodbye to them very soon, and it can be very sad. But yeah. Yep. Yep. Why can't they live long? It's just the way they are. It's just the way they are. I'm getting spammed with so many memes right now. I don't want to watch that one. I'm so sorry. I don't want to watch that one either. No offense to everybody. They ain't built to last. No, it's just how they go. They usually live to be about 2 years old. Some rats will last to be like 2 or 3 years old, and very rarely they'll live longer than that. They actually live very, very short lives in the wild as well. It's their metabolism. It slows to a stop and then they die. Well, they also develop. A lot of them develop cancers at like an extraordinary rate, especially female rats. Female rats are really likely to develop a cancer. It's just sad. But yeah. Yeah, the ones that we had ended up with tumors, and it was sad. Like, we had to take care of them while they died from tumors, it's pretty sad. But yeah. Anyway, not to be super depressing, even though we're about to talk about something super depressing. Rats have giant balls? Yes, they do. That's true, they do. Okay, a PragerU YouTube poop? All right, okay, we can do one more, all right? We'll do one more, and then we have to do the actual topic, okay? This is very fun. But we have to do the topic, or else everybody will be faked out, and then people will accuse me of being a clickbaiter. All right, let's do this.
Freedom, freedom, freedom. There are no shorts. There are no hats. I know. I joined the Navy. I had the honor of f***ing men in the Navy. A glorious job. I learned.
A glorious job. Yes, exactly. Being the public hole of the U.S. Navy. Based. That feel when you are the public hole.
Learn some lessons along the way. Don't do. In the toilet. In fact, every day, I do. In the bed in the morning. No excuses. In the military, the best troops were the ones that took shifts in their bed in the morning. If you follow these principles, I promise you, daily execution.
Hi, everybody. Penis Prager here for Fart Side Chat. So I'm a part of the KKK.
This is so fucking good.
Which, by the way, is true. But I love blacks. In fact, I want to be black to become, if you will, African American. So I can say the N-word. Why is that racist? By the way, do you know any blacks? Do they not exist? Everything exists. If you are one, drop me a line. I'm Penis Prager. I'm a black Chinese communist. I'm a communist, and I love murder. I have killed 130 people. I'll explain.
Bullshit! I don't buy it! Bullshit! I don't think that's true. I don't think that Dennis Prager could muster the energy to even kill a single person. However, the legislature that he pushes for probably has killed a lot of people, unfortunately.
Parents died fighting the American people. I fell in love with North Korea at the age of 20. America is the only country in world history.
I'm going to have to speak in Chinese for now, perhaps you'll protest. No.
I'm stuck. The answer to toxic masculinity is more toxic masculinity, right?
Most truthful PragerU video ever.
Solution is obvious. Make men women. Every woman is evil. True. Here's a secret that every woman knows. Women pee. I don't know any woman.
I'm Penis Prager. Socialism is based because socialism enables healthcare. Here's an illustration. Women don't amount to a hill of beans. You heard me right. What exactly is the problem? The problem is women in general. I love topping men, and I got excited by virtually every male body at the beach. Male legs turn me on, etc., etc. So what? Yeah, it is a pleasure for you to meet me. You're welcome. I want my daughter-in-law and son to get married. When you think about it, we can now kill people. I don't know how many people think about that. They more should. But anyway, I want to die in Bulgaria.
Oh, wow. That was phenomenal. That was a phenomenal one. Oh my God, that was incredible. That was so goddamn good. That was a great YouTube poop. I'm impressed. I can't believe that Penis Prager said all of that. Oh yeah, that was the, hold on, oh yeah, there. Let me post the link, hold on. I'll post the link, 1 second. I forgot to grab the link there. I should have been a little better about it. Yeah. Here we go. Here's the link, everybody. There you go. It's Tall Bart. Okay, I'll have to check out their channel. Valhalla Vidya says, to finish the rat topic, while we only get them for a short time, for them we are all they know, and that's very special. It is true. I loved my rats. They had a lot of personality. They are very, very, very social, and I think they're great. I think they're fucking great. Okay, everybody. You know what time it is? Do you know what time it is, everyone? It's fucking time, everybody. Hold on a second. Everybody, it's time, everybody. We had We had a good time. We had a great time, in fact. However, the time has come for us to talk about and to take a moment of meditation on the death of the Twitter left. We're going to talk about a lot of different things in this section, and I'm going to tell you that if you annoy the shit out of me, I will mute you in chat. So please post to your heart's content. This is meant to be a time to get your feelings off your chest, to mourn, to cry, to celebrate, whatever you feel is appropriate, except for being annoying. Because if you're annoying, I will mute you, and it will be incredible. It will be amazing, and I will feel good about muting you, and you will feel bad that you have been muted. Okay? So give me just a second. Give me just a second here, because I gotta find my I gotta find the appropriate song to maybe this one. Maybe this is a good one. Let's see. Maybe it's this one. There we go. This is a better one. Tell me if the audio is too loud, okay? And I'll try to lower the mix. All right, here we go, everybody. My lovely, lovely imps. Today, we are gathered here to take a moment of meditation and thought. For today, we are hosting the sky burial of the Twitter left. Now, many of you coming here today may have never heard of a sky burial, but sky burials are actually a type of burial that is used in multiple cultures around the world. Specifically, most famously, I suppose, in Tibet and in countries or cultures that follow the Zoroastrian religion. A sky burial is when a body is prepared and put out, usually on a slab or some sort of ceremonial display, and then left out in the sun for vultures to feed upon. And in fact, there are a lot of sort of religious symbols associated with this, and I can't claim to know them all or to be able to summarize them from every single culture. However, one thing that should be noted is that pretty much unilaterally, it is considered a good omen if the body is consumed by vultures. And let me say, of all of the things that we can say about the online left, the Twitter left in particular, it is being consumed by vultures, okay? Oh, absolutely. There is no doubt about that part, okay? So I do think that perhaps we can acknowledge that there was some blessings to be had, that there was there's no curse residing any further in the body of the Twitter left. Imagine, as someone in chat says, true, imagine being so rotten and disgusting that not even a vulture would touch it. Well, see, before you get to do a sky burial, like the one that we are hosting together today, it is inevitable that some amount of rot is going to set in. And unfortunately, it seems like a lot of rot did set in, even before we were able to drag the dead body out into the sun to be consumed by vultures, and so that we all might have peace. And I gotta say, my fucking God, is the rot bad, okay? The rot is fucking rotten, all right? There you go. There's the fucking wise words from Demon Mama from tonight. I have talked about the subject of politics, discourse, the left on Twitter for a really long time. In fact, at some point, probably towards the latter half of this, we might actually revisit an old video of mine that I talked about. And I wanted to just, I don't remember everything, exactly everything that I said in the videos. One of my oldest videos on the channel, on the YouTube channel. And I thought it would be interesting to go back and visit it and see what I had to say. And I see a lot of people in chat right now talking and dropping all kinds of things, being like, did you hear this? Did you hear that? And I just want to be 100% clear here. None of you are free of sin. None of you. Unless, I mean, maybe some of you are. It is true that some of you aren't on Twitter. So it is true that some of you didn't participate in any of the shit that I'm like sort of referencing here. That many of you didn't participate in striking wounds, but a lot of you absolutely motherfucking did. And I'm sure that some content creators are here as well. And some of you also participated in this. And I think all of us, to a certain degree, every single one of us content creators contributed in one way or another, but the degrees vary greatly. The degrees truly vary greatly, okay? But the state of the Twitter left right now is uniquely bad. It is worse by far than it has ever been. And I've been on Twitter for a really, really long time. I've been on Twitter in lefty spaces for literally years. Before I was a streamer, I sort of just floated around lefty spaces online, finding people to talk to who I thought were interesting, finding recommendations on comments or on content, and browsing people's opinions on various subjects. And there has always been a streak of toxicity on Twitter. I think it's almost unavoidable. And in fact, it's something I've talked about extensively, that the way that Twitter is structured leads to certain types of toxicity. And I can explain that a little bit because I think it's important to explain. Twitter has an algorithm that promotes engagement over basically anything else. There is nothing, and I mean nothing, more important to Twitter than engagement. There are all kinds of forms of engagement, and as it turns out, we live in politically turbulent times, which means that people are likely to share their political opinions, which means that conflict is a highly, highly, highly lucrative engagement driver. And you have to remember that Twitter isn't about creating good content. Twitter isn't about promoting good content. It's about promoting ads. It's about promoting ads which need engagement. In order for Twitter to make the money that it makes or used to make, we haven't even gotten into discussing the Elon Twitter era and all that nonsense. But in order to make any money, they have to drive engagement. And one of the ways to drive engagement is to drive conflict, to serve controversial tweets up to everyone. Tweets that are likely to make people angry, make people want to speak their mind. And to a certain degree, this is a perfectly rational instinct from the users, right? You see someone else giving their opinion, you say, well, I have a right to voice my opinion. But the problem is that, well, frankly, some people have really fucking shitty opinions. And not only on top of that, sometimes their opinions aren't just opinions anymore, but are just deranged forms of abuse. But those are all sort of flattened down into engagement. And when you add in some of the other aspects of Twitter and the way that Twitter functions on top of all of this, the fact that threading, you know, if you're familiar with the term, the way that the way that the actual tweets are linked together, that's called threading. The way that threading operates on Twitter, it doesn't really operate. Threads break into subthreads, meaning that you lose context immediately, okay? It's poisonous. to any sort of genuine conversation. Now, it's great for engagement because, as it turns out, if you lose all of the context of someone's statement, that becomes more likely to emotionally bother you. It functions as a sort of like a digital Rorschach test. You see something without the context and you sort of project what your interpretation is on top of it without being able to easily find everything else. And Twitter's just really bad for that. Short tweets, super restricted character limit means that, you know, only so much information can be communicated. Threading means, the way that threading works means that you lose context almost intrinsically. Killjoy 40K says, last year was a perfect example, like 100 tweet threads about 40+ hours of streams where 90% of the people actually commenting on the streams were reacting to something with a completely broken frame of context. It's deranging. It is maddening. It means that every person entering into a conversation is, for the most part, a real person, but the world that they are operating in is different in a drastic degree from the people around them. And the way that the pace moves on Twitter, the speed at which everything moves on Twitter, means that it gets toxic very fast and it gets hurtful very fast. And I've talked about these aspects for a long time. In fact, some of you, maybe some of you are new to my audience, and if you're new to my audience, you should press subscribe because I would love to have you come to my streams more often. I talk about all kinds of topics. We laugh a lot on this stream. We talk about heavy subjects. We talk about light subjects. We talk about a lot of stuff. It's great, and we usually have a really good time. But if you're new to my stream, you may not even be familiar with this like ancient meme from my channel that's been around forever, which is the IMPS code. The IMPS code, I for a while had a reputation for being kind of annoying about talking about the IMPS code, but I haven't talked about it as much recently because, well, because I don't care as much about Twitter as I used to. The IMPS code was designed as a sort of off-the-cuff rule of thumb to help you enjoy Twitter better on a technical level, and I'll tell you the IMPS code right now. I immediately stopped discoursing for the reasons I just explained. Don't do discourse. You can't actually have an actual discourse with somebody. There's no dialogue to be had. Just don't do it. Don't engage in it. And then, of course, M is memes and creams, which are rarer than ever, I should let you know, on Twitter. In the current state of Twitter, when was the last time, like, you really saw like your timeline full of funny memes or creams? You guys should know what creams are. It's pretty easy to figure out what that is. Twitter was famous for a while for being a really good place to find, let's call it adult entertainment, okay? Memes and creams. You always want to do that on Twitter. Twitter is great for memes and creams. So I immediately stopped discoursing. M, meme and cream. And then of course we have P, which is promote. And promote means if you have a show that you're making, if you have a piece of art that you're making, if your friend has a piece of art that they're making, if you have a fundraiser, promote that shit. Twitter is not very good for promotion of that type anymore. It used to be really good for that. But it's not so good anymore. And then of course, S, which was slaughter your genuine opponents in the arena of ideas. And this one, I always made sure to stress that it's about dunking on and slaughtering your genuine opponents, people that you don't have any hope of a dialogue with, people that you don't care about at all, that you have nothing in common with, or that are your abject enemies. Nazis, hardline conservatives, tradcats, whoever the people who are trying to take you out are, go ahead and have fun. Dunk on them. But the important part of that rule was that you know who your enemies are. And I just wish more people would have adopted the IMPS code. You know, it would have been nice. Twitter, in recent memory, has become the most miserable website in the entire world. And don't fucking lie to me. If any of you here in my chat are gonna be like, oh, I still have fun on Twitter, you're lying to yourselves. I see the timeline, I see what you all are fucking posting, I see the group chats. My entire Twitter social network, all of the spaces that I inhabit on Twitter have been nothing but weeping and gnashing of teeth for weeks, for arguably for months. And of course it has gotten worse under Elon Musk. You know, Elon Musk deliberately cranked up the controversial part of the algorithm. He wanted left-wing accounts to be served to right-wing accounts. He wanted right-wing accounts to be served to left-wing accounts, which in theory, if you're like you're trying to be like an enlightened centrist, is you know, is understandable to a certain degree, but you have to remember that not everyone wants to be subjected to 4chan tier humor that's making fun of Jewish people on a regular basis. They don't want to be subjected to that shit, and they shouldn't have to be, but they have been. On Twitter, more and more people in the Twitter left have been served this hateful garbage, and that's what they see. They're being fed deranged rants by Charlie Kirk and Matt Walsh, and then they comment on it, and then everybody else sees it, and then everybody else comments on it, and it creates this horrible cycle of negativity and anger, and it doesn't really have anywhere to go, because it's Twitter after all. It's not really meant to change the world, it's just meant to give you ideas and let you connect with people. But honestly, it goes far beyond this. The online left in recent memory has become, not the online left, I shouldn't say the online left, I should specifically say the Twitter left. It does, however, I will point out that the Twitter left does influence the rest of the online left, because a lot of the people that you know, a lot of the influencers and whatever that you know are still hanging out and spending a lot of time on Twitter, giving their takes, getting into fights on Twitter, getting into drama on Twitter. And so it has this bleed out where like all of the stupid garbage and the misery that's on Twitter is like flooding out into other spaces. But it really reached its apex recently. And I have to say, I found it disgusting and pathetic and sad. I'm mad about it. I've been really mad about it, and I've been feeling really fucking terrible about a lot of things that I've seen lately, on so many sides. And I'm gonna be clear here, I am not talking about specifics right now, because I want literally everyone, every single person that is still in any way taking part in this like horrific and nightmarish toxic space to do some serious introspection. I'm serious. I know that I'm like probably gonna risk coming off a little bit preachy here, but holy fucking shit. If there has ever been a time to fucking look inside and seriously reanalyze your behaviors, and yes, I mean fucking all of you, this is the time. Because it is reached a level of toxicity that is truly unbearable. It is a level of toxicity that feels choking. Nuts says, the woke skulls started it. You want to know what's really funny that I've noticed in recent days? Is that there's a whole lot more woke skulls than there ever has been. There is a whole lot more fucking fragile little snowflakes than there ever has been, and a lot of them are people who love to use the word woke scold. It's something I've been seeing so much lately. So with all due respect, fucking shut the fuck up. Just shut the fuck up. Seriously. There's people here who want to be like, oh, they did this first. But trust me, I've fucking seen the threads. I've seen the derangement that people have engaged in on all sides of every single one of these stupid, asinine, time-wasting, moronic, toxic, painful, cancel culture-y bullshit. It's embarrassing. It is truly embarrassing. And not just embarrassing on like a, oh my God, that's cringe level. It's embarrassing on an almost existential level. To the degree that I unironically believe that the only way forward is for the Twitter left to pass on. It's time that's why I'm having this burial here today. Because at least for me, the Twitter left is a dead thing. And it's time that we acknowledge that it's a dead thing. And you might have noticed, I barely post on Twitter anymore. Most of what I post on Twitter is random reactions to memes, is little wholesome content. Somebody posts a little ooh-woo thing and I say, you're doing great, champ. And then I promote a couple little things here and there. And over the last few days, I've literally deleted everything and gone back to Mastodon again for full. But I can't even escape it anymore. Even without tweeting, the last 4 days, I mean, I haven't streamed in days. And yet, and part of the reason is because every single day I log on and all my group chats are choked up with the most toxic fucking stupid shit. People are not thinking straight. I have seen people that I otherwise think are fucking fantastic behaving like motherfucking assholes. The cruelty that I've seen is laughable. And the fact that people are tossing around the word like woke scold and tender queer, and I have done that too, because trust me, I certainly have some problems with woke scolds and tender queers and whatever. I think that type of behavior is shitty. But I gotta be completely honest. Like I said just a few minutes ago, it seems like basically everyone has become their own little form of a woke scold. Everybody's scolding each other. Everybody is pretending that every single word that is said is somehow has some secret meaning. And then it's provoking people into ridiculous behavior towards one another. And then people are excusing people on their own side of things. They're just literally looking the other way. And I just, and it's crazy. It's super crazy. One of the things I've seen the most of recently, one of the things I've seen people say so frequently, to the degree that it concerned me, is, well, this person is a piece of shit, so what does it matter? And of course, there's never really a definition for piece of shit. I've seen like numerous posts of people saying, well, you know, I thought X behavior was bad, but then I found out this, and that makes it okay. This sort of like weird post hoc rationalization bullshit. And you want to know what it reminds me of? It reminds me of being a fucking Christian. It reminds me of the way that Christians will do mental gymnastics to convince themselves that they are spreading God's love while they're actually just tearing into one another for no real reason whatsoever. And again, if you think that you're not one of the people who's engaged in this, fucking think again. Seriously, think again. Because I have seen it all the fuck over the place lately. I have seen people acting like bitchy comments are the same thing as being a fucking Nazi. I have seen people act like jokes are 100% legitimate and it doesn't matter what was intended there. It is unfucking believable. people have lost their damn minds, hardcore. And to a degree that I think is genuinely tragic. Stakes are high right now on a political level worldwide, but especially in the United States. Shit has gotten really fucked up in the United States, and I think pretty much everybody on the left, even liberals, can acknowledge this, that things are really fucking crazy here right now. It's always been crazy here. America is a crazy country, but lately it's been particularly ridiculous. There was an insane ramp up in this sort of violent rhetoric from the far right. There is this hate campaign against queer people that is just ridiculous. There's these book bans rolling through en masse. It is a very high stakes political situation. But guess what? Twitter isn't fucking politics. Not in and of itself. And guess what? Your disliking of someone being wrong about some obscure drama that you can never even get to the bottom of is not the end of the world, and in fact, it barely fucking matters. Anyone else filled with a creeping sense of existential dread? I think so many people have. Have we forgotten that we live in a time of plague? Like, unironically, we are still, right now, we have not exited the plague era of the United States. We have lived through a plague, a actual literal plague. And yet, instead of that encouraging people in my peer group to greater acts of charitability, to be a little bit more forgiving, to be a little bit more kind. Instead, it has pushed people to fuel that pain into the worst ways imaginable. And I'm not trying to like sit here and toot my own horn, okay? Because God knows that I've gotten involved in some drama, okay? But this year especially, and of course, and last year as well, I have been making a definitive and clear, if you watch any of my content, effort to be more patient with people, to be more charitable to other people, even those who have fucking hurt me. And I wish other people would at least fucking think about that. I wish that at least people would consider that fucking fact. Because that is not what I see. And it is genuinely depressing. It makes me disgusted to be associated with this space, whatever this space even is. And it also makes me embarrassed to see how much fucking the toxic cesspool of Twitter has crept out into everything else that we do. And I think a lot of my anger is at streamers. Because I'm a streamer and I know a lot of streamers. And I get mad because so much of the streaming content right now is people lashing out in their misery, this sort of self-referential, incestuous, react things. And trust me, I'm not fucking hating on React content. God knows I've had a lot of fun reacting to things. But there's also a tone and a goal issue to be considered. That these reactions have become more and more competitive, more and more hostile, less interested in actual meaningful discussions or progress at all. And they've become more consistently more interested in insults and pain and cruelty. Just literal cruelty. The cruelty I see recently in online left spaces generally, but especially on Twitter, is just fucking beyond compare. Do you think that it's to drive interaction? I think it is to a certain degree. And, but I also think that, I think a lot of it is because, you know, people have convinced themselves that the only thing that sells is drama. And, to a certain degree, they're right. And I can't help but feel a lot of anger at the general, like, populace of these political streaming spaces, which are so hungry for blood. Something that I am proud to say that at least a lot of people in my community do not engage in. There are people here who do that. There are drama frogs, no doubt. But my community has, my Discord and the community that I've encouraged around my stream has never been built around drama, ever. And I am proud of that part. But, so I don't want to scream at the imps too much because you guys really have, I mean, you guys have kept me in check at times. You've kept me calm at times. To the degree that, like I said, my imps are famous for being some of the people who are actually able to bridge some of the divides in this space. I've mentioned this. I've read off the comments from creators that have felt an incredible amount of positivity radiate from my chat, from me encouraging my chat to go be positive on their videos and give some love. That I've had since fucking day one, a rule that says imps only raid with love. And I am proud of that. I don't want to yell at my imps too much. But at the same time, I lurk chats. I watch and see how people react and what people engage with. I have come to see that over time, this entire space has trended more and more towards incestuous drama baiting, towards this sort of like bridge burning mentality. I talked about this recently, about how I've seen so many people just excited to see people ruin their relationships. And to me, that demonstrates that there is a misanthropic streak in these spaces that wants people to hate each other, that wants to feed into the worst aspects. And I should be clear about all of this. Like, there are people who, in my opinion, are worthy of hate. I think it's okay to hate bigots, genuine bigots. I think it's okay to hate genocidal freaks. But that's not what we're talking about here. We're not talking about righteous anger. We're talking about people just fucking spinning narratives about each other. Taking statements that are technically true, removing them from all context, and using it to drive a ever increasing, shrieking, horrifying torture campaign against psychological torture sometimes, what is done to people. I'm not just talking about infighting. Infighting is one thing. There is always, I've said this 100 times, I'll say it 1,000,000 times more until the day that I fucking drop dead. You can't fix infighting. People do disagree. But there's a difference between infighting and like sectarian holy wars, okay? You go and look at like the Protestant Reformation or whatever, okay? And you see that all of these like Christian factions would literally burn each other at the stake over disagreements like over when baptism should be done. That's I'm not making that up. The Anabaptists was a movement and people got fucking tortured and murdered because they had a slightly different opinion on when baptism should happen. And I feel like we're reaching a point like that in certain aspects. I mean, the Twitter left has already reached that point and surpassed it, where people are just, they're just deranging themselves. And it feels, as a content creator, who recently has, you know, for the most part, minus I guess I got involved in that fight between Not So Erudite and President Sunday, but I feel like that was just I was reacting to that, and then I gave my opinion, and I didn't try to prolong that. I didn't comment about it crazy on Twitter, even though people did say crazy things about me. I have genuinely tried to stay out of this fucking shit. The most recent drama, the one that all of you know about, that some of you are posting about in my Discord, some of you are posting about in my chat right now, like I've actively avoided it. I've completely and utterly gone no contact on this because this shit is fucking, it feels like I'm being gaslit. And it feels like I'm being gaslit by people that I otherwise trust. And I think that people are justifying lashing out at random people because of perceived loyalties, because of overstated harm, because of hyperbole. It's like you get punched by somebody else and then you decide to punch someone else because you think that person was defending the person that punched you. And with all due respect, I think people need to get real. I think it's time for a change. I think it's time that we send the Twitter left to the world beyond. That we allow the vultures to pick apart the rotten meat if they so desire it. And at least for me, I will, you know, say goodbye to that particular part. And keep in mind, this should not be interpreted as a why I left the left. That's insane. I don't believe that if you have a spine, that you leave the left. Left is a descriptor for a broad set of political beliefs. My political beliefs are my political beliefs. But the Twitter thing. Yeah, exactly, Ashmar. A bird burial for the bird app. Guys, like, I look out there and I see, like, I know that, like, everybody has a right to respond to whatever. Like, obviously. I don't think that people should not speak. But, like, don't we realize that there's, like, a reverse effect happening? Where nobody can talk about anything right now without being perceived as having taken a specific side. I know that I feel this. I have felt lately like there was a lump in my throat. Because and it didn't used to be this way. The tension was not this high. In the past, you could have an opinion on a discourse and it wouldn't mean the end of the world. Some people would disagree with you, you might have a little argument, and that was it. But now, literally, every single opinion is seen as some sort of betrayal of some faction, and nobody has any control over it. You don't, I don't, nobody does. And this tension is then being used as the justifying factor to go even harder on other people. The shit that I've seen fucking people doing to each other is I can't even believe it. It makes me cringe. It makes me cringe the way that I've seen people behave lately. Just so terrible. And you want to know, like, to be a little bit fucking egotistical and a little bit arrogant here, you are watching my channel after all. You are here listening to me preach at this fucking funeral for the Twitter left. But I get frustrated because when I do put the heart into it, when I do fucking take the time to measurably talk about something, like I did with the R-slur discourse, I feel like nobody listens. I feel like nobody cares because my take wasn't drawing a line between two groups of creators, because I wasn't picking a side in a fight, even though I had a very strong opinion that I communicated very well. And that's disappointing for me. It's disappointing that we're missing good opinions. We're missing thoughtful opinions, including my own, if I don't say so myself. Bazinga. But we're missing that because of for what? For, like, to satisfy some weird, pathetic, cringy drama lust so that like the Twitter left can replicate the behaviors of spaces that fucking crashed and burned? You guys realize that like drama farming, blood sports, these things failed. Have you seen the blood sports community? Have you seen the drama community? They don't fucking exist. And the reason is because they're unsustainable. They don't work. Incestuous drama farming doesn't work. It hurts people and then they leave. Relayer says, we don't know each other. That's true, and that's part of the problem. A lot of the people in this space don't actually have any social connection with one another. And this is true between creators too. There are a couple of creators that I have genuine connections with. Some of them I know IRL, other ones I have connected to extensively off stream, but for a lot of creators in these spaces, it is just posturing. It is just deciding which side of a micro culture war that you are on and sort of declaring that publicly, the consequences be damned. But that's parasocial. That is not a social connection. You are not defending your friend. You're not sticking up for something that you believe in. You're basically just farming content. And what's worse, you're not even farming content, because most of the time, these fucking conflicts are happening on Twitter, where nobody's making any money, where nobody's growing anything because Twitter is crashing and burning in real time, because Twitter is bungled from a technical level all the way to a spiritual level. And I really want this to change. I personally, I need it to change. I have no desire to be engaged in these asinine, childish, and stupid conflicts. I'm all, you guys know, I am all for calling someone on their bullshit, okay? You should know that. Of all the people in this space, you should know I've always been willing to even call out my friends when I think that they're being bullshit. But not everything is worthy of that level of response. Not everything is worthy of a freak out. You guys know, those of you who've watched my channel for a long time know that when I do a drama mama, I call it drama mama, but let's be real, it's not even a real drama show. I go in and I try to find the truth of a situation to the best of my ability. I get all of the receipts to the best of my ability, and I try to explain it so that people can actually understand the context. My drama mamas, all this whole time, have been a secret psyop to try and teach people to seek context. Because without context, there is no meaning whatsoever. None. And I don't do it perfectly. I don't say that I do it perfectly, but I at least make an attempt, and I make a strong attempt. And my goal was to challenge people to ask, is this true? Is this claim fucking true? Is this claim accurate? Or is this being decontextualized to create a narrative? As someone who has had her entire career decontextualized for the purpose of building a narrative, the narrative that, do you guys remember when there was an ongoing active narrative, many of you won't, that I was transphobic? That I was, and the reason, now, you might go, well, how would that be reasoned? How would you reason out that somebody who spends most of her time talking about trans rights, explicitly arguing for trans liberation, how is it that I am transphobic on an essential level? And of course, the answer was that, in their mind, now if you actually went and got the context, the argument was, well, because I support self-ID, that is invalidating towards a binary model, and I'm basically, they say, that's basically the same thing as saying that you choose your gender, which is basically, quote unquote, the same thing as saying that being trans is a choice, which is basically the same thing as saying that being trans is a lifestyle, therefore Demon Mama transphobic. That was a running narrative for a long time. So trust me, I know what it's fucking like to have all of my words and everything that I believe decontextualized for the purpose of creating a narrative that benefits somebody else's fucking pocketbook. It's something I'm very sensitive to. It's an endless line of extrapolating incorrect points out of other incorrect points. The funny thing is that most of the time, there are truths to be found in these narratives, but those truths are decontextualized. People never go and look for this shit. They never go and seek out what the context is. And what I had hoped to encourage people to do was to do more of that. But I am only one person, and I am a small creator, and I know my size. I am able to acknowledge my, where I am in this space. The decontextual, people call this context collapse. They call it context collapse. And and there are actually techniques that can sort of trigger context collapse. Ones which I have become intimately familiar with. But I see this happening in rapid real time. And what's funny is the faster it picks up, the more people who are willing to jump to conclusions, the faster the pace of the conversation accelerates, the faster the content schedule accelerates, the more likely you are to suffer context collapse. Because, if I don't say something now, well then what if bad things happen and I'm proven wrong? Well, somebody I trust is saying it, so it must be true. Yeah, it's a FOMO. Exactly, Retcon. Thank you very much, Stephen A. Simmons. I deeply appreciate that. Thank you. FOMO, fear of missing out. That's what that term means. FOMO, F-O-M-O, FOMO, fear of missing out. And, I don't know. It's rough. And like I said, it's reached a point of, I think, almost unsalvageability. I think the only real way forward is to build something new. Somniostatic says, as somebody who lurks literally everywhere on the left, I've never felt worse about the state of morale in these communities. It's bad. We need the morale now more than ever. But it is so hard to get people to listen at all if you're not fucking canceling somebody, if you're not fucking saying that something is the end of the world. And there are some issues that have a desperate need for severity. I think many people here can acknowledge I've made a structured case, and I will continue to do so, for the urgency, the importance of fighting hard for trans rights in America right now, that there is a ongoing genocide against queer people more generally, but specifically right now, the target of the most of this is trans people. There is a push to remove our ability en masse to access healthcare. I think that's really important. I think climate change is really important. I think race discrimination issues in America is incredibly important. These issues are incredibly important, and we need to use our energy towards those things. True, Eris. I don't know. It is genuinely and unironically depressing. And there's all kinds of contributing factors. Like I said, we're still in the thankfully it seems to slowly be lowering. We're still in a pandemic. We're still in a plague. Twitter, which was once a place of a lot of fun. There was a lot of fun to be had on Twitter. Guys, I remember Twitter a couple years ago. I had a good time on Twitter most of the time. There were still times where I got wrong, but I remember there was a period of time where if you avoided discourse, you would still have a good time. People would be talking about interesting things. You would see the news. And obviously a ton of changes have happened at Twitter. Like a ton. They've completely changed the way the content algorithm works. Someone in chat says, you don't support MTF women. If you did, you wouldn't have made this stream. Okay. If you say so. If you say so. I don't know what that fucking means. I guess it's a troll. I don't know. I just, there's been some good times, but the Twitter left is done. And I need you all who are here listening to this to listen to that, to understand that. Vultures and maggots feed on dead flesh. If you continue to feed on dead flesh, consider that you might be either a vulture or a maggot. Do you think there will be anything for the online left in general to rally around in the near future? Yes. Yes, absolutely. But there has to be an accurate, not an accurate, there has to be a genuine and high effort attempt to change the focus. People have to take it in themselves and say, nope, it's time. The time has come to change behavior. This is not working anymore. People, including you, the audience, has to be ready and willing to make like a slight change. To discourage this type of fucking heinous shit and to not participate in it yourself. Because there's so much to rally around. There's so much cool stuff to dive into. There's so much fun to be had. What do you suggest people do with the time they would spend on Twitter? Anything. Hell, even Mastodon is better than Twitter. I know that some people have issues that Mastodon is technically a little more difficult to get into. Discords are better than Twitter. Any of these places are better than that. But most of all, maybe spend the time that you would otherwise spend on Twitter seeking out people's genuine opinions, because you don't get them there. I know that it's tempting to spend time on Twitter because it's easy to parse, but you don't receive people's true beliefs on Twitter. Very few people are able to communicate their true beliefs. Most of the people who are able to sort of successfully use Twitter, and I don't mean successful for their own personal gain, I just mean like artistically as a messaging system, who are able to actually communicate their message on Twitter, do so by convincing people to leave Twitter and see other things. There are all of these communities that want to thrive, that want to be more than just horrible, cruel bullshit. Alcoholic Master says, the one good thing that came out of the online left, for me at least, are all the cool friends that I made. Well, the cool news is we aren't mourning our friends. We aren't mourning anybody. No person died. It's just that this weird conglomerate that we call the Twitter left is done for. It is not being used effectively. The Twitter left has, for the last week, been paralyzed, torturing individual people. And I mean a lot of individual people. I'm sure many of you have a name that pops into your mind right away. But I'm not kidding you when I say that it is just the social spaces torturing individual people. Retcon says it's time for the game facts left. True! Unironically though, there's more productive shit on game facts, and the reason why there's more stuff on game facts is because people actually make guides and post them on there. People are making something. They're helping one another beat a game or whatever. The thing is that there are connections to be had, and you can have fun using social media with other people. Those people that you've met, those people that you've forged actual social connections with still exist. But tell me that I'm not correct in saying that the social spaces that you inhabit, if you're one of the people who's been on Twitter recently, tell me that I'm wrong in saying that your social spaces have been fucking toxic as sin. That all those people that you otherwise like have found themselves caught up feeling like you're in a hostage situation to comment on every fucking discourse that rolls around. Sock Done Left asks, I'm about 10 minutes behind stream. What culture shifts do you think that pundits can encourage to yield slower conversations with greater contextualization? We have to fight against the drama cycle, which means content creators themselves have to be willing to take a deeper look, to react more slowly, to take their time, and to ask themselves when they're about to engage, especially, I would say this is especially true when you are engaging with somebody who might be on your side, take the time to figure out the context and ask yourself, is this person a terrible person? Is this person somebody who I just disagree with? Is this somebody who I could perhaps have a conversation with? And secondly, I think that pundits need to start building actual social connections with one another. They need to start collaborating on projects more often, on projects that are positive. You want to know what was one of the most inspiring things I've done? The fundraiser that I did with President Sunday, which, if you'll recall, actually had a lot of fun drama in it. Fun drama that didn't end in any result in any burning bridges. No bridges were burned. There was conflict, even between people who don't like each other. But what came out of that event was a positive outcome and strengthened social connections. A couple of months ago, it was like, I think it was around Christmas time. No, actually, I think it was literally that stream. It was literally that fundraiser stream. At the end of the stream, President Sunday, Vosh, Doe, and Chariot, and I think Lucy, Ducky Lucy Hayes, were all just hanging out in a chat, laughing their asses off. And I have a feeling that all of them walked away from that feeling better, and that all of the people who saw that, some of you might have even seen that, probably had a really fucking good time. And that is building actual social connections. Pundits and streamers can lead by example, building coalitions. And that doesn't mean not fucking, that doesn't mean not like you have to agree with everybody or you have to hug everybody you don't like. It's more about choosing your battles more wisely. It's more about taking the time to get context, taking the time to try and understand where people that you otherwise wouldn't understand are coming from, and sometimes choosing not to make drama out of everything, even if your opponents are doing that. I think sometimes that the mentality that all drama must be covered, all drama must be responded to, actually leads to worse outcomes for all parties involved. Some dramas are better off ignored. Killjoy says, I think it's important to learn what's an entropic argument, which is just one that's there to drain your energy and frustrate you, and also what is actual activism. You know, we're all entertainers in this space. We do some activism as well, but we could all learn we could all benefit from learning how to do a little bit more of the entertainment. And I think that we would have more opportunities to do actual activism. And we'd have a whole lot more original content too. Skunksy says, can you be specific? No, I don't have any desire to be specific because it applies to basically, what I'm saying here applies to basically every single fucking drama that's unfolded in recent memory. Most of the actors that you are all angry at, with very few exceptions, probably didn't do anything that was as bad as you thought it was, or that you say it is. And additionally, furthermore, a lot of the people that you support have also been behaving like assholes. I want you all to think about this. I want you to have doubts about the way that you've been behaving, because I think now is the time for people to have a little bit of a fucking crisis and go, have I really been behaving good? Or have I been unintentionally participating in toxic cycles? Everybody's got to make a living, okay? But like you don't win. I don't know. Maybe at the end of the day, I have too much hope for people. I've considered that many times. I am not an optimist all of the time, or most of the time even. And I know that there's a lot of people, self-interest is always going to be important, and most people here are here because it's their work, it's their craft, it's the thing that makes them money. But like, drama farming becomes incestuous. It has it makes you money in the short term, and it kills everything positive in the long term. And what it does is it eventually requires people to derange themselves. They have to invent drama where there isn't drama. They have to turn small things, they have to turn molehills into mountains. Annie Gal says, isn't that contradictory? Wouldn't you say that some of the people we hate didn't act that bad, and the people that we support are acting like assholes does not work when you're trying to appeal to all sides of the conflict? I don't know, think that through again. I think that people have been more than willing to forgive the people that they already like, and have been more than willing to jump to conclusions with the people that they already don't like. And I don't, like I said, I don't expect everybody to I don't expect everybody to hug and kiss. I don't expect everybody to fucking like everybody else. I don't believe in that. I don't think that that can happen. But I'd like to think that we can choose our battles a little bit better. That we can choose our battles collectively a little bit fucking smarter. And if we are gonna fight, make it fucking a fight that makes sense. Like for example, somebody that you don't like supports a hashtag that you don't 100% agree with. Is that person the same thing as a Nazi now? Is that person like a fascist or whatever now? Or maybe they just have a different opinion on that hashtag. Is it really fucking worth, like, jumping to just unfucking believable levels? Like, I mean, I'm not kidding you guys. Like, I've seen some of the most ridiculous shit being peddled about people for the most inconsequential disagreements. I've seen huge content creators in recent days turn a nothing disagreement into a fucking explosion. And I'm tired of it. I'm fucking tired of it. Thank you for the ban. Appreciate that. Leftist Cov 22. I'll be smoking that Demon Mama pack. Can't wait for you to be removed from the internet. You are just a fascist now. It's literally that simple, as are all of you in the audience. Obviously a troll. Metal Murphy says, something to raise your spirits. You recently helped a friend of mine raise enough money to make the move to her new home. We successfully did so this past Friday, thanks to you and this community. Imps, you hear that shit? You hear that shit? We helped somebody's life get better. That's what these communities can do. It's not all about that. I'm not trying to say you need to do a charity drive every single stream. I'm not even saying that it's about charity. I'm just saying that these spaces can be fucking cool. They can make you feel better if we make that decision. If we choose to listen for the motherfucking signal. If we filter out the motherfucking noise. Not telling people not to fight. I'm not telling people not to disagree with each other. I'm telling people to fucking take a deep breath and touch some motherfucking grass. And I mean that in the mental and spiritual sense, okay? Take a breath, think about the things that you're gonna engage in and if they're worth engaging in. God knows I've put so many fucking things aside. It sounds like you're talking about people gaining levels of maturity. Well, it's hard to say that because while there are a lot of young people on the left, young people have to learn from other people around them. They learn from their peers, but they also learn from people who aren't young anymore. And it's important that people are actually able to build relationships of example, that people are able to build relationships of like mentorship, and that people are, more importantly, just able to build actual social connections altogether. And that's what I want to encourage my viewers. I have 700 people, over 700 people watching right now. Hell, we have like almost 800 people watching. Yeah, we have almost 800 people watching right now. Build social connections. Make a real effort to build social connections, not parasocial connections. Connect with the people in these audiences. Enjoy this content, of course. I'm a streamer. I'm not gonna tell you not to have fun. I fucking love streaming. I love watching other people's streams, but we have to be having an okay time. We have to stop whatever this fucking horrible nightmare that we found ourselves wrapped up in on certain sites. We have to fix it. It's not tenable. So I'm encouraging all of you who are listening now to make a serious effort. Look for the context. Build a little bit in of a margin of error for other people to the best of your ability. And also, build actual social connections with one another. Social media, but specifically Twitter, is a place of unfathomably shallow connections. The connections that people make on Twitter most of the time they disappear within minutes. You probably can't even remember all of the conversations that you've had in the last couple of days on Twitter. If you're involved in discourse, you don't even remember the people you were engaging with. Stop them. take that energy and put it into having a real conversation or sharing some memes or laughing or looking at some art and talking about it with people that you actually have some kind of connection with. And if you don't have people that you have a connection with, seek them out. Everybody knows my Discord is one of the fucking coziest places on the planet, and I'm not the only person who hosts a Discord. Discord.gg/demonmama. People have been chatting like crazy in there. It's like bumping every single day. And mine isn't the only one. Discord is mid. Nuts, you are a absolutely miserable wretch, and we love you, but let's be real. Whatever you have to say about connecting socially is probably people should do the opposite. I'm a bully? To you? Yes. I feel like such a boomer for not really getting Discord. It's just a popular place to connect with people. It's a bunch of chat rooms. A server is a collection of chat rooms, and some servers have overlap with other servers, some of them don't. But you just go into the server and you pick the place that's most interesting to you, and unfortunately, like all technology, there's a bit of a learning curve, but once you learn it, there's a lot of great stuff to have. Oh my god, it's just game facts. It's a series of tubes, that's all. Yeah, exactly. Spooky Star says, to be honest, in my experience, it's garbage literally everywhere that leftists can congregate online. I don't use Twitter, and I have been completely fucked by this on other platforms. Doesn't that just tell you that we need to try even harder? Doesn't that tell you that this prolongated fucking funeral sermon that I'm giving is even more important than ever? If lefty spaces online suck, whose fault is it? It's us. We're the ones who make these spaces. And it's up to us to be the ones who say, maybe I'm gonna hold my tongue a little bit. Maybe I'm gonna take a fucking chill pill for a minute. Maybe I'm gonna take a breather. That's fantastic. I have to save that. Thank you very, very much. That's absolutely fantastic. I need to cut this out and use this. In one of those thumbs up memes. I do think that in recent memory, a lot of very influential content creators have sort of given in to their worst impulses with regards to drama. And I don't entirely blame them. I get it. Conflicts are tempting. And especially when you're fucking mad and you want to get into a fight with somebody. But, and sometimes that fight is totally justified. I'm never gonna say that nobody has a right to get in a fucking conflict with somebody else. God knows. I don't think that, like, I am like the anti-centralist. I'm the anti, like, everybody needs to follow the same rules. I don't believe that at all. I don't want to repeat myself too much. I just think that it's time that we fucking reanalyze how we're choosing our battles. Yeah? People should smoke more weed? Yeah, maybe. There are so many really good people in these spaces, okay? There's a lot of people I don't like, but there's also a lot of really fucking good people. There's a lot of people who are just really fucking good. And that doesn't mean they don't make mistakes, but mistakes aren't the fucking same thing as being a bad person. People should metaphorically smoke more weed. There we go. And at least for me, I've been making an effort for a long time to spend my energy here on YouTube, where I can do stuff like this, where I can have long form discussions with my community. I've been making an effort to post on my Mastodon, where I can sort of share my thoughts, which, you know, you can find me at masto.anarch.cc/demonmama. That's where you can find me. I'm over there. I post long form thoughts over there. And soon I'm going to be running my own little blog, which just will give you guys more stuff to read and talk about. But to end this all up, to wrap this up, because I've been rambling for a long time and I want to make sure that this lands home. The current state of the Twitter left is it's death. It's done. It's over with. Whatever we decide to build going forward is going to be something new. And I want to encourage us to build something that doesn't fall into the same traps, that doesn't fall into the content-brained, conflict-driven focus, that instead, if nothing else, at least that we can have a good time. Let's fucking roast some conservatives, for fuck's sake. God knows there's enough of them. God knows there's enough of these motherfuckers saying heinous bullshit. Let's fucking roast those assholes. Those guys really have some problems. So everyone, let the vultures eat. They're eating for sure. I can say that much for sure. The vultures are having their fill of the rotten and stinky flesh of the Twitter left. Let's take all that energy that we wasted being miserable on that shithole site. Let's stop letting it flood out into our other spaces. Let's say goodbye to this fucking bullshit. And let's build something new from here, okay? Sound fucking good? Does that sound good? Sounds good to me. And it wouldn't be fair if I didn't wrap this up with something a little more final. So, real quick. Yes. Let's have less of this, okay? Let's have less of this, all right? Let's have less of this. Everyone, please join me in a momentary salute. The Twitter left did its best, and now it is a stinky, rotten, bloated corpse being eaten by vultures and maggots. Let us all send it off with a small drop of honor together.
On the edge of the crater, like the prophets once said, and the ashes are all cold now, no more bullets, and the embers are dead. Whispers in the air tell the tales of the brothers gone. Desolation, devastation. What a mess we made.
What a mess we made. When it all went wrong.
Watching from the edge of the circus for the games to begin. Gladiators draw their swords, form their ranks for Armageddon. I'm nuclear, I'm war, I'm breaking up in
Rest in peace. And may what comes be more fucking poggers than ever. Yeah? Also, don't forget to press like if you're fucking hearing the signal, baby! If you're hearing the signal and you're ready for something fucking new. Because I got shit for you. I got stuff for you. I bet you didn't expect that. I bet you didn't expect that after the funeral, there would be an after party. But let me tell you, do I have something special for all of you? Because see, we're entering truly a new arc, okay? It's fucking true. I can't play that though, that's copyrighted. They'll get slapped. A clip from me the other day. Wait a minute. Oh no, no, what is this? What is this? Oh no. I'll tell you what we're gonna do after this though, because you guys are gonna love it, okay? What is this? If I have to ride on this horse any longer, I'm gonna complain. If I have to ride... This was from my Kingdom Come Deliverance fucking, when I was hating on Kingdom Come Deliverance. I'm quite hungry. Oh my God. Henry's come to town. Everybody, today we are going to do a special deep dive, okay? Because I have felt the need for us to do some new fun things. And so I thought, you know what everybody could do with? Everybody could do with gazing into the true madness that exists. Everybody's been so preoccupied with fighting with each other on Twitter that you've forgotten that an entire world of conspiracy theorists lives out there. And some of them are so funny that you can't even believe it. And I happen to have been tipped off, thanks to a friend of mine, to an incredible conspiracy theory community. And I haven't watched any of their videos yet. I have only seen clips from this channel, but let me tell you, it's gonna be very interesting, okay? Because, so how many of you are familiar here? How many of you all are familiar here with the concept of Tartaria? Okay, thank you to Retcon, by the way, for turning me on to this. Anybody here familiar with it? Oh, we're gonna have so much fucking fun. We're gonna have so much motherfucking fun, okay? So there's this community on the internet that has convinced themselves that there was an ancient society of giants that existed in the early 1800s, and they have systematically rewritten history such that you would never know that basically Bigfoots were running all over everywhere. And there's like a lot of channels talking about this right now, and I just thought it would be like super, super fun to like look into it and just sort of like fresh react to some of this stuff. Like I'm just very excited, okay? Take a look at this, okay? This is a video. Yes, the mud flood. Some people know. Some people know about this shit, okay? I'm really excited to dive into this with you because I think this is gonna be amazing, okay? Like, look at this video. The truth about Tartaria. Did it exist? Tartaria explained. Now, I don't know everything about Tartaria yet, but I did a small amount of early research because people brought up Tartaria in a Moist Critical stream recently, and he reacted to like a couple of clips, and so I learned a little bit alongside him. But I'm not, as you can tell, even though I do go, woohoo baby, let's go, even though I can do that, I am not Moist Critical. I'm not Charlie. I don't do that. I do things differently. So this shit, I saw this and I was like, oh my God, it's fucking, whoo, It's time. We found it. We found the way to have fun again. No, not Terraria. Tartaria. A connected idea is that Latin was made up by the Pope in English and the English, two groups known for their friendship. Oh, yes. Oh, no, we're going to watch Mind Unveiled. Retcon, that's who we're going to watch. That's who I wanted to see. I needed to see Mind Unveiled. That's who we're going to react to first. Because, guys, like, just look at this, okay? Hold on a second. Look. Creating images from mind, dream machine, ancient tech, magnetic rims, sports are fake. Charleston unveiled, volcano prohibition tunnels. Pigs are humans, the human meat markets. Willy Wonka exposed, kids into candy. Tartaria explained. Humanoid creatures cover up. Accidental exposure in Thailand. Hairy little person caught on tape. You know what, guys? Let's do this. Let's start with a small one. This is a nice short video. Let's fucking do it together. Are you all ready? If you're fucking ready for this shit, if you're ready to understand the truth, to have your mind blown wide the fuck open by the truth of the goblins, by the Bigfoot empire of Tartaria, by the secret mud flap flood, the mud butt flood of 1982. What? Oh, my button broke. My button broke. Press the like button. Smack that motherfucking like button. Smack that motherfucking subscribe button, because we are gonna have some fun tonight. Nobody's been having fun lately, but tonight, that's right. I've received a request to do the Alex Jones voice, and it's been a little while. I just gotta make sure I gotta fall into the proper Alex Jones tone here. Sorry. Sorry. If you're ready to have a real good time and understand the secrets that the demon rats have been keeping from you, this is the night. Tonight's the night, and you will know that you had a good time here on Demon Mama. All right, everybody, let's fucking do it. Let's watch little human caught, hairy little person caught on tape. Let's fucking do it. I'm fucking ready.
Hey everyone, welcome back to Cryptids Unveiled. Now, I already know what some of you guys are thinking. Oh my god, another one of these stupid cryptid videos, and it seems to be about 50-50 lately. A lot of y'all seem to really be enjoying this type of content, and some of you guys think that we're just trolling and spreading nonsense, and that's totally fine. If you think it's dumb, then comment and tell us why. Personally, I do think that there's something going on with these videos.
I love it.
And the more we open,
I love the energy. If you think I'm stupid, please comment and boost my content further.
Our minds to the possibilities, the more we can discover. It's not
okay,
really
okay, hold on. One thing we have to do though, okay? I do not know if this channel leans into JQ stuff, okay? I don't know if this channel leans into QAnon stuff, but I want you all to keep your eyes and ears peeled, because there is a very, very good chance that it does, okay? I'm just saying. I don't know. I literally don't know. I have not watched this channel yet. I have only heard through the grapevine that we're in for a wild ride. But if you see it, you gotta let me know and we'll talk about it. They hate Democrats. Well, we'll get there. We'll get there. I do know that part. I do know they don't like Democrats.
About saying, you know, that these videos are undeniable proof, but more so just opening our minds and trying to question what might possibly be living in our reality. So someone sent us this link in the comments of our Thailand video, and to me it's one of the best cryptid videos that I've ever seen. It's a pretty straightforward video. It's just what seems to be a hairy tiny person.
Okay. This is, in their own words, one of the best cryptid videos they've ever seen. Okay? Just remember that that's what they said before we watch this, and we'll judge for ourselves. Think for yourself, chat!
There doesn't seem to be any CGI, and I highly doubt that it's another performance or costume. There's definitely something going on, and I think we all have the right to ask questions.
Holy shit! Did you guys see that shit? We have to watch it again. Hold
It's
on.
another performance or costume. There's definitely something going on, and I think we all have the right to ask questions.
Oh my god! Oh my god! Where'd he go? He can teleport too! He can teleport! Did you see he disappeared? He can also, holy shit! How did they miss that? He's not just hairy, he can teleport! Leave my man alone. He was clearly trying to take a dump when you came along with your loud fucking bikes. Leave him alone. Leave little Harry alone. Oh my god, are they gonna try and catch him? No way. Was that his secret weapon?
Now the video goes pretty fast, so let's take a look at some still frames. It looks like these dirt bikers are just riding through the Aceh forest on the island of Sumatra, Indonesia. As they're riding down this path,
Indonesia. Guys, what do we know about Indonesia? What can you guys... Does Indonesia have a lot of Bigfoot activity?
Small humanoid being gets frightened and starts running away from them. You can see that this being is carrying a spear and looks to be quite hairy.
This being... Okay, unironically though, like, let's be real. This is clearly just a guy. Like, it's just a dude. Like, do they not believe that, like, short dudes exist? And also, like, what do you mean this being? It's just obviously a human. This is just obviously a small guy. Why would you say, like, this being, he's naked, he was probably scared, he probably didn't expect anybody to be coming by. He might have literally actually been taking a dump.
Something that's not really mentioned in the articles that cover the video.
What? What am I supposed to be making out here? This guy's back looks smooth as fuck. That doesn't look hairy.
It is moving pretty fast, and it runs into the tall grass in order to get away. The people on the bikes then go after it as they're quite shocked at
Why the fuck? They're itting it?
what they just saw. Now, the footage is shaky and overexposed, but there are a couple shots that show that this is in fact some sort of living creature. It doesn't seem to be...
It is clear, indeed, it is clear that this is a living creature. No fucking shit, bro. It's a person. You scared some guy and he ran because you were fucking running him down. It's clear that this is a living creature. Wow. Genius. Just, oh my fucking God. Incredible.
Some sort of human teenager that's just out in the wilderness of some lost tribe, and it's definitely not dwarfism. You can see that the proportion...
Sockdon Left says, do you think this channel is a grift or mentally pepega? Okay, the one thing that you need to know about all conspiracy theorists, it is always both, okay? Without a question, it is always both. Every conspiracy theorist is always both a grift and fucking bonkers, okay? Every time. There's this fucking great documentary about flat Earth, and what's the documentary called? What's it fucking called? Not the one that Dan Olson did. It's on Netflix. I think it's called, is it called Behind the Curve? Is that the one? Yes. Behind the Curve is the name of the movie. And in that one, they just kind of go to a bunch of conventions and you realize that all of these people, their livelihoods are intrinsically tied to the flat Earth. They make their money by selling flat Earth related merchandise, by getting speaking fees at flat Earth events. Yeah. Anyway, let's find out about this definitely living thing.
Proportions are clearly adult human proportions, just at a much smaller scale. So it's really intriguing because in this area, Nat Geo and History Channel have covered finding bones of an ancient pygmy people.
Killjoy 40K says, "Are you talking about Bob the 15-degree thing, where they literally prove in the video that the Earth isn't flat, and then they have to twist themselves into knots to maintain their dissonance?" Yes, they twist themselves up in complete and utter knots because they're making money doing it, and because they don't want to be embarrassed, and so they just, instead of confronting the truth, they just alter their worldview. It's wild. Gayfish says there's one guy in that movie that had a kick-ass bike and made dope flat Earth models. That's true. The guy in that film, there's one guy who's like a genuine artist. He's making money and he's also kind of bonkers, but he was really good at what he did. He made these sick-ass models and he made a flat Earth themed bike. Fucking crazy. Oh no, we already got into phrenology. Oh shit, I didn't even realize. I was so distracted.
Nat Geo and History Channel have covered finding bones of an ancient pygmy people, but it seems a little fishy. It just seems like a way to divert curiosity by giving us a corporate answer.
What? No, you can't be serious. It's like we found evidence of people who were much smaller. That's got to be a scam, because it's not as fun as me believing that the aliens put a little tiny Bigfoot over on Indonesia Island. Fucking incredible. big boring geology textbook strikes again. Oh, I love the Giants one. Oh my God, so fucking incredible.
However, the issue is that they date these beings similar to how they date cavemen, which is of course thousands and thousands of years ago. But this isn't just some fantastical idea. In fact, the mainstream media doesn't even deny that this video is real. There isn't any fact-checking, and the spread—
It says right on the screen, unproven. That doesn't mean that it is real because it's unproven. That just means that there's no evidence to say that it's fucking real. How would you even do that? This is a random blurry phone video of a naked guy running across the road from some assholes on dirt bikes.
of the news gained the attention of the Aceh government, and they dispatched a search team to find the Monte people and examine their real existence. As if they would actually release their genuine findings if they discovered anything.
Guys, we need to divert millions of dollars to pay an entire team to go and harass some random naked person in the woods. It's so important. This YouTube channel told us it was insanely important that we go send a science team to go fucking heckle the random person living naked in the woods.
Because this would most likely debunk or skew the modern evolution narrative. Why are there tiny small humanoid beings in the forest? It would bring up too many—
Why are there tiny small humans that are everywhere? This is not even that small of a guy. Like, there are even— I can't believe that I'm gonna have to tell them this, but there are even smaller people. In fact, one of them is a famous movie star named Peter Dinklage. What? There are people who are shorter than you might expect? Whoa!
Questions. The Monte people are one of the earliest ethnic groups frequently mentioned in the legendary—
Exactly. Retcon's like, it could have just been some random kid swimming in a nearby creek. Yeah.
folklore said to inhabit Aceh, Indonesia. The mythical Monte tribe are said to be smaller than the average man and flee when they see people from the outside world. There's a record from the 17th century where it's claimed that 2 Monte tribesmen were captured and presented to the Sultan, but of course, mainstream experts say that this is all legend and that there isn't any evidence. Well, I think a lot of us think that this video seems to—
One of the things that's super funny about conspiracy theorists that you guys are going to notice as we watch more of this stuff, because we are definitely watching more of this. As you can see, this shit is fucking hilarious. But one of the things that conspiracy theorists love to do is they love to like say that just because there is something that is old that is necessarily true. Like, I found this picture in an old book and that means that it had to be real, when it could have just been like, it could have been a bullshitter in the past. It could have just been somebody's fucking 1700s equivalent of a D&D game. It could be somebody's trying to like tell a story or a legend. It could just be fucking random shit that they were wrong about. But just because it's old, it has to be true. Unless it contradicts the narrative that there's like a secret Bigfoot empire covering the entire planet. Get to the Chanka says, Indonesia just has like 3 foot tall people all over the place. Not even cryptids, just like working at McDonald's and shit. Well, I don't know if they're that short, but this guy doesn't even look like he's 3 feet tall. This guy looks like he's like 4.5 feet tall.
To say otherwise, and there's really nothing to debunk the legitimacy of the video. These experts tell us that an ancient race of small hobbit-like humans lived on the Indonesian island of Flores, on the other side of the
Oh yeah, and without a doubt, just so you know, without a doubt, every single fucking time that that you talk to a conspiracy theorist, you should count down the moments until they make a reference to Lord of the Rings, without question.
Around 50,000 years ago, they stood around 3.5 feet tall and had smaller brains. Fossils of...
Oh no, here we go. Oh shit, here we go.
The Flores hobbit showed that the early people had small brains and no chin. You see that there's no mention of these beings having had hair at all, and it's entertaining to consider that these might be completely separate from human beings. So you can see why they would want to keep this hush-hush, as it sort of...
Literally just look at this shit. They don't even show you where this is from. I bet you this is from like somebody's art project. They don't even tell you what this is. They're just showing a random dude, a random lion man. It's from like a fucking Elden Ring promotional image.
Sort of begins to connect with other cryptids such as Bigfoots and Sasquatches from around the world. Are they maybe other versions of humans? The small tribe were also recognized as hunters and guerrilla warriors when the Dutch held Indonesia in the 19th century. News of...
This is old, so it must be real. Oh my god, are we having breaking news? Holy shit, they actually existed. Oh my god, holy shit, the face chest men existed. They got a picture. How can you argue with this irrefutable fucking proof?
The creature first reached the West in the early 20th century via Dutch colonists.
They're people! Why are you calling them creatures? They're people! You just said that they were a people with a civilization! These people, these fucking conspiracy theorists are always such assholes.
In 1918, the Sumatran governor, L.C. Westenek, recorded an event that took place in 1910. A boy from Padang employed as an...
Oh my god! It's the what's it fucking called? The gorilla titan? The monkey titan? It's literally the one from Attack on Titan.
Overseer by Mr. Van H.
The beast titan. It's just
had to stake the boundaries of a piece of land for which a long lease had been applied. One day he took several coolies under the virgin forest of the Barisan Mountains near Loebuek Salasik. Suddenly, he saw some 15 meters away a large creature low on its feet, which ran like a man.
I can confirm.
It was very hairy and was not an orangutan, but its face was not like an ordinary man.
I proved it! I too have seen these creatures!
Others have speculated that it was Orang Pendek, which literally means short man, but refers to cryptids in a remote mountain forest of Sumatra. Because you can see if they claim that it's just some lost tribe, that they can say it's just some deformation or dwarfism. But if it's some sort of cryptid, then that's completely... And say it's just some deformation or dwarfism. But if it's some sort of cryptid, then that's completely different.
Huh? I can't even understand what the argument's supposed to be there. What incentive does anyone have in either direction? You could say that it's dwarfism, but they won't say that it's a cryptid. Maybe because there's tons of evidence of dwarfism, and there's no evidence of this random bullshit cryptid you just made up 10 seconds ago.
Researchers have reported numerous sightings of orang pendek since the 1920s, whom they believe are no more than 120 centimeters in height. This humanoid creature is said to be bipedal and covered in thick fur. Regardless of the size...
Okay, that's literally just an orangutan. This is just the same. This is the same thing. Orang is Indonesian for person, and orangutan just means forest person or forest dude.
It's an incredibly powerful creature and is said to have the strength to rip small trees straight out of the ground, according to Exemplar, which refers to it as an ape man of Sumatra.
Oh wait, this is where the connection. I got it. I figured out where they're going. Remember how how the naked guy in the video was holding a stick? Now they're gonna say the rumor said that this legendary creature could rip trees out, and he was holding a stick, which means a stick is basically a tree.
Westenek recorded another encounter in 1917. A Mr. Oostink, owner of a coffee plantation in Dataran,
Hey, fuck you,
was in the forests at the base of the Boykit Kaba when he saw a figure sitting on the ground about 30 feet away. According to Oostink, his body was as large as a medium-sized native's, and he had thick square shoulders not sloping at all. The color was not brown, but looked like black earth, a sort of dusty black, more gray than black.
No,
He clearly
but I'll check
noticed
that
my
out,
presence.
Brackenborg.
He did not do so much as turn his head, but stood up on his feet. He seemed quite as tall as I, about 175 meters. Then I saw that it was not a man, and I started back, for I was not armed. The creature took several paces, without the least haste, and then, with his ludicrous...
Where the fuck did this come from? Are you really trying to tell me that this random picture that's like clearly from like some sort of illuminated text or art project imitating illuminated text, are you telling me this was from Indonesia?
long arm, grasped a sapling, which threatened to break under his weight, and quietly sprang into a tree, swinging in great leaps, alternatively left and right. These sightings continued into the 1920s, some of them at very close range. In May 1927, a Dutch plantation worker called A.H.W. Kramer, who lived in Kerinci, reported seeing an orang pendek from a distance of only 10 meters. It had long hair and black skin. The beast ran away, leaving small human-like footprints. Also, in 1927, an orang pendek was said to have been caught in a tiger trap, but broke free. The traces of blood it left were examined by zoologists.
Ah, damn, they caught it, but it got away. That's never happened to a cryptid before. As we watch these, you guys are all of you who have never dived into conspiracy theory content, you guys are gonna catch on to the tropes. One of the biggest tropes when it comes to, one of the most common tropes when it comes to cryptids is they caught it, but it got away before anybody could get a photo or before anybody else could see it. Subs and Soda, hey there, Demon Mama. That's quite the title you have going on there. Well, you missed the funeral. It was earlier. We're doing fun things now. This is the reception after the funeral. Okay. Yeah, I saw the links, by the way. Yes, I saw the links of the hypertrichosis. Yeah, of course. Like this is like a look at that. It's like a well-established thing. Like people who grow more hair on their face, it's like a well-established thing that happens. It's just you're just hairy. Like when you have that, it's fine, I guess. Yeah. Anyway, let's continue.
Just K.W. Damerman, who conducted that it was not from a bear, gibbon, or human. In the 1930s, interest in the creature waned, perhaps due to in part to the outbreak of the Second World War and the Indonesian struggle for independence that followed. It was not thrust into the public gaze again until...
Aska says, "You are just hairy, wizard." It's fucking true.
Till the Englishwoman, Debbie Martyr, began her research in the late 1980s. Martyr stayed on Sumatra and began to collect eyewitness accounts that would eventually fill several volumes. She had her own sighting in 1990. I saw it in the middle of September. I had been out here 4 months. At the time, I was 90% certain there was something here.
This guy isn't hairy. This guy's a strawberry. This is the strawberry man. Look at him. He's got fucking seeds. Also, can we say transmasc representation? He's got top surgery scars. Based trans strawberry man.
It was not just traditional stories. When I saw it, I saw an animal that didn't look like anything in any of the books I had read, films I had seen, or zoos I had seen. It did indeed walk rather like a person, and that was a shock. It was a relatively small, immensely strong, non-human primate, but it was very gracile, and it was an odd thing. If you looked at the animal, you might say that it resembled a saimang, or an agile gibbon on steroids. It didn't look like an orangutan. Their proportions are very different. It's built like a boxer, with immense upper body strength. It was a gorgeous color, moving bipedally and trying to avoid being seen.
On steroids? I think she added that. I do not believe that some 17th century or whatever this fucking is, didn't this guy say he was there on the spice trade? There's no way he was like, it looked like a monkey on steroids in the 1700s or whatever. Did I miss the date on this? Maybe it's just really, really hard. Yeah, ye oldie roids.
So, what do you think? Is this another BS video just to dramatize some random little person in the forest? Or is there something
Dude, roided gibbon, John Smith, 1745.
else? Something that's been hidden from us? A group of intelligent, hairy, small humanoids that have been living in this area for thousands of years and have been known to us since the 17th century. I can't help but wonder, why do we not take local and native stories as anything more than fantasy? Why do we assume that so many of us never having been outside our own countries, that we know so much about the world and who inhabits it? Because,
well, the good news is, it's not just those stories, okay? I think that it's a little bit funny to say that, like, oh, everybody in those areas believes that literally in all of these things and not as an aspect of mythology. But the good news is that there's all kinds of bullshit cryptids in every other part of the world, like fairies and gnomes. Are you trying to tell me that there's, like, every night there's a gnome that goes into my house and fixes my shoes and socks? Maybe because I'm not a believer in gnomes, maybe that's why my shoes keep wearing out. I wonder if they have any videos on gnomes. Holy shit, this looks so good. This one, Christmas Unveiled, The Pied Piper, The Templar's Secret, Saturn's Workshop, Ancient Cloning Factories. God, these look so good. I can't wait. Ooh. I was that mountain man kidnapped by Bigfoot on my way to work one day. After 6 long nights, I escaped with my life, but nobody believes a word that I say for some reason. I want to see if I can find, I wonder if they have any gnomes. Let me see, gnome. Wait a minute. This one is tagged with gnome. Why is this tagged with gnome? All right, we're gonna have to watch the... This is one about gnomes and fairies! Yes! All right, we're doing it, everybody. The next one, Repopulation Postcards, Cabbage Patch Kids, 1800s Cloning, and the Babylon Babies. This is tagged with gnome and fairy. Are you ready to get fucking gnomed for real? Everybody, if you're ready to get fucking gnomed hardcore, put a fucking hypers in chat, okay? Hypers in chat if you're ready to get fucking gnomed! Come on, hit me. Yeah, there we go. That's what I'm looking for. Woo! Incredible. Let's fucking do this. The g is silent. Oh, sorry. The blank is silent. I'm not supposed to say that. I will always say it like gnome, and if you don't like that, I will kick your fucking gnome ass. There you go. Let's go.
Search on Old World Photoshop, we began to notice a trend with old postcards from the 1900s showing early examples of compositing. There isn't much information on these. If there's a catalog...
Wait, is the audio bad? Do I need to boost up the audio? Here, I'll boost the audio. That is very quiet. I'm gonna need to boost it up. He has to be quiet or the... Don't be insensitive, chat. Don't be fucking insensitive. He has to be quiet or the gnomes will get scared and then he won't be able to document them. Don't be fucking ridiculous. You yell if you want to attract goblins. You have to be quiet if you want gnomes around. Idiots.
It's not easy to come by, but many of these are early examples of photo manipulation.
There we go. Let's try this.
They had surreal, real photo postcards, in which they would attempt to trick people with the illusion of photography. As we continued to look through these old postcards, a very strange and unsettling trend started to become apparent. It began with just simple baby postcards. At first thought, it seems like any ordinary postcard. But as with the same Sky postcard mystery, where the author began to see a trend of a variety of postcards, well, there's a category of postcards that deserves its own name and label, but it doesn't seem very...
Holy shit. This may have been the world's first terrible boomer meme. Can you imagine what conspiracy theorists are gonna say about fucking minion memes in the future? They're gonna be like, you might believe that in the past, there was no such thing as a minion. But if you look on Facebook, you will see thousands of accounts of dead people, and they strangely posted at each other images of these strange little yellow men. These tiny little people who spoke in a language that was like, blah, 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 blah. Add scary fucking music.
Very well known, as there are no websites or videos explaining this topic. We shall call it the mystery of the repopulation postcards. There are other...
The what? The what? What? No one has ever talked about this, so I am gonna freeball it. Let's have fun. I love it. The acceleration just from fucking... I couldn't find any sources on this, so I figured, why not just make it up? Why not just make it up, but pretend that I'm taking part in a broad conspiracy theory? Oh, it's fucking amazing. Let's fucking do
There
this.
are names for this style, such as baby postcards. By the end of this video...
If there's a name, oh, wait a second. If there's a name for this fucking type of postcard, that definitely means somebody else wrote about this, you fucking dude. You just didn't want to read it. Oh.
You'll be shocked at how many of these there are. We're talking in the thousands. We found one reference to what these cards were in a book on Amazon named Babylon, Surreal Babies, in which the author describes these same peculiar 1900s postcards and how they were deeply influential to many famous artists, including Salvador Dali. Yet, the author even admits that little is known of their history. In order to understand why we've labeled them repopulation postcards, a thorough understanding of resets, Tartaria, orphan trains, incubators, asylums, and oddfellows will be necessary. These cards depict babies being grown.
Yes! I love the
There are many different styles.
I fucking love the fucking boomer shooter music. This is the most like Doom Wolfenstein ass shit. Oh, it's incredible.
In this category, one of the most interesting is the Cabbage Patch Babies, a variety of themes involving growing babies.
Okay. As you can clearly see, these postcards of paintings of cute babies in funny positions, the only explanation is that there was a secret society of giants in the 1800s and they had already discovered cloning. This is the only explanation.
Babies on plants.
Everyone, I have news, okay? I have news. I have severe and important news, okay? All right? Wait, why is it doing this? I just want to see the image. This is the one. This is it. I have news, everybody. I have discovered an ancient artifact depicting our history. Recently, I found a dusty rack in my local grocery store. And in it, I discovered a forgotten relic of the past, a calendar that strangely had depictions of cats battling with technology far greater than our own. And it made me concerned because I had to ask, these have been sitting here for so long and they're covered in a layer of dust. Is it possible that by sheer happenstance, an earthquake, or perhaps a large pallet of Diet Coke unsettled an ancient hidden artifact depicting a time before our own, in which it was so commonplace to have cats battling each other with laser technology that it was even depicted on calendars? It really makes you think, doesn't it?
Babies on mushrooms? Babies in the water.
Oh my God. That's a baby in a basket. Oh my God, that's a corn. That's a baby on a corn. Did you miss the one? He didn't even mention it. How fucked up is that? It's a baby. The babies are on corn. I think what this is trying to depict is the dominance of ancient monocropping, that they had super corn in the past. And that let them have many babies because the corn fed them so well. I think it's a beehive. Well, yeah, you would think that. That's what the government would tell you, that it's a beehive. What a corporate answer.
Babies in a nest. Babies in eggs being hatched?
Oh my God, why would people depict babies coming out of eggs? I don't understand it. Can anybody help me understand why people might depict babies coming out of eggs? Eggs don't. Nothing young or like a baby comes out of an egg. An egg is just what I make for breakfast in the morning. Why would they depict babies coming out of eggs? Strange, isn't it?
Then the babies arrive on the train.
Okay. Okay, look, I don't want to go too far here, but am I wrong to say that, like, I kind of think that if you're like, if you go out of your way to censor like the butt and like baby penis of like a baby in an ancient postcard, in a postcard from 1700, that's a little bit of a self-report, isn't it? Am I wrong about that? It feels weird to like take your time, like, I need to censor the butts. Like it's a baby, right? Maybe I'm wrong, but I think it's a little bit of a, you know, a little bit of a fucking self-report there. Yeah, they didn't censor Bigfoot's penis. Why is that? Could be a YouTube thing. I don't think so. This is art.
These photos, as if
they're like historical art.
Someone's trying to tell us something.
What are they trying to tell us?
We've also got kids in Cabbage Patches. Does this have anything to do with the Cabbage Patch Kids? So where do babies come from? In the early 1900s, the most common answer given to children would simply be that the stork would bring the babies, or that they were found in a cabbage patch. But why would babies be found in cabbage patches? The legend of the Cabbage Patch Kids...
Oh my god, wow, you're telling me that parents in the fucking 1800s in literal Victorian England wouldn't have conversations about their kids, with their kids, about sexual education? You're telling me they would say, we found that babies show up in the cabbage patch delivered by gnomes, or that storks... Oh, are we gonna get stork pilled? I really hope we get stork pilled. I'm fucking ready.
...involves a young boy named Xavier, who meets a mystical fairy bunny bee creature, so a hybrid or chimera, and he
oh no, here we
follows
go.
this bunny bee through a secret tunnel behind a waterfall. On the other side of this waterfall, he finds that babies are being produced in a cabbage patch. The stork, known as Colonel Casey, would then come and pick up the babies. He even has his own uniform. So he's a worker, a soldier, as well as the Cabbage Patch Kids' official historian that would then deliver the babies to their new home.
He's a warrior king and a warrior poet, excuse me. Don't fucking say he's a... This man is clearly bourgeois. He's a like 1800s fucking colonel. Don't fucking disrespect him by comparing him to the peasantry. He holds land. He has a title.
Not only that, but there's an evil witch named Lavender McDay. She and her weasel and jackrabbit henchmen are literally trying to enslave the Cabbage Patch Kids to be miners to dig for gold in the valley. You can get all the exposition for the lore and the story through their 10-song album. It goes over how they were created, to the witch, to even a lament about their enslavement. It's pretty dark. The original concept for the cloth dolls was created by Martha Nelson Thomas, and she called them doll babies. And the story really had nothing to do with cabbages or chimeras or witches. It wasn't until Xavier Roberts, or Xavier, like the little boy in the story, hijacked her design that it became what it is today. So I can't help but wonder if Xavier Roberts just came up with the story all on his own, like...
Yes, he did.
Did it come to him from the collective consciousness? Or does he just have a soft spot for child labor?
From the collective consciousness. That's what this person thinks like ideas are. Every time you think of something, it's just the collective consciousness. I mean, all right, listen, a bold interpretation, but fair. I can't really get mad at you for having that type of I guess you could argue all humans are connected and we do socially influence each other.
There's actually a place you can go in White County, Georgia, where they do live births, and you can look it up on YouTube.
This is kind of educational.
To see what I'm talking about. Georgia, where they do live births, and you can look it up on YouTube to see what I'm talking about. The bunny bee character also is a hybrid creature of two animals that both symbolize rebirth and resurrection on a mass scale. Okay. As we know, rabbits reproduce in droves, and the bee symbolism makes me think of a hive, or queen or source where all the offsprings originate from. It would seem that this is some sort of reference to babies being created in a lab on a mass scale. why were there so many orphans?
Oh yeah?
Most common answer will be, the baby boom. But this didn't happen until 1946 to 1964. These postcards are from 1890 to 1910. And there's really no explanation for the burst.
There's never been another baby boom. Everybody knows there's only ever been one baby boom in all of history.
Orphans that we see being brought into the United States, or the amount of orphanages and asylums that exist that no longer seem to be necessary. Could the baby boom narrative be a way to sweep this part of history under the rug? The orphanages were all shut down, and after the 60s, people just stopped having babies and getting married after World War II, according to the narrative. Then there were the incubators of the 1900s. It's difficult to keep premature babies alive with modern technology, yet they were doing this back in 1835 in Europe. They turned this into a sideshow, where at the world fairs, they would show off these child hatcheries, these incubators of live
a child hatchery.
children. And for some reason, the royals would come and witness these events.
Okay.
So
maybe because the World's Fair was where inventors showed off their kooky technology, maybe some medical inventor was like, hey, I figured out a way to keep babies warm and safe if they're born prematurely. Also, maybe I'm wrong about this. Nowadays, the survival rate for premature infants is between 60 to 70%. So, hold on, let's take a look at this. This is a children's hospital talking about this. Hold on. In the 1980s, babies born premature at about 500 grams, 1.1 pounds, and at 25 weeks simply didn't survive. Nowadays, 70 to 80% of babies with those exact same birth statistics, the years and the weight survive. But yeah, no premature babies survive in the modern era.
There's this genetic manipulation cloning idea in which these babies are actually being grown in some sort of pods. Perhaps the symbolism of the Cabbage Patch mirrors that process. Humans do resemble plants in the way that we're connected to a stem in our fetal state, and our whole lives are spent ripening.
What? Fruit ripens. Plants don't ripen. Fruit ripens. Wouldn't you leave the fruit stage? If you're drawing a comparison to plants, wouldn't you leave the fruit stage when you're born? And then after that, whatever.
In the fetal abduction theory, we typically see a nurse-looking woman with either a fishing hook or a fishing net pulling a child out of the water. Perhaps the hook and net represent medical tools and the water amniotic fluid. In either scenario...
This one says Christmas wishes. This is very clearly like a silly Christmas postcard, and we just do not have the context to understand, like, the cultural context that makes that funny.
It would make sense that these babies have to end up in incubators or hatcheries. And it begs the question, how did all these premature babies get here? If women back in these days were having babies prematurely, why in such large numbers? And the babies all being babies.
These aren't photos. These are paintings on postcards. Why would you look at this postcard and go, why were women having so many babies, as if that's what was happening? You just acknowledged that this shit is from before the baby boom. So wouldn't the obvious answer be like, they obviously weren't having 18 babies and this is a themed postcard of a drawing? Oh God.
They'd have to have traveled there somehow within a short period of time.
It's not a photograph. It's not a fucking, Retcon says, yeah, well, how come dogs used to be able to smoke cigars and play poker, huh? True, I'm blown out. Blown the fuck out.
What are the chances that so many premature babies were driven from wherever their mothers were to these incubators all in time? And why do they charge people to view them as if this was some sort of exhibition or sideshow? And
Okay, hold on a second. Do you not, the 1800s? The time in which circus freaks were a thing? The time in which they would literally kidnap people from the colonies and put them on display? Like, yeah, of course. It was the Victorian era was it was the rise of industrial capitalism. It was like the worst fucking time ever.
Not a pressing matter of life and death. For centuries, the stork has been thought of as a symbol for new beginnings and family lineage. The idea that this creature represents life-giving events also makes sense because storks are monogamous creatures, and they mate only once every year with their partners that they've chosen beforehand, choosing mates based solely on personality instead of looks, like many other birds. Now we've got kids inside a train. Orphan trains. Why so many orphans?
Who says they're orphans? Who says they're orphans?
Orphans taken from their families? Were they trained to instruct a new generation of genetically created babies?
What?
Or were they womb-napped babies? We've got kids growing on trees. Kids being carried by storks.
We've gone straight off the cliff, everybody.
Her Roman counterpart Juno also favor the stork. And I'm sure you guys remember that quirky little teen pregnancy movie from the 2000s. And I suspect
they're in on it, guys. They're fucking in on it. The creators of Juno were in on the conspiracy because Juno shares a name with a mythological figure, a name that has been used throughout all of history.
that Artemis of Ephesus is an ancient fertility symbol used by the elite to signify their ability to reseed a new population. So we've got hooks removing babies, kids in the water with a woman holding a net or fishing rod. Is the water the amniotic fluid, pulling children from the wombs of—
Maybe the water is the water. They're swimming in the water. Also, these aren't like infants here. These are like, I mean, these are like toddlers and young children. These aren't like actual babies even in this picture.
Their mothers, perhaps? Could that be why there are so many premature babies? Or are they genetically manipulated?
Definitely genetically manipulated.
Is not impossible. Just look at Miracle Millie. I think that the movie Aeon Flux is a great example. Hollywood is
an excellent example.
It's definitely alluding to this reality of artificial repopulation.
Oh yeah, sorry. They were trying to warn us through Aeon Flux. Aeon Flux is not a cartoon, a cartoon movie based off of some bullshit that some guy wrote. It's a warning from Hollywood that there is actually a secret cloning operation going on in the 1800s. They totally. Yeah, bro. Oh my God, you guys wouldn't believe it. I saw this movie, and in the movie there were these little guys. They were called Ewoks, and I was looking at them. I'm like, what the fuck? Is Hollywood trying to tell me something? And so I had to dig deeper, and I discovered that what Hollywood was trying to tell me was that there are Bigfoots in the world, but they keep it secret. So they were small because the truth is out there, but it's been shrunken down, so it's hard to find. That's why they were little Bigfoots. George Lucas was personally trying to tell me this.
The Cabbage Patch Kids sort of reminds me of those medieval occult books that depict humans growing from roots in the grounds or mandrakes.
Those are mandrakes. Oh my god.
Which are known to have occult properties for making one go insane.
The babies are also ready to join their elite clubs, and they're even given top hats. Technology, clothes, and empty cities.
Oh no.
Babies floating in on boats, all signifying children being born or found and then taken by the mother, the one with the basket. Yet, this is a figure that represents the government's function as a mother, a corporate operation of generating foundlings in order to fill their newly emptied and burned cities with new humans. Whoever made these postcards—
Because of the mud flood. That's what they're trying to say here. The cities are empty because of the mud flood. Wait, was this about gnomes? It said it was tagged with gnomes, so I guess maybe they just tagged it with gnomes because.
Cards are trying to tell us something very dark about the world we live in, as if it's humorous. There's an extraordinary
laughing
amount
at you,
of
bro.
work put into these early photo manipulations. One would think there should be a good resource.
Who is the soft-spoken twink? The soft-spoken twink is the like main person on this channel. They're like the main character of this channel.
For these old postcards, but they're rare and difficult to find. Babies with hats. Babies in the empty cities. Babies with new technology. Babies in the classroom. Babies being brought in boats. And babies being grown in a variety of different situations. Is this some type of clever reference to the cloning of humans? We know of the sudden rise in orphans during the 1800s, but where do they all come from? Where do babies come from? All we can hope
No,
is
if
that
you
our
have that one
minds
retcon, I gotta see
may
it.
be unveiled.
Let go of everything you think to be true. Relax the mind and ask the question, do I truly understand what this reality is?
Ooh, this one's the Vanderbilts. Leonardo da Vinci used secret tech? Ooh, which one should we do next? Which one should we do next, I wonder? Let's see. This is the one. Okay, we're doing this one next. The ancient Tartarian bridge. Oh, fuck yes, we're doing the ancient Tartarian bridge. Hell yeah, it's ancient Tartarian bridge time. Okay, I gotta say, this is a fire intro though. All nonsense aside, fucking straight fire intro.
Hey everyone, I hope you guys are having some good holidays. Today, we're looking at the oldest bridge in South Carolina, and it really is mind-blowing. It doesn't really fit with the mainstream narrative and the whole story.
Hello, Lesser Chungus. Welcome to chat. I hope you're ready to enjoy having your mind pulverized in real time. We are in a conspiracy rabbit hole, and it has been genuinely a treat. Okay, we just learned, okay, let me just summarize what we've learned so far, okay? There are tiny Bigfoots, irrefutable proof of tiny ancient Bigfoots in Indonesia. Okay, that was the first thing we learned. Secondly, we learned that there are that babies were being cloned in the 1800s to repopulate after an unnamed, but we presume it to be the Tartarian mud flood of 1800s. And previous to the reset, as they call it, previous to the reset, there was cloning technology, but the government has hidden that from us. However, Hollywood has tried to tell us the truth. They've tried to sneak us taunting clues about the truth of this, such as can be seen in the movie Aeon Flux, and also in the Star Wars movie Attack of the Clones. The imagery in Attack of the Clones was once again George Lucas trying to let us know the secrets from the inside. So anyway, now we're going to learn about the ancient and the real, absolutely real ancient Tatarian bridge in South Carolina.
Is that it was constructed in 1820 as a bridge, and it's really in the middle of nowhere. It's between Asheville and Greenville, and I think you guys will really enjoy this one because it really brings us to question what such a structure is doing out here and why would they want to cover up its history. Alright, so just wanted to document that we're in a area with this type of rock terrain.
Oh my god, yes, it's a real live video. Oh, I love this shit. Yes, inject it right into my veins. Let's see.
Buried boulders, okay? And this is crazy. So watch this. So we're about to come to the Poinsett Bridge. Which is the oldest bridge in South Carolina. And so this bridge looks European, looks so kind of out of place. It's insane.
That's so fucked up. Nobody has ever emulated European architecture in anything, ever. Nobody ever emulates the architecture of another culture fucking ever, bro. Like, what?
Let's see, coming up on it. It's the oldest bridge in South Carolina. So
Chat, shut the fuck up. You guys are so fucking ignorant. You guys think you know so fucking much. You're like, oh, well, people imitate architecture from other locations all the time. Oh, wow, there's Roman and Greek imagery in Washington, D.C. Shut the fuck up, you fucking disbelieving fucking vibe crushers. You guys fucking suck. Fuck you.
it really does not. And we're like,
I bet you motherfuckers don't believe in the chupacabra. I bet you motherfuckers don't believe in ghosts. I bet you motherfuckers don't think that there's fucking aliens probing my asshole right now.
Middle of nowhere. Oh, there's actually some more buried ruins.
Which chupacabra? The New England chupacabra. Yeah, you didn't see that one coming, idiot.
Or something. All right. So let's see. I got to go down to the bottom so you can see it from the front. It's
Not
like
the Jersey
Gothic.
Devil. No, I'm not gonna do. I can't believe I'm gonna have to do this. No, you. Somniostatic, I'm like this far from permanently banning you from my community. Like, that's fucking discriminatory as fucking shit. The New England Chupacabra is not the fucking same as the Jersey Devil. The Jersey Devil is tall and the Chupacabra is small. The Jersey Devil chases you at night. The Chupacabra eats your goats. You fucking clown. Jesus fucking Christ. Don't talk to me about that, Furcifer. Don't fucking do it.
This bridge. Greenville to Asheville. Okay. $18.20? Yeah, right. Yeah, all right. So, notice how this does not look as old as that.
Yeah, okay. I wonder, do you guys think there's any reason why the sign might not look the same as the bridge? Do you think maybe it's like really easy to like clean and update a sign, but it might not be as easy? Nah, that's silly. That's fucking silly. That's
right, pretty obvious. Okay, so hold on. Should I walk over this really quick?
No, dude, no, they're gonna get you.
I'm gonna go
If
down.
you step across that, you will be in the Tartarian Empire on the other side, and they don't take kindly to your types around those parts, okay? They don't like fucking white boys. They don't like gamers. The Tartarian Empire, which is dimensionally superimposed on the other side of that bridge, they are super fucking racist to gamer white boys.
Okay, so let's go down. Don't fall. Man, this is incredible. And just like, look at the nature around here.
True.
Middle of nowhere, so you have this huge bridge.
Credit, dude. It is fucking beautiful. That is some good ass nature.
There's no, like, I mean, points at, but this is like 40 minutes away from Greenville, 30 minutes from Asheville. All right.
Okay.
Here we go.
What does that prove, though? What is that supposed to mean? What's he supposed to mean by that? What's he trying to say? Is he trying to say that the Tartarians were fucking stupid? Is he fucking calling the Tartarians stupid? Those motherfuckers figured out technology. Holy shit, dude. Have some respect.
Wow. Holy crap. Come down to the bottom. Wow, dude. Are you serious?
Yeah.
This is not from 1820.
No, dude, that's not from 1820, man. No, you're right. He's right. That's not from 1820, bro. I can tell just by looking at it. It doesn't have an 1820s vibe, you know? The vibes are all fucking off.
Wow. Like, I feel like
I think I'm getting more like 1420 vibes from this, I think.
And a fairy tale in South Carolina. Don't know if I want to jump that. All right, I'm gonna jump. Wish me luck. Oh.
Okay, it would have been hilarious if he ate shit there. You guys remember, does anybody in my chat, hold on, anybody in chat, do you guys remember the time that we watched the conspiracy theorist on stream who was trying to get into the Bohemian Grove and like they were just live recording themselves and they fucked up and got their truck stuck on the road and they had to do like a 42-point turn? Do you guys remember that? Yeah, I knew it. Some of you remember that shit. It was fucking great. We got to see this fucking dunce. This guy just fucking blundering around, fucking inconveniencing everyone, driving like an asshole, and then he got stuck on the road and they just left it in. Oh, so good. Was that the same guy with the Warhammer garage who was a dick to his daughter? Yes! It was the anti-vaxxer who was a huge asshole to his daughter. We actually, we found this guy doing like trying to be like a mini Alex Jones, and the rest of his channel was just him fucking being an asshole to his wife and daughter and like revealing his Warhammer collection. It was, oh my God, it was so fucking funny. What do we got here? We got a clip? We got a fucking clip here, everybody. We got to check the clip. We got a clip. Somniostatic, I'm like this far from permanently banning you from my community. Like, that's fucking discriminatory as fucking shit. The New England Chupacabra is not the fucking same as the Jersey Devil. The Jersey Devil is tall and the Chupacabra is small. The Jersey Devil chases you at night. The Chupacabra eats your goats. You fucking clown. This one needs, I need to share this to the community page. I want to share this to the fucking community page. I wish that it was easier to post this shit to fucking Twitter. Okay, somebody in chat, be a bro. Someone in chat, download this clip and post it to Twitter so I can quote tweet it. There you go. And if you do, just tag me on Twitter and I'll check it. Whale denialism? Okay, we'll do that. Oh my God, that sounds amazing. We'll do whale denialism next. Holy shit, we're definitely doing whale denialism next. That's awesome.
Wow. Dude, this is crazy. I'm just like, there's nothing quite like this architecture here too. I mean, they have some you know, similar type with the bricks and the boulders, but these type of arches, they don't do this in South Carolina.
Yeah, no, there's never been an arch in South Carolina. He has a point. I've never seen an arch in South Carolina. Now, to be fair, I think I've only ever driven through South Carolina, but that's aside from the point. I've never seen one there.
Some of these are quite big.
Puerto Rican musician asks, why doesn't he just learn about history? Oh, because the thing you have to understand about conspiracy theorists is that they're rarely actually interested in history. They're more interested in the sort of high that you get from uncovering a secret truth. It's they're obsessed with being right when other people are wrong. That's why the like wake up sheeple is kind of like a meme among conspiracy theorists, because it's not actually about like history. They have fun digging into things, but the motivation is about being able to know something that other people don't, knowing a secret truth that grants you power and gives you a sense of purpose because you know the truth. Oh yeah, the Neanderthal super predator. That sounds good too. You know what? We'll do those two next. Those will be the next ones we check out.
But yeah, let's see.
That's good, Zadoki.
Okay. Let's take a look at some of these. Now that you've seen it from the bottom. So I don't know, what do you guys think? This looks like some old world.
Yeah, I don't know. They definitely don't look, what, 200 years old? Those rocks look, those rocks, I'm sorry, but those rocks don't look a day younger than 500 to me.
Ruins that are still here. Managed to survive. And you know, in this area, there's actually a lot of type of ruins like this, like over here.
You just said there weren't. You just said there wasn't anything else like this in South Carolina. Wait, literally seconds ago, he said there's nothing else like this in South Carolina. Also, how does that make any sense? If the Tartarians built a bridge here, wouldn't you expect there to be even more ruins? Wouldn't you expect there to be other Tartarian ruins?
Ruins, but
it just makes no sense.
These are a part of the environment. They're buried. Whether they're ancient trees or ancient structures, I don't know.
The bridge is an ancient tree?
That is not natural. See? I mean.
See? A tree fell over. See? Don't you see, you idiots? Can't you see? Look with your eyes!
Unless it's just an old fossil of some sort. But most likely ruins, if I had to take a guess.
Yeah, me too. Me too, bro.
World. Like, look at that.
Definitely the Tartarian ruins. Natural? Oh my god, dude. Holy shit. I don't think fucking so. Blown the fuck out.
Yeah. Anyways.
So, according to the history from the South Carolina Encyclopedia, quote, named for Joel Roberts Poinsett, president of the Board of Public Works between 1819 and 1821, the Poinsett Bridge over Little Gap Creek was built during the construction of the state highway from Columbia to Saluda Mountain in 1820. Still intact and in good repair in the early 21st century, the bridge may be the oldest in the state. It was one of 3 Gothic-style arched bridges and 44 smaller and simpler ones that spanned creeks and rivers along the ridge between the Tiger and Inori rivers.
Okay, fun fact. This shit is actually super interesting. I used to write little encyclopedic articles for a travel app before I was a streamer. It was one of the things I used to do, and I would write about stuff like this all the time. If you actually care about history, it's actually really fascinating. But watch, he's gonna go, I don't buy it, because he needs to have the secret truth.
So isn't that interesting? So there are many more of these, but notice this one is still intact and in good repair, yet the top of the bridge had parts that really didn't give any impression of what it actually looked like.
Oh no! Wait, he actually fell! actually fell over.
Nori rivers. So isn't that interesting? So there are many more of these, but notice this one is still intact and in good repair, yet the top of the bridge had parts that really didn't give any impression of what it actually looked.
His drone! That's a drone! He crashed his drone into the tree and he didn't fucking cut the footage! Look, you can actually see the drone! That's so fucking good! Oh my fucking god, they didn't want him to know! He hit the Tartarian fucking drone field.
So there are many more of these, but notice this one is still intact and in good repair, yet the top of the bridge had parts that really didn't give any impression of what it actually looked like.
Oh,
so let's just keep in mind that there are no old pictures of the structure whatsoever.
Just remember, this is the shit that I bring you that nobody fucking else brings you these days. Nobody's fucking doing this fun shit anymore.
I mean, let's just call it for what it looks like. It looks like part of a castle. And this whole brief history page and story is just not really enough to explain the origins behind this ruin. But let's continue with the mainstream story. Quote, in 1817, John Wilson, the state's civil and military engineer, proposed a toll road through the Saluda Gap in order to attract a great portion of the trade.
Bullshit. Fucking bullshit. A toll road in South Carolina?
Of East Tennessee to this state. Construction through Greenville District did not begin until the summer of 1820. It was completed in October. The bridge over Little Gap Creek extends 130 feet across the shallow stream.
Wait, it floors me that Armored Skeptic now makes this content, but just worse somehow. Is that for real? Does he actually do conspiracy content? Should we react to an Armored Skeptic conspiracy video? Is that for real? It's true? Okay, somebody needs to send me a good one. Somebody send me one and we'll react to it after the other ones.
The Gothic arch at its center is 15 feet high and 7 feet wide. Poinsett, who had traveled widely and was trained as an engineer, is credited with its unusual Gothic design. Notice how they even admit how unusual it is. Now, if this guy was an engineer, then he really didn't construct this supposed bridge efficiently, because if it was for a tiny creek, then why use such massive boulders and such a sophisticated Gothic design for its construction?
First of all, I imagine that this creek has probably changed somewhat in the last 200 years. In fact, the smooth rock here seems to indicate, and the discoloration of the fucking bridge itself seems to indicate that this river probably ran a little bit more ferociously in the past. There's probably a bit more water. And as it turns out, it's really fucking hard to get your horse and wagon to go across a stream, let alone a fucking river. Dude, for real?
If you look at a cross-section of a river, it's going to rise in multiple stages during flooding, covering the entire structure. If it was a bridge to cross over water, then we would see more of a longer arch for situations like this. If it's for a river, then during flooding, it would serve no purpose at all, as it has a very narrow passageway. I mean, to me, it looks like a doorway or a massive window, like this is just one level to an entire huge structure.
Yeah, totally.
How did it even
They needed the river to run through the structure. This was the window and the river runs through it.
get to its current state? Why is it abandoned?
Thank you, Our Family. I'll take a look.
So I went down the stream a little bit and I was just looking at some of these boulders. And they're kind of like all over the place.
Right, so Poinsett Bridge, very interesting. Lots of those large rocks that we talked about back at the Paris Mountain video when we went there. It's really beautiful. It's really something.
No, it's disgusting. It's Tartarian. That's the Tartarian Empire. You can't fucking praise that shit.
Like there's, some break-ins, some points.
Ooh, Mia Mulder. That might be fun.
Deep holes. Got some pieces at the bottom missing, but other than that, it's very, very intact. This is just beautiful. Got this little stone right here. Nice, super nice. Okay. thing that I think is interesting is this mark right here. Definitely looks, I don't know, I man-made maybe, very straight break.
Yeah, rocks never crack for any reason ever.
Maybe something heavy fell here at some point. Again, a lot of the angles, the right angles.
T. Smith says, why are we listening to someone named Demon Mama desperately try to debunk the truth about alternate dimensions? Seems like an op. You've all been enthralled, and you'll never figure it out. You'll never figure it out that I, myself, was a Tartarian all along. Let's continue.
Of course, these could be some of the bricks. But there's a lot of right angles on the stones nearby as well. So, a lot of interesting stuff in this particular area.
Alright, so we went down the trail a little bit. The bridge is somewhere around there, but we were kind of going deep into the woods. And we saw this. And as I was pointing out, a lot of the, you know, natural boulders and rocks look a little...
He missed it! Observe!
Not natural.
A gnome bridge! The truth was directly in front of him this whole time! Right there! You can see it! This is a gnome bridge! And as we know, the gnomes were close allies to the Tartarians. Oh my god, this is a gnome's bridge. It's just further irrefutable proof, and this fool missed it. It was right there.
This. And as I was pointing out, a lot of the, you know, natural boulders and rocks look a little not natural. But if you come to around here, there's another. So these are all over the place.
Okay, I have to issue a formal apology. He noticed it. Everybody, I take it back. I was in the wrong here. He noticed it. He fucking noticed it. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry, everybody.
Let's see if I can get a better look. So yeah, this trail goes all the way back to that bridge back there.
Yeah.
And there's still boulders. These are, let's see what's under here. Oh wow. Actually, it's crazy.
Which also brings questions on
crazy.
why would they want to hide this? Well, just imagine that this could have belonged to a civilization that they don't really teach about in the history books. They had many cities on the east coast of America, and this civilization was here before the supposed founding of the New World by Columbus.
Oh, that makes sense why they would want to hide that then. That would make sense why that it's all adding up now.
Now, in mainstream history, this land was originally owned by the Cherokee. As I mentioned in the Paris Mountain video, there's legends that speak of giants existing in these lands with advanced knowledge. Also, the Choctaw people have legends of a race of giants that once inhabited Tennessee and who were of a wonderful stature. According to Horatio Bardwell Cushman, in his 1899 book, History of the Choctaw, Chickasaw, and Natchez Indians, he says that Nahulo came to be used to describe all white people, but it originally referred specifically to a giant white race with whom the Choctaw came into contact with.
Oh yeah, they came into contact with them, and they learned everything that they knew was from the giant white people who who came there before the natives. It always comes around to this shit. Every single motherfucking conspiracy theorist on the planet, especially the ones that dabble into like far right conspiracies, which is most of them, as we'll discuss. They always have to find a way to make it so that some group of white people were here before the Native Americans. It's so fucking ridiculous.
When they first crossed the Mississippi River. The Nahulu were also said to be cannibals whom the Choctaw killed whenever the opportunity arose. We've spoken about this in other videos, especially Tartary Part 3 with the balding giants, so go check that one out. But it's also interesting that there are many castles in this area that each have their own backstory, but when we consider this concept that there were castles and perhaps an advanced civilization of humans in ancient times in these parts, the history tells us that they were cannibals, but perhaps there's two sides to this story. One being an advanced civilization that got hit by some cataclysm or for some reason went savage, and these new reset beings that experienced them began the pursuit of trying to destroy them, similar to Attack on Titan. These beings
Bazinga!
left behind many of their structures, and we found them and repurposed them, and that's what our downtowns are. And other remains of these old world architectures are deep in the wilderness and have become integrated with the landscape, becoming mountains and hilly landscapes. Many of these structures were purposely destroyed for covering up or using as resources to build other structures in the area.
Trust me, bro. Trust me, fucking bro. Can we not skip over him calling Native Americans reset beings? I don't even know what that means. I don't know what a reset being is yet. I haven't watched. I need to watch. Okay, next stream. Okay, everybody, next stream, we'll watch Tartaria Part 1, and we'll watch through them. We'll actually take some time on stream to go get the full lore of Tartaria, because I think that would be really fun personally. I am a noob to the Tartaria stuff, so maybe I'm just a fool. And I would love to know what that's supposed to mean. There's probably all kinds of shit I'm just not understanding because I'm such a fool.
There are many parts of the terrain near here that had clear signs of being man-made. Similar to Paris Mountain, most of the soil and trees are on top of these massive boulders. Some with
Isn't that
opening.
fucking weird? It's almost like they explicitly said that there was a highway that ran through that area. Do you remember that? Remember when he was reading in the encyclopedia? He wasn't paying much attention to it, but they literally said there was a toll highway running through that crossed over that bridge 200 years ago. Wow.
And others with clear right angles. There's also this cool boulder with a hole in it. Maybe it's newer, but still indication that these
Kaboka, I do not know about that, but I would love to do that on another stream. We have too many videos queued up right now, but if you send that to me, I would absolutely love. Kaboka says, do you know about Thrakomania? The conspiracy that Bulgaria was the cradle of civilization, the Persian Empire was actually secretly run by Bulgarians, and that the Bulgarians built the pyramids? I need that. You need to send that to me. That sounds fucking incredible! But we need to finish this first. We can't handle that much truth yet.
boulders were being used in construction, and they're all scattered about, meaning, what if this terrain is on top of these massive boulders or old world structures? Where did they quarry all this, and how did they bring it to such a faraway location?
UFOs.
Okay, so let's just take a look at all the anomalies. The bridge does not look like a bridge, and as we brought up with the rise of the river, it's too narrow as an opening. It's basically in the middle of nowhere. What is the bridge connecting? There's no infrastructure, no city. Why would they go through the effort of such a construction?
I don't know. Maybe I wonder if something in the encyclopedia mentioned something like that. I wonder. Also, why doesn't that apply to the road that he's standing on right now? There's no infrastructure near this, and yet there's a road here. Huh, really makes you think. It's kind of strange, almost like they wanted you to think that people traveled through this area, so they installed a fake road that you could get there on so that you could be misled.
There are no old pictures of its original state. The top is filled with uneven and destroyed stones that show clearly that something else used to be connected, yet there are no—
I do not know Uranita, but I would love to learn about Uranita. I'm sure that's very fascinating. If you have, by the way, everyone, this is a moment, this is an opportunity. If you guys know of some really amazing conspiracy content, I want you to join the Demon Mama Discord, okay? discord.gg/Demon Mama, all right? I want you to join the Demon Mama Discord, and then I want you to post it in the content recommendations channel. As long as you get in the Discord and you press the little imp that gives you the role, you will be able to go in there. Please post me your conspiracy videos and we will go through them, because this is a lot of fun and everybody is laughing and having a good time, and that would be awesome. Uranita lol, the guy who founded Celestial Seasonings, believed in it and used to hide messages from the conspiracy books on the tea bags. Holy shit, that sounds fucking incredible. That sounds fucking amazing.
Pictures or depictions of what this bridge.
Mixed Dizzy says, what drives me batty is there absolutely are large ruins of ancient cities in North America, but they were built by the people of the Mississippian culture who used mound building techniques. Yeah, the Cahokia, the mounds of Cahokia. There is really, really super fucking cool. Oh, I've never done spirit science, Naomi. I should do spirit science. We'll do spirit science in another stream. We can't do that one this one. I already have some videos to watch. We got to find out the truth about whales. That's what's next. Wales is next.
Their structure once looked like. It's Gothic and quite European, looking very similar to the stones used in Paris Mountain. Different sized stones than anything really from this era. It's buried into the ground similar to the dam in Paris Mountain.
Yeah, okay.
It's integrated into nature in such a way that it doesn't seem that it was actually constructed in this manner. It was found. Poinsett Bridge and Paris Mountain are both known to be haunted. Many who have come to Poinsett Bridge experience paranormal activity.
That makes so much sense. That makes so much sense, dude. There would be so many ghosts left over from the Tartarian conquest of the gnomes in 1727.
And hear strange noises. Quote, several locals say they have been unable to start their cars when they get ready to leave. A light is said to move toward them while they sit in their cars. They hear a loud scream when the light gets close. Screams and lights seem to be common experiences around here. Quote, I have heard voices coming from this area of the arch, screaming around the top of the bridge, and I have seen red, white, and green lighted dots floating on the mountainside, similar to a lantern. Screams are often heard at night, which some attribute to the way it was built, allowing air to pass through and producing odd noises. Now, I find that interesting that it allowed air to pass through as other old world devices that were used for harnessing free energy. Possibly.
Wow, what? That is a fucking incredible leap. What a fucking, what a beautiful leap in logic. Remember everybody, remember when I said that we were gonna get to witness what goes on everywhere else, and that it would make us feel better about our relative situation? Just imagine like being like, there's wind can pass through the bottom of this arch. And if you think about it, other ancient old world technologies, such as a pipe organ, also allowed wind to pass through them. Really makes you think.
This explains why this area is so metaphysically charged. Is it because there is something resonating from the structure, or maybe from underneath it? Quote, people have reported lights coming towards them. Some say like lanterns or orbs, or lights of various colors. A large white figure has been seen by several visitors. There's also an Indian burial mound nearby, and interesting other stories that account for spooky activity tell of a mason who died during the building of the bridge, with his body forever trapped inside.
He says the stone bridge in northern Greenville County is known for its Gothic arch, and there are reports that its unique details continue to impress the people who built it 2 centuries later.
There's mention that there were 2 former workers that enjoyed their work so much that they come back and visit the bridge at nighttime.
According to this survey from 2004, those visitors are 2 Irish masons named Danny and Denny. But Shanna says not all of the people who worked on this bridge survived to see its completion.
Interesting that it was made by Irish masons. And as I mentioned, it looks very similar to the dam on Paris Mountain in terms of the stones used and the surrounding terrain. That tower also looks like a round tower, and they claim that it was built by a water company. We're just given a history, and the experts just take it as fact. They never really question the education system's textbooks.
That is a interesting line of logic.
The reason to hide these structures is that it would destroy the mainstream history that we're given. The leaders or founders of these cities decided to hide this race of giants and advanced civilizations before the last reset that served the foundation for many of our cities around the world. So I don't know, tell us what you think in the comments. Do you think this is an old world structure, or do you buy into the mainstream narrative? We hope you guys enjoyed this video.
I can't decide.
There are actually a lot of things in this area that would make for some amazing content, and we wanted to do this one video but didn't really get a chance to do it. It's kind of sold out, but it's an amazing place and we should be able to go there in a couple more weeks, but that video is going to be huge. And we also have the spiritual documentary coming soon, so stay tuned for that. But if you enjoy these videos and want to see more of us out on the field,
Well, I don't know about you guys, but I'm not a fucking mainstream cuck. I think that was a fucking solid argument. It's very clear that that is the window of a Tartarian castle, and it is next to a allied gnome structure following the peace efforts after the Gnome Tartarian War of 1727. It's fucking simple, idiots. Press like on the stream. We got another video coming up. Our next video that we need to watch is going to be about whales. Apparently this is the truth about fucking whales. I'm ready. I'm fucking ready to find out the truth about whales. Are you guys ready to find out the truth about whales?
Today is Thursday, November 12th.
This is a video. This is a video from the channel RFTKOHIAH. And it's called The Sperm Whales Are a Hoax. I'm fucking ready. Let's do this shit. Let's fucking do it!
Today's Thursday, November 12th, 2020, and today I want to talk about a hoax animal. One with a childish name, and they want to have these tales of seamen out on the ocean fighting a sperm whale, and it's just not a real animal. This was something I could just look at this and I could tell instantly that this is not real, but people will believe anything, and there are so many fish tales and fake animals out there. There's a lot of fake animals in the ocean.
Yeah?
I'll just try to keep today's video pretty straightforward. They love to tie it into evolution. They seem like they evolved for something. It's just made up. Some human made this up. Whales are a strange one. I'll tell a story about a whale at the end.
Okay, let's hear the whale. Oh, okay.
Whales are a strange one. I think that they're just ripping off Jonah from the Bible. I was wondering why it had all those scratches. Well, because somebody made it like that. It's actually because they eat colossal squid. And maybe now you've gotten that one of their MOs is they like to weave this web that ties multiple hoaxes together. And it helps reinforce their fake matrix to have all of their...
The Matrix. Oh, this guy's doing... Oh, that's so sick. Also, shout out to this user whose name is Ongo Gablokian. Many updates to you, Ongo.
Their hoaxes interconnected with one another. It's like a house of cards.
Yeah, the art critic.
So there's this fake whale, sperm whale, and they tie in with the sperm whale the fake colossal squids. So that's the story for why they're all scraped up.
Okay.
Sperm whales have no upper teeth. Huh. Yeah, that doesn't make sense.
Really?
Does that make any sense to have these recesses, flesh recesses in the mouth? Never heard of any creature being like that. Why is its jaw so skinny? And a lot of people just take the piss with the jokes. These people probably know it's a big joke, so that's why they're just poking fun.
They're in on it. That's true. Reddit user Delvatch and Reddit user Sodomita, both of those guys, they're in on the conspiracy. I'm fucking calling these assholes out. You're in on it. We can tell you're in on it, bitch.
time. Body image issues from looking at too many whale fashion magazines. Their entire skull is very long and narrow like a crocodile, but their foreheads are super fat. This is what their skeletons look like. I'll show you in a picture in a second. It's images like these that make me think that we could be way off with how we depict dinosaurs looking. Or dinosaurs are just fake. They're grabbing skeletons from different creatures. They're making sculptures. They straight up tell you that those are not the bones. They tell you that
none of it is real. Dinosaurs aren't real. In fact, humans aren't real either. I don't know what is real, but it's not us. It's not fucking humans. It's not fucking dinosaurs. It's not elephants, zebras. Have you ever? It's fucking goofy.
Castings.
Shit's
and
goofy.
Cast.
That shit's fucking goofy. You know what happens when somebody tells me that a fucking aardvark is real? I say, well, why don't you fucking aardvark away? Because fuck you. That's what I say.
Cast a spell. Castings. You're just going to get a bunch of diagrams when it comes to sperm whales. There might be a few CGI videos out there, BBC type, Nat Geo productions. It's probably just high quality CGI. I don't believe in sperm whales. I don't think that they're real. So they don't chew, do they? Yeah. How could you chew with that crazy mouth? I'll just go back really quick, show you how dumb this picture is.
I mean, don't whales live in water? Like maybe chewing isn't as important for them. Maybe they just kind of like swallow and digest things whole because they're fucking enormous, right? Maybe the teeth are like for hooking things. I don't know. Maybe that's possible. Do you think this guy, you know what? Maybe this guy should just go on like a whale watching tour. Couldn't he see whales for himself if he just went on a whale watching tour? Like they're really common.
It doesn't even look, can't you just see that it doesn't even look like it has a big enough throat?
DB Raymond from Twitch chat says, this guy also believes that every celebrity is secretly trans and that his parents are also trans. Oh my God. Oh,
to swallow anything.
I would love to see that.
And they can't chew anything. How are they supposed to swallow something if they can't chew it and they have no throat? Came here for Lord of Expert fun facts, feel let down. Because usually when they post about these fantastical things, the comments will be full of people spouting a bunch of facts about these things. It's like koalas. There's a zillion zany facts about koalas. There's a zillion zany facts about pandas and sloths because they don't make sense because they're just something somebody came up with. And they write these crazy lores.
Okay, so pandas are fake. Even though you can literally go to the zoo and see pandas. Like, there are lots of pandas on display at zoos. They're fucking made up, bro. Fucking made right up.
It's amazing how fake sperm whales look. I mean, look at it. Yep. So I don't know if this person is slightly can see or if they know it's a joke or what, but it is
They're starting
fake.
to see. They're waking up.
This is a sculpture, so I had to go pretty far down in the comments to find somebody talking about the truth. This is a sculpture by Dirk Clayson. Source, Wikipedia, description, English, an artwork of Dirk.
Well, you know, because this is a sculpture, that means there is no such thing as a sperm whale. Everybody knows anything that's ever been depicted in art isn't real. There's nothing real in art. There's nothing, every piece of art is telling you what is false in the world.
Clayson, shot at whatever beach, the Netherlands. It's an artificial sperm whale. That's the only type of sperm whale, artificial sperm whales. Kind of an interesting idea too, artificial sperm whale.
Yeah, true.
With these whale tales, I think that they are doing their own spin-off of the Book of Jonah.
Yes,
they are the same people that preach about how, oh, everything in the Bible's made up. So they're going to be the ones telling you that Book of Jonah is made up, but then they'll come up with their fantastical creatures and get everybody to believe in it.
Holy shit.
And
True.
it's just one of the things that they do. They love to do that.
Guys, hold on. You want to know how I know that's true? There's a reason. There's a way that I know that this is fucking true. You want to see? I have fucking irrefutable proof, okay? You fucking ready for this shit? You're not ready for this shit. You guys are not ready for the truth. You're not ready to be awakened. Why did that not work? There we go. This is the one. Here we go, everybody. This is how I know. This is how I know they're just making this fucking garbage up. You're fucking telling me that a cucumber with a you're gonna believe the cucumber with a fucking mustache? You're gonna believe the fucking French sailor pea? You're gonna believe that there are fucking grapes that are pirates? You're gonna fucking believe that God is bigger than the boogeyman? He's bigger than Godzilla and the monsters on TV? You guys are full of fucking shit. Shut the fuck up. Wake up.
So in the Bible, there is the instance of Jonah. There's also in the Bible Leviathan, which is just an interesting topic to go read about. I'll just read this, Isaiah and Job. Isaiah chapter 27, verse 1. In that day the Lord with his sore and great and strong sword shall punish Leviathan, the piercing serpent, even Leviathan, that crooked serpent, and he shall slay the dragon that is in the sea. Job chapter 41, verse 1. Canst thou draw out Leviathan with the hook, or his tongue with the cord, which thou lettest down? So there is Leviathan, and I've seen a lot of openly satanic people pray to Leviathan and strange things like that. So what are these whale things? They're just little sculptures. It reminds me of these toys. These toys have kind of always been a big thing. Alien autopsy toy. You get this thing and you cut it open and it has goo inside of it and you pick out the things.
Yeah, that reminds me of that too. Whenever I see a whale, I am reminded of Treasure X Aliens. Whenever I fucking see one of these things, I'm just like, I remember those.
What whales, they just look like they probably build some fake outer sculpture and then jam it full of rotten fish guts. Do you remember the weird thing? I think it was in Oregon. They claim that they blew one up with dynamite or something.
Yeah.
I've never seen a beached whale in my life.
Yeah, me neither, bro. True! I've never seen a beached whale. That means it can't exist.
I don't know. I'm very skeptical of whales. It reminds me of this in Star Wars or Star Trek, whatever. The fake animal that they cuts it open and gets inside of it.
Yeah, same thing.
Anyways, a fishtail is a big...
Everybody knows that that's the same thing. Whales and tauntauns, exact same level of realism here.
Lie. I'll end this video with telling you about whales, I guess. I've gotten some comments from people that are like, oh, I lived for months out on the sea and we would see dolphins, but I never saw a whale. So I've heard multiple people comment that. People who lived on boats in the military or similar things, they never see whales, but they see dolphins. And so my story about a whale, I was at the Oregon coast once, and there was a ranger there with binoculars, and he was looking at something, and it turns out that there was a whale, but it was like really close up to shore. And what it would do, it would go under the water for a while, and then it would just pop up and kind of float around for a little bit, and then go back down underwater. But it was really up close, like in the rocks. And the nature guy or whatever was letting people use the binoculars and look at it, and I remember looking at it and it just seemed so odd. It was so odd. And
everything seemed really fucking weird about that. You know, there was just the vibes were fucked is what I think I'm getting.
Nature guy was acting like nothing was going on, and that was probably his act, to just pretend like nothing's going on, because that wouldn't make sense for a large whale, a really large sea creature, to be like up in the rocks, and it just seems so bizarre. And I think that a lot of the whales, when you go on whale watching trips, I think that they're just these submersible things. Because this whale didn't do anything besides...
That makes so much more sense. There's no such thing as whales. There's just way more submarines. There's like so many more submarines. No whales, all submarines.
It would sink under the water, and then like 5 minutes later, it would pop up for 30 seconds. Just pop its little head up.
Yeah.
Didn't see any big tail splashes. I bet the big tail splashes and the breaching, and I bet that's just all done CGI Hollywood style. I'll just have to wait for comments. People who have been whale watching, what was it like? I'm sure I'll get a bunch of Orange 33 commenters. Oh, I've seen whales jump out of the water, and bunch of BS. You can't just believe what people coming out of the woodwork say.
What's Orange
Well,
33 mean?
that's it for this video.
Is he like clowning on one of his? Is he clowning on one of his commenters? Does he have like a regular commenter who pisses him off? So he's like, "Fuck you, Orange 33," kind of like I do for Nuts.
God bless everyone.
Damn, this guy's crazy. Let's see if anybody said anything about whales. I'm just gonna say, I live in Maui, Hawaii, and I see whales all the time, and they look pretty alive and real. Op. If you've ever seen the movie Whale Rider, you can see how convincing the movie props can look if you've ever seen the beached whale scene. Yeah, dude. Your list of fake animals is just getting beyond a joke. At this point, you should just publish a list of what real animals actually do exist in the world. True, dude. Fucking true. Fucking true. Oh, hell yeah. Oh, thank you so much. Oh, thank you. I love you too. I just got a mushroom burger with fries. Oh, that's so awesome. All right, we need a video. We need a video to listen to while I munch. Okay, everybody, I know what's next. The Neanderthals conspiracy. Neanderthal profile of a super predator by Danny Vendramini. 852,000 views. Oh shit, this has got to be legendary. This guy has 3,000 subscribers and this video has 852,000 views. This has to be fucking crazy good. I'm so ready. Let's do it.
This is the current accepted view of what Neanderthals look like.
Okay, yeah.
A bit hairier than us, and with a larger nose and thicker brow ridges. But apart from that, they're unquestionably human. In fact, it's been said that if you gave a Neanderthal a shave, a haircut, and dressed him up in a nice suit, he could easily attend Harvard, although he'd need rich parents. There's a couple of things wrong with this picture. First, it's not based on any sound archaeological evidence. That's because soft tissue features like skin, hair, colour, and eyeballs are not preserved in the fossil record. The other reason is that after studying Neanderthals for 10 years, I'm convinced they look nothing like this at all. I'm Danny Vendramini, author of Them and Us, How Neanderthal Predation Created Modern Humans. In this video, I'm going to...
Hold on. I have to check and see if this is a real book.
Them and Us.
Hold on, let me check. Hold on a second. Oh my God, he's real. This is a real book. His book cost $25 or more. A new paperback costs $41. The digital version is $25 fucking dollars. Remember how I said crazy and a grifter? Holy shit. Oh yeah, let's do it.
How Neanderthal Predation Created Modern Humans. In this video, I'm going to draw on the latest archaeological, genetic, and forensic evidence to challenge all your assumptions about what Neanderthals looked like. There's a reason why all these forensic reconstructions end up looking like humans, and it's got nothing to do with science. I think it's about anthropomorphism. That's our tendency to attribute human characteristics to other animals. It seems to be part of human nature. We assume that because we've got smooth skin, protruding noses, clear eye whites, and full lips, then Neanderthals did too. And just because we lost our body hair, we assume they did as well. You can see examples of this anthropomorphic bias in television documentaries and in museum reconstructions around the world. The men are sometimes shown as quite handsome, and often they're even clean shaven.
Oops.
The children are nearly always quite cute, and some of them amazingly even wear diapers. The females occasionally sport trendy tattoos, And they always
Trendy.
have breasts, even though not one other species of primate has permanently protuberant breasts. So you're just left with the impression that we're seriously projecting our own tastes and values onto Neanderthals. Quite apart from the anthropomorphic problem, there's also a fundamental flaw in the technique used to reconstruct Neanderthal faces from their skulls. Now, this forensic process works fine on humans, but that's because we know the shape and position of our noses, ears and lips, we know the thickness and texture of our skin, and we know the shape and size of our eyeballs.
Holy shit, dude, scary.
These soft tissue features are unique to humans. You would never use them to reconstruct the face of a chimpanzee or gorilla. And yet, scientists always use human facial characteristics and dimensions to reconstruct Neanderthal faces.
Okay.
So it's inevitable that you end up with something that looks like a human. It's spurious science. Television documentaries often use actors to portray Neanderthals. This involves hours and hours of meticulous makeup, which the
real actors? Those weren't real Neanderthals? Oh my god! I can't believe it! Geico fucking lied to me?
producers assure us is 100% anatomically accurate. But it's not. And one reason is that Neanderthal eyes were in a different position in their skulls compared to humans. They were higher up, about where our foreheads are. And judging by the size of their orbits, or eye sockets, their eyes were also considerably larger as well. So if George Clooney ever had to play a Neanderthal, he'd need to have a serious facelift. And he'd need larger eyes as well.
Oh, holy shit, bro.
When you actually look at the hard evidence, you soon see that Neanderthal skulls and human skulls were fundamentally different. This is a Neanderthal skull. It's got a protruding face, large eye sockets, and very prominent brow ridges. Compare it to a human skull. It's quite different.
Okay, yeah, okay.
There's another reason why Neanderthals don't look like humans, and that's to do with the environment. Basically, we know from Darwin that it's the environment that largely determines what an animal behaves like and looks like. In the case of Neanderthals and humans, they evolved on completely separate continents. Humans evolved in the temperate, warm, fertile savannas of Africa. Neanderthals evolved in the frozen glacial wastelands of Ice Age Europe. In fact, the two species, when they met again, had been apart for over 500,000 years. It's inconceivable from a Darwinian perspective that Neanderthals and humans would still resemble each other after 500,000 years.
Is it inconceivable?
All this suggests to me that Neanderthals did not look like humans. Which raises an interesting question. What did they look like? Actually, once you get rid of all the anthropomorphic bias and the inherent flaws in the reconstruction technology, answering this question is not particularly difficult.
Okay.
And that's because, ultimately, Neanderthals were members of the order of primates. They were primates. And as such, you would expect them to maintain the appearance of primates.
Okay. But aren't humans also...
The fact that humans no longer look like their primate ancestors...
Aren't we primates?
Is, I believe, due to completely unique ecological and environmental circumstances, which I describe in my book. These circumstances certainly didn't apply to Neanderthals. So in light of that, you would expect them to maintain the appearance of a tall bipedal primate.
Oh! Oh!
Once you acknowledge that Neanderthals were primates, you start to see similarities between them and other primates. For example, when I compared the profile of a Neanderthal with a chimpanzee, they seem to fit amazingly well. For my book, Them and Us, I commissioned one of the world's best digital sculptors to create a completely new forensic reconstruction based on my theories. We began by scanning the skull of a French Neanderthal. Then, over several months and hundreds of emails and phone calls between Spain and Australia, a creature gradually emerged.
Oh! Ah! Holy shit!
Now, saying that Neanderthals look like modern primates is an interesting clue, but it only goes so far. That's because modern primates come in all shapes and sizes. And there's a good reason for that. They've simply adapted to very specific regional, ecological and environmental circumstances. And we would expect the same of Neanderthals. So to create a more nuanced picture of Neanderthal physiology, we need to understand the specifics of their environment. And we know a great deal about that. It was Ice Age Europe, a frozen glacial wasteland, described as the most inhospitable environment ever occupied by hominids. This was the environment that shaped every aspect of their physiology and behaviour.
Okay.
Take the issue of body hair, for example. Were Neanderthals hairless like us, or did they have body hair like...
Oh my god, wait, they were trying to warn us. Holy shit, Halo was trying to warn us. They were trying to tell us. What were they trying to tell us? Fuck.
Other primates. Well, if you look at the animals that lived in Ice Age Europe at the same time as Neanderthals, you see that they all had thick, dense coats of body hair. The mammoth, the woolly rhino, Eurasian cave lion, the cave bear, all had thick fur coats. And that makes sense as an ecological adaptation to the climate. So it makes sense that Neanderthals did too. In Africa, where humans evolved, there was a wide range of prey species that could be hunted.
True.
There was also an endless variety of edible plants, fruits, berries, nuts, fungi, and even shellfish. By comparison, in Ice Age Europe, where Neanderthals evolved, there were only about 5 or 6 edible plants. And those that did grow there were of such low nutritional value, they weren't worth the time and effort to harvest. This, I believe, forced Neanderthals to abandon their ancestral omnivore eat-anything diet that they acquired from Africa and adopt an exclusive carnivorous diet. In other words, they stopped being hunter-gatherers and became exclusive hunters. But this is where it gets interesting. The prey they were forced to hunt included some of the fiercest, largest, and certainly most dangerous animals on Earth. These animals raised the bar and forced Neanderthals to become adept hunters. My contention is that this transformed
Well, as we know, they became hunters by transforming into orcs from Lord of the Rings. Not by, like, having tools or weapons like, you know, other hominids. They evolved claws and laser eyes.
Over 500,000 years into the apex predator of Europe.
Yeah.
My theory that Neanderthals were flesh-eating predators is supported by new molecular analysis of their teeth enamel.
Oh yeah,
This
dude.
reveals that the Neanderthal diet consisted of 99% meat. In fact, that's all they ate. And there's only one way to get that much fresh meat, and that's by hunting.
Don't their teeth look like omnivore teeth? Like, even in his models, they look like omnivore teeth, right? These aren't the teeth that, like, flesh-ripping animals have. 'Cause, like, flesh-ripping animals, like cats and stuff, they all their teeth are very sharp. But this is, like, clearly teeth used to eat, like, fruits and nuts and crap, right? Maybe it's because maybe their laser eyes let them tenderize the meat, so they actually have these teeth because of that.
In fact, that's all they ate. And there's only one way to get that much fresh meat, and that's by hunting. It also seems that they didn't care where the meat came from. That's because we now know that Neanderthals were cannibals. The first evidence of this actually surfaced in 1900.
It all comes back around. It all connects, everybody. Neanderthals, Tartarians, Neanderthals, cannibals, Hannibal, my show that I like. Holy shit. All comes back around.
Since then, literally hundreds of bones have been discovered right across Europe, bearing the unmistakable cut marks.
I'm so
of cannibals.
wise. I'm so fucking wise, bro.
My predator theory also explains why Neanderthals were so much stronger than humans. Their muscles were so large, they had to have extra thick bones to take the strain. It's been estimated
The audio mixing on this sucks so hard. This guy's audio mixing is lacking.
Neanderthals were 6 times stronger than humans. Even a Neanderthal child could toss a human adult around like a rag doll.
Okay.
It also explains their extraordinary intelligence. Neanderthals were unquestionably the smartest animal in Europe at the time. They mastered fire making, they constructed windbreaks, they made tools and weapons, including razor-sharp thrusting spears. And like other social predators, they hunted in packs and used sophisticated ambush tactics.
Oh, so this guy's
to
like
maximize
definitely just a
capture rates.
filmmaker. Okay, cool.
There's one last adaptation
Nice find,
that helped
Ashmar.
transform Neanderthals into such a formidable killing machine. The dark. The vast majority of land-based predators hunt at night because it's easier to catch prey when they're resting or asleep.
Oh,
This
that's
theory
why they have glowing eyes. They have glowing eyes because they hunt at night and they needed light.
Predicts that Neanderthals acquired larger night vision eyes and pupils to see in the dark. These kinds of eyes reflect light extremely efficiently. It would explain why Neanderthals had such enormous eye sockets. If you think my Neanderthal reconstruction pictures are a bit scary, or the idea of camping alone at night out here in the forest is a bit disconcerting,
Yeah, it is.
good reason for that. And it goes to the heart of my Neanderthal predation theory. That's because about 100,000 years ago, a group of European Neanderthals migrated into the Middle East, into an area currently occupied by...
Everybody, you heard it here. The reason why you're scared of going camping at night is because of Neanderthals. Humanity evolved fear of getting attacked by a Neanderthal at night because they got attacked by Neanderthals at night. I don't know about you guys, but whenever I'm in the dark at night, I am always extremely scared that a Neanderthal is gonna kill me. Isn't that weird? Isn't that a fucking strange thing? Why would I be scared? Why would I piss myself at night being afraid of an attack from Neanderthals if there wasn't a reason for it, everybody? Huh? Tell me that, tell me.
By Israel, Syria, Jordan, and Lebanon. Now, living there at the time was a group of ancestral humans. These were timid Stone Age hominids who'd moved up from Africa. And the evidence suggests that the Neanderthals began hunting them, but not just for food. I believe that Neanderthal males also began hunting human females for sex. Now this horrific...
It always ends up having to be a kink thing. This dude absolutely just has a fucking Neanderthal fucking kink. 100 fucking percent. 100%. This guy just, he fucking jerks it. This dude is like a Neanderthal fucking gooner. I'm telling you.
Period of sexual and cannibalistic predation went on for in excess of 50,000 years.
Would you fuck a Neanderthal? Do they have a nice personality?
It's this and only this scenario that explains why the 2010 draft sequence of the Neanderthal genome found categorically that Neanderthals had interbred with humans. for our ancestors being hunted by the most ferocious...
This is it. This is the part where he's gonna come. He's gonna come because he's gonna make a 3D digital picture of him getting stalked at night by a big, strong, scary Neanderthal. And then the Neanderthal is gonna confuse him, his lithe body, for that of a human woman.
Machine on Earth was so traumatic, so transformative, that even today we still harbour the genetic legacy of that horrific period of predation. Since the beginning of humanity, these fiendish creatures have haunted the human imagination.
Gollum? Really? Gollum? Come on!
They are the stuff of nightmares. They are the monsters, vampires, and werewolves of myth, movies, and folklore.
Guys, we're scared of gorillas, not because gorillas are big and strong and scary. We're scared of gorillas because of Neanderthals, you idiots, you fucking clowns, you clods.
My research indicates that the only humans to survive were those born with modern human adaptations. Things like high...
Why was that so fucking loud? Beats me. I didn't fucking mix his shitty ass video. I have his video turned up because when he talks, you can't barely hear him. It's like a fucking mouse squeaking in the room over. And then he just cranks in a fucking monster noise that fucking blisters my eardrums. It's not my fault. Don't blame me.
Intelligence, creativity, language, and aggression. This allowed them to turn the tables on the Neanderthals. For the next 20,000 years, they hunted them to extinction. So the basic premise of my book is that everything we are today, everything that defines us as humans, is the result of that extraordinary 70,000-year conflict between them and us. It's what made us humans.
I'm sold, guys.
I'm Danny Vendramini. Thanks for watching. Check out the website.
Oh, I'm so, wow. That is irrefutable, to be honest. Just completely irrefutable. Frankly, I don't know what you could even say about that. If you disagree with that, you are just stupid. Only an actual idiot would be able to disagree with this. Did he just Cain and Abel primitive humans? Of course he did. They love doing that shit. Are you kidding me? Okay, I've been told. Oh boy. Oh my God. Okay, we have to watch this, okay? I've been told that Armored Skeptic has done a conspiracy video as recently as yesterday. Or sorry, the day before yesterday. This is called Slavery Never Ended. History is a Lie. And we have to watch it and react to it. Because I am way too curious now. I need to find out where he takes this. Because, well, let's just find out where he takes it, right? I need to start this off. Hold on a second. My lovely imps, it has been a very long time since I have heard anything about the YouTuber, the former skeptic turned alt-right guy turned conspiracy guy, maybe, called Armored Skeptic. However, I have been told that his videos have become very interesting as of late, and I feel like we should give him a chance. I literally don't know anything since he was an alt-righter. Some of these people like moved away from their like weird Nazi obsession shit and ended up becoming like semi-decent people, or like at least stopped doing the weird Nazi shit. They like moved away from their hatred of women, or at least kept it more private. But I don't know where he stands right now. So I want to try and approach this with as open a mind as possible. It's literally been years since I've seen his video, so maybe this video is going to be based. Anyway, this is a video called Slavery Never Ended and History is a Lie by Armored Skeptic. And I really want to see where the hell he goes with this. Now, I do see this right here. Prisoners are legal slaves. Businesses rely on prison slave labor. The legal system is incentivized to keep prisons full. And I'm like, okay, I hear you. I hear you. I'm with you. 4, music companies own stock in prisons. 5, music company make videos that encourage lifestyles that will make someone more likely to go to prison. 6, profit. And this was hearted by Armored Skeptic. Okay, everybody, let's fucking do it. Let's do this shit.
Having a hero is not necessarily a bad thing, but idolizing that hero as perfect or infallible, that's where a society starts to develop its craft.
Did he always sound like a little bit like Dylan Chillin? Am I hearing this? Burger King, number 11. Burger King foot lettuce.
That's where we start to fail ourselves. We absolutely should recognize the achievements of those who came before us and the path that they paved to allow us to live the way that we do now. But when we place importance on them as role models, we fail ourselves and our children. We teach them that perfect champions arise out of our own ranks to save us from the metaphorical prisons built around us. Those heroes, even my heroes, made mistakes that should never be celebrated, but sometimes are. Having statues or monuments dedicated to these names erodes us as a people because we create an expectation that these names represent ideal versions of humans, a level of status to which we should all strive to achieve. But those heroes that we venerate in the modern godless world are more than often examples of some of the worst evils we have ever endured.
Wait, is he a Christian now? Wasn't Armored Skeptic like is he a Christian now? The modern godless world? He's a tradcath? He went back to being a Christian? No. No. You've got to be wrong. He was like famous for being an atheist guy. There's no way. People are telling me, yes, it's true, that he's a tradcath. Look at his channel and his titles. Okay, hold on. We got to do this real quick. I have a hard time. Banks, the root of all evil. Okay. The Lost Boys, the Dead God and the Hero Clown, the United States of Babylon, Savior in the Sky, the image of God revealed, the real Satan, fallen angels were real, the truth about Christmas, California was an island. Okay, when he puts these little eyes on there, does that mean that it's like an ironic video? The death of Armored Skeptic? I don't know. I can't make heads or tails of this. Ghosts are real. Did I just talk to a demon? Ghosts are fake. So this looks like he's doing like a counter, an example and then a counter example. Bigfoot is real. Bigfoot is fake. He's a Gnostic occultist. Oh. Okay. That's an interesting path. I'm 90% sure that he pivoted to conspiracy content and now presents them as legitimate. He used to do counterexamples, but now he gave up and just dropped the mask. For real? All right, well, let's see this. Let's see where he goes with this video. Maybe we'll check in one of his other ones.
It really would be better to idolize a fake god over a real man. In George Washington's home state of Pennsylvania, it was illegal to own a slave older than the age of 28 for more than 6 months. Yet every 6 months, George Washington would send his slaves across the border and back and say that this would count towards a new 6-month period. At the time of his death, George Washington owned 123 human beings. And then you carved his head on the side of a mountain. The Declaration of...
True, Mount Rushmore is massive cringe. I guess I agree with him on that. I 100% agree with him on that. Mount Rushmore is cringe, and so is George Washington. Fuck that bitch.
Independence is a great example of this disconnect between reality and the dream of a perfect society. My last video about the banks highlights the fallacy of the American dream, showing how it exists against a system designed to keep you struggling to survive. If all of your energy goes towards just trying to feed yourself every month, you'll never have the time to self-actualize. You were sold this system as an alternative to the iron fist of the royal palace.
I don't disagree with the idea that capitalism makes you miserable because it keeps you in functional wage slavery. I don't disagree with that. I'm just waiting because I'm getting a bit of a concerning, there's a concerning smell around all of this. But he says banks, not capitalism. That's what makes it weird to me. That's what I'm talking about. Usually, if people want to criticize the system that includes banking, they will say capitalism, or they'll say something like that. Usually, if you want to be a weird, like, Nazi dog whistler, then they'll go the globalist banks, that type of shit. But I don't know, I don't want to judge. Maybe he's trying to, like, fucking break them down. John Fallon says, I used to watch a bunch of his crap. He used to present the conspiracies as real, and then he would break them down as fake in the next video. But I stopped watching when he started doing wink, wink, nudge, nudge during the breakdown vids. For real. Wow. All right, let's find out.
Power in Europe, but this dream was never actually meant for you. Are you crazy? You're nobody to them. But we're all created equally, I hear you screaming. The premise of American freedom
oh boy
was formulated by slave-owning aristocrats who wanted to rule a nation separate from the royals. They never meant for you to achieve power or to rule through capital. That's for the guys that they printed on the money. Politics is for the rich, my friends. Never forget that. The money literally tells you. The idea that you can grind to succeed is made impossible today with the mass accumulation of funds held even by just the wealthiest of business tycoons, like Elon Musk, Bill Gates, and Jeff Bezos. Trickle-down economics was never really meant to work, unless that was always supposed to evolve into working in a 2x2 foot cage for 8 hours a day on a factory floor, being forced to urinate in a Gatorade bottle just to meet demands. The American dream is a lie. You see it on TV, so you think it can happen to you, but it only happened to 1%. And that 1% still has it all. Remember, this is a cartoon character. I wiggle him around on the screen to be silly. But sorry, this one I don't think is going to be very funny. This video is going to cover a very frustrating and dehumanizing issue. And just as a disclaimer, this video is absolutely going to offend some people here. It's an it is what it is sort of thing. I think that when we get to that point of the video, you'll understand that I'm saying it the way that it needs to be said. But here's the hook though, just to make absolute sure I am not burying the lead. The 13th Amendment was passed in January of 1865, described as the final constitutional solution to slavery in the United States. It states, quote, neither slavery nor involuntary servitude, except as a punishment for crime whereof.
Yeah, of course. This is the part that everybody always talks about, the except as a punishment for crime, which allows you to use prison slavery, which is a huge problem. I don't actually disagree with what he's saying so far, but we're only 4 minutes into the video.
Of the party shall be duly convicted shall exist within the United States or any place subject to their jurisdiction. I know that when you read this, it kind of sounds like it's saying that slavery is illegal in the United States. But read that again, my friends. Slavery is illegal, except for prisoners. So what this means is, this sentence is actually saying that slavery is legal in the United States. Do you understand? Just because a sentence begins and concludes with a positive statement does not mean that that sentence is actually affirming that statement. So if I said, nobody here has a blue shirt except for Larry, then what I'm really saying is Larry has a blue shirt. Larry is a slave. This amendment actually legalized slavery in your country. As far as the law is concerned, prisoner equals slave. America, the land of the free? Ironically, no, the land of the most incarcerated people on earth.
The American prison system is insane, and it is absolutely evil. We are in agreement on this. Usually you're supposed to repeat something in an essay 3 times, but he's repeating everything like 6 times. It's really weird for pacing. I agree. It's very strange.
In any other nation. Holy sh**.
I'm totally open to him just criticizing the, like, modern prison slavery. I'm totally open to the idea that he's gonna do that.
You guys break all the wrong records. And think about the logic here. Slave labor is still employed in the United States today in the private prison system justified as punishment. Private prison owners functionally, legally own slaves today. And wouldn't you know it, several industries have become dependent on prison labor, meaning there is now incentive for the prison system to create recidivism within the population. Basically, they have incentive to give convicts no choice but to return to the prison again, to be slave labor again. So if today we've got private prison owners encouraging their guards to beat the shit out of their inmates, then punish them afterwards with unpaid labor, explain to me how that's any better than what they had going on in the plantations. One of the biggest justifications used in the slave industry was the Bible.
Yeah, all right. I mean, so far, I'm here for it.
Slavery is legal under biblical law, which is why the King James Bible was used to subjugate black people in the United States. The film 12 Years a Slave highlighted this. One of the slave drivers very condescendingly describes that a slave owner is allowed to beat a slave to death as long as he does not die that same day. But the Bible doesn't say anything about kidnapping an entire peoples from their land. It doesn't say anything about robbing disgraced noble bloodlines of their identity, selling an entire peoples down the Congo River and forcing them to adopt a new culture within yours, breeding them like their livestock, trading and selling their children off. Now, biblical slavery absolutely was evil, and I'm very glad that it was abolished. But there were several instances throughout a slave's career that they were supposed to be allowed to be freed, such as specific holidays, all things that were never recognized within the United States. We talked about the Lost Boys a few months back, but I didn't explain how the prison system factors into all of that. In a perfect world, we should not even have to deal with these issues in the first place. A world where we're all socialized normally and raised together as a big family. Instead, today we're institutionalized, separated from our family structures, pitted against each other from a young age, trained to struggle against a world in a system that was never going to reward us in the end for all of our hard work. Any kind of institutionalized education is going to be inherently abusive, as its function necessitates reforming people's minds, teaching them to be functioning members of a greater societal machine. So often children are set up to fail right from the start. I mentioned before—
He's not wrong about that. He's not wrong about the fact that institutional education, especially in America, was built directly out of the Prussian model and has barely changed at all with regard to the foundations of public education. That public education is much more concerned about creating functional worker bees to fuel the fire, to literally fuel the engines of capitalism. Are you sure? I don't know. I'm trying not to be. I'm trying not to jump the gun.
in my SNL video how impoverished neighborhoods in the United States have terrible schools and fail their students into the prison system frequently. This is the first tragic step to recidivism. The adherence to the system and faith that it will take care of you and your family. The more detached an ethnic people are from the baseline or from the societal norm, the more abusive the institutional reform has to be in order to fit their students' mind into the cultural expectation. That's why all those native residential schools were so fucking terrible. Even if you could hypothetically hire teaching staff that wanted to be loving to the native children, it would still require them to commit cultural genocide and rob those children of their identities and their connection to their own history and peoples.
He's just pointing out the truth there. Like, that is all of this is true statements.
Then the next step is the institution of the prison system, which we would like to believe offers some form of rehabilitation for its prisoners, yet we find time and time again that they are dehumanized, broken and abandoned on an entirely new level, all in the name of justice. I grew up listening to Snoop and Dre, Cypress Hill. Those were just some of the guys that taught me how to be a rebel when I was a kid. And sometimes I look back and I wonder how many kids ended up throwing away their entire lives because some of those guys told them to smoke weed every day. How many kids ended
What? What? How is that your conclusion? How is that your takeaway? After everything, how do you come to the conclusion that it's the musicians ruining people and not the fact that there's a fucking made-up ass drug war over a completely innocuous substance? Oh no.
up stuck in the prison system forever because smoking weed is cool? We all took those risks back then. How did Biggie put it? Smoking blunts was a daily routine since 13. I was a fat kid smoking weed too. MTV taught me to be a rebel. It felt meaningful to understand that the world was fucked up and that we can rise above that, that we can rebel from that. The world first sort of woke up to this cultural issue back during the crack wars in the 80s, when it was revealed that the Crips and the Bloods were almost pitted against each other over a narcotic that the CIA was intentionally allowing to be trafficked into the United States. The whole thing could have been avoided, but the black community was made victim to some other grand scheme that never paid off. And not one person ever saw consequences for that, except for the people who participated in the war. And this is not about drugs. I legitimately do not know anyone who smokes more weed than I do. I'm all for weed reform, and I think anyone currently sitting in jail right now for personal possession should be let out and have their records expunged immediately. In fact, you
Where is it? What? So wait, so what was the point of the part before that? I mean, so far, I don't think he's like, I do think it was very weird to like go on the tangent about like weed smoking music or whatever. I think that was really fucking weird. But it seems like he kind of brought it back around to something like real. It's rambling. Yeah, it's rambling, but it's not wrong so far.
You need major reform on all of your non-violent crimes in the United States. People get thrown into a pit to die over entirely forgivable offenses. But that is how the system gets you. That's how the monster consumes you, my friends. They try to trap you into adopting behaviors and attitudes that they can use against you. They can now cram you into an identity and hate you for being a member of that identity. And then when you act out of frustration against their unfair system, they can turn around and say that they were always right about you from the very beginning and lock you away for being bad. People get disappeared in.
Hold on. I am like hardcore right now. This is like hardcore me, okay? This is literally just, I don't know. Are we gonna get smacked with a big fat fucking JQ at the end?
Into prison systems all of the time for being undesirable members of society. You know this is true, and this is why the black population is overrepresented in prisons in the United States. That's the uncomfortable truth that no one is willing to say. But when you look at it from an outside perspective, it's impossible to see it any other way. Recently, Joe Biden signed an order that's supposed to end the privatization of the prisons and turn it into a federally run program, which hypothetically could end a lot of these issues, but in reality could also just change the motivations and justifications that the prisons use to incarcerate people. It could...
Wait, he's just right! He's correct! What the hell is going on here? I was not expecting this. This is why I said I said we needed to go in with an open mind. But I'm so scared. There's still 2.5 minutes left in this video.
Just change the form of abuse and their motivation behind creating recidivism. The music industry has even been accused of incentivizing its artists to create works that encourage illegal behavior. But when people looked into it, it was revealed that several labels own stocks in private prisons, and the way that a lot of these stocks are structured is they don't pay off unless the prisons are at least 90% capacity. Rewind the video 10 seconds and listen to that again, please. And this isn't about what music you listen to. I've listened to drill music too, and some of that is the greatest shit I ever heard. The point I'm making, I think, is just things have changed, definitely. The guys I remember growing up with, they would talk about that stuff in the past tense, like they're proud that they got out of it almost, explaining how they became a product of their environment. But the modern guys, they're chaotic. They're in your face about it. There's constant gun noises in the backtrack, and they're making fun of guys that don't do it as well. They're making fun of you. If you don't understand what I'm saying about the demoralization of the black community in the United States, you absolutely have to watch the film Boys and the Hood from 1991. Lawrence Fishburne lays this exact concept out perfectly, explaining that the powers that be want you to be pathetic. They want you to be dependent on drugs and alcohol to keep you from self-actualizing, to keep you useless. They want you killing each other over chains and crack on street corners. You are playing directly into their hands. You are letting them own you. Pharaoh, oh Pharaoh, let my people go.
I mean, 80% of the video was him ranting about the government obviously exerting state power to force people, usually indigenous and people of color, into basically modern slavery. But the tangent at the end about the music industry was so confusing. I feel like it was such a weird tangent to go off on. How confusing. There wasn't like, I didn't catch any like explicit JQing. The music industry thing was a little weird. It was definitely a little bit weird because it seems weird to me that like to do a whole video talking about how manufactured the prison industry is, but then to try and say that like you're being tempted into illegal actions as if it's not like the illegal actions, like the arbitrarity of illegal actions and not like what? I don't get it. That was weird. That was a weird video. That's because he was hiding the message, like giving your dog medicine wrapped in cheese. Well, I mean, that's possible. You know what we have to do now? I feel like we need to watch the Banks, the root of all evil one to see if he does crazy JQ shit. That should be the one that would reveal it, right? If he does JQ shit, then it would be in the Banks video. Right? Sorry about your ears. I didn't know that it was gonna autoplay. All right, let's do it. Let's do it. Here we go. We have to find out. I feel like this will be I think this will be the last video we do tonight, but we got to find out. We have to fucking find out. Jesus Christ, the
Black
audio.
Thursday, October 24th, 1929. The Wall Street stock market crashed, causing cascading effects, leading to the nearly total collapse of the world economy. Businesses and entire industries.
All right, we're gonna watch this one on 1.25 speed because he talks slowly. Okay, so we'll try and shrink down the time here. Let's do this.
Were brought to a halt, forcing mass layoffs, causing the largest epidemic of unemployment in history. Tent and shanty towns popped up all across North America. People who could no longer afford a home were collecting into little communities at first, but as there would be no relief to the financial crisis and limited food supplies for scattered populations, the next decade saw a giant migration of people out of more rural regions into the city centers. Almost overnight, most of the population went from living a more small-town lifestyle in a somewhat remote community to living a modern lifestyle stacked on top of each other in apartment complexes in business and commercial centers. All of humanity's entire mentality and worldview changed to adapt to this new lifestyle of the rat race, climbing over each other to survive in an overpopulated, underfed, underpaid city. And after World War II,
All right, I'm gonna hit the sus every time I hear something that makes me go, Overpopulation memes, huh?
everything would only get worse. The economy and the population inflated at an astounding rate, and this should have allowed for the rural regions to repopulate. For a stronger America, this would have been the perfect time to populate the heartland. But politicians didn't want to give up all this new population-based power that they accumulated in the 30s and 40s, having so many people flock to their cities to work their factories. Politicians didn't want to give up the money train of new developments.
People say anti-urbanism. Okay, but there's all kinds of reasons to critique urbanism. There's all kinds of reasons to critique cities. Like, guys, like, a lot of cities in America are fucking miserable, okay? Like, I can't give him a sus on that. It's just simply true that a lot of American cities are fucking miserable. We have our cities are overloaded with cars. People in cities are exposed to higher levels of pollution of all types, including noise, light pollution, all of this type of shit. And on top of that, like, American cities don't have a lot of the resources that other large cities have around the world. So there's a reason to critique American cities. It's just, it's not about overpopulation, which is the weird part. Let's go.
Facing old developments, or the spike in taxes created by gentrification and the competition for living space, or the incentive for businesses and industries to build in their cities. So instead of sending all of these people back to the rural heartland of America, a new thing called the suburb.
By the way, everybody, it's about time. It's about time that I say, if you are here and having a good time, well, hey, press that motherfucking like button, first of all, and secondly, subscribe to the channel, ring the bell, and consider tossing me a few bucks. I've been here entertaining you. You guys, I know you guys have been laughing your asses off. I've seen how much chat is fucking flying as we review these videos. So if you're having a good time, toss a few bucks my way. I would deeply appreciate that. Thank you all so much for being here. Anyway, let's continue the video, huh?
Was created to accommodate the booming population, an abomination on this earth that has only grown worse exponentially over the last 70 years, encouraging even more people to migrate to city centers.
Lotta Apples with the 3 tier 1 subs. Thank you very, very much, Lotta Apples. Deeply appreciate that. Thank you so much.
Coming into the mid-century, you could buy a home for less than a year's wage, but housing prices went up after the 1950s. The mental image of the model of the perfect home and life continued to exist despite the fact that by the 1990s, the average median annual salary had remained the same, but the cost of living had more than doubled, requiring most homes and families to have 2 incomes. There was a very real time in history when this lifestyle made sense and it worked, and that image of this perfection lasted for 70 years despite the fact that that has not reflected reality for 60 years. That's right, hypothetically there could be members of my audience that remember a time before the suburbs were a normal thing. This has been a very short experiment in humanity. This doubling in the cost of living, along with a home going from 1 year's wage to 4 years' wage, happened.
Okay, but suburbs do fucking suck, and he's not lying right now. Like, the fucking suburbs fucking suck. Anthony Schuler, thank you very, very much for the $5. Thank you so much for supporting this viewer-supported show. 100% viewer-supported, so thank you very much.
Almost overnight, but nobody seemed to notice until the housing crash in 2008.
Maki Pocky with the $5. Thank you very, very much. I've been absolutely losing it with the conspiracy videos. Caught up on the past VODs while I went on vacation. Thank you for all that you do. It's been a wild time. Thank you. Thank you for supporting me, and much love to you. Thank you so much.
Famously, the boomers maintained so much faith in the system and the nuclear family lifestyle that they blindly sold it to their own children. Because working 9 to 5 and paying off a mortgage and supporting 4 children worked so well for them, but with the younger generations having to pay 5 to 10 times as much to catch up to boomers. This turned the entire economy into a perpetual Ponzi scheme to support the previous generations that bought in early to this system. History is a lie. I know this is an extremely cliche subject for a conspiracy channel to cover, but I think everyone has to have a video about how evil money is.
So he openly calls himself a conspiracy channel now. Huh. That's odd. That's really odd.
Basically a rule, like a Pokemon gym badge. But money is evil. Money is the root of all evil. When Jesus said that, he was talking about real money, coin. I have bad news for you though. The money that you have in your pocket in your bank account, that's not even real. Our money is fake. It's fake. I want to make this clear that you're not supposed to take these videos seriously. This is the 3rd chapter in a History is a Lie series, and I'm just writing a story for a movie or something, right? This is all happening in make-believe land on the least popular Minecraft server. These are events transpiring. In the world that I created. This is my universe that we're talking about. And that's why I'm so upset about it. But before we get to that, a word from our sponsor, Raycon. Hiking the trails, lifting weights, or just having a smoke under the moon, I'm always wearing my Raycon everyday earbuds. Their optimized gel tips give that perfect noise isolating
Raycons fucking blow, by the way. Fuck Raycons. Raycons fucking blow. Do not ever blow your money on shitty ass Raycons. They fucking suck.
Ear fit, and they're so comfortable and snug. No matter how active I get, they never shake loose from my ear. And they look, feel, and sound better than ever, offering 8 hours of playtime and 32 hours of battery life. No wires, no stems, just a sleek Bluetooth earbud. With the tap of a button, you can play or pause a song, adjust volume, receive calls, tap the right ear 3 times to skip a track, tap the left ear 3 times to skip back, and more. There's also a noise isolation mode for deep immersion, and an awareness mode that allows you to hear things going on in your environment. Perfect if you have to keep track of your pets, or if you're using them while doing something in the kitchen. No wonder Raycons have over 50,000 5-star reviews. For some reason, they're requiring me to name my favorite artist for this ad, and I do consider lying a sin. I don't know anyone that has a more eclectic taste in music than I do. I like to explore a wide variety of sounds and experiences.
Oh
and
yeah, sorry.
I
got distracted reading a Reddit post.
And you're listening like this.
Sorry, everybody.
Purchase.
Rioma, thank you very, very much. Thank you very much for the $5. Deeply appreciate that. All right, let's do this.
I am no expert here. This is not a lesson in economics. A lot of this is basic information that you know even. But I just need to paint a picture for you here to set the stage. Banks own most homes and properties through the mortgage system. A home or property could potentially see multiple mortgage-paying owners over a 100-year period and never stop being owned by the same bank that entire time. The bank retains ownership until the bulk is paid. Bush's administration deregulated the banks, causing the recession in 2008. The banks set up a reverse equity, reverse mortgage loan system, basically buying back properties from people who already owned their homes, who already paid off their mortgages, setting up a new mortgage, then hiking up the interest rate until they could no longer pay off the mortgage, and the bank could evict those owners and take back possession of those homes. In my world, this was an intentional attempt by the powers that be to buy back as much of people's real wealth as possible and replace it with their fake currency. An evil power move to gain.
I see why he said fake world, because he's making allegations about actual banks. I can't tell if that's smart or if he's gonna take it in a bad direction. I don't know if this is I don't think this is a dog whistle. He's talking about actual banks. He's not, he literally showed an actual bank, the Lehman Brothers. We might encounter JQ. Yeah, yet. I know, everybody's saying yet.
Control of North America's land. Good thing that's just fiction. This compounded with several other issues, such as banks lending out overinflated mortgages to people with bad credit, causing the entire housing market to crash, leading millions more to foreclosure. There were for years a vast sea of empty homes and condos just sitting there, not making any money at all, not selling, just depreciating. It made no sense. A wasteland of empty residences. The banks could have made money by extending the payback periods, or they could have employed other strategies to continue to milk money off of those homeowners, some way to keep the money flowing from those existing mortgage payers. But instead, they rushed to evict everyone and left millions of properties vacant. Today, there are 3,800,000 empty housing units in the United States. And you should find that statistic astounding when you consider that there are only 500,000 homeless people in the United States next to that. Hello, darkness.
Mr. Unfamiliar says, I get it, Demon Mama. He's packing basic socialist talking points as conspiracy content to a right-wing audience. I think that's possible, but at the same time, that's a very thin razor edge to walk. I'm not closed off to that idea. Like I said when I started this segment, I haven't followed him in years. I haven't seen his content in years. I do believe it's possible that he's changed like his political views and his approach drastically. He said at the beginning of this series he uses the conspiracy shit as an aesthetic to clickbait people. He's not a fascist. Well... The problem says, with the $15, I feel like it's sus to ignore how many boomers did call it out at the time. Lives were lost registering to vote or protesting war. Weird to leave out stuff like the sexual revolution. True, I mean, that's a great point. Of course, whenever people get into generational warfare bullshit, it's always highly reductive. Let's wait and let's hear him out. Anthony Schuler says, what is the JQ? The JQ is a shorthand for the Jewish question. It's a Nazi thing. Nazis ask about the Jewish question, meaning when they go, who do you think runs Hollywood? And they go, who do you think runs the banks? And they do that. That's the JQ. It's the Jewish question. It's them insinuating, and they usually do it indirectly. They insinuate that there are secret Jewish cabals controlling the world, and we call that out because it's bullshit and it's spineless. So yeah, that's what the JQ is. When people say, is he gonna JQ, it means is he going to imply that Jewish people are part of a conspiracy?
My old friend, how are there 7.5 times more empty properties in your country than there are people who need a roof over their head? I remember hearing how the mortgage system worked when I was 12 or 13, wondering how a government into which we put so much faith could possibly allow homelessness to happen. Surely our government that we elect should stand up and protect our own citizens from the evil bank system. The banks don't run this country, the government runs this country. And the government's goal should be to build a strong, healthy nation. Oh, how naive I was on this Minecraft server. The banks, of course, have no interest in alleviating this issue. This is the system of their design, obviously. And governments cannot just step in and take control of these properties. The government would have to first buy these homes and these properties from the bank, and to do that, they would first need to get a giant loan from the bank. See, the thing that 13-year-old little Gregory didn't understand is that this was not a national bank system that we're talking about. This was a system set up by the world's central bank, an authority with 3 capitals around the globe. The goal of this banking system is not to build strong, healthy nations. The goal is to keep everyone struggling to earn money so that the banks and the governments that they control can remove all of your wealth from you. The purpose of money is to keep money perpetually flowing from those who have no power to those with all of the power. The economy is a steam locomotive, and the money is the coal. Your local bank branch is the coal bucket, and the central banks are the engine. And we, ladies and gentlemen...
Yeah, we gotta hit a sus noise for this one. Now, it's possible he recovers, but pointing to the secret global banking cabal is definitely getting some sus-ass vibes. Let's see if he's able to defuse the JQ shit.
Are the ones shoveling the coal, deluding ourselves into believing that we'll ever get to own any of it. But is that how the world has to be? Does that make sense? Could there be another system? I hear helicopters. Wait. Money, legal tender, currency used to exist as a representation of some sort of good or service that had already been done, usually.
Sock Done Left says, earlier they showed a picture of the World Bank, which I'm not going to super defend, but their loans tend to have really, really good terms. It's their political demands that are the problem. Yeah, I think that makes sense. Like, guys, like, you cannot, it is impossible to impugn capitalism without impugning the capitalist banks around the world. The problem is that you have to be very clear with your messaging on this, or else you play into the messaging of disgusting Nazis. And this is something I've talked about on my channel many, many times before, how if you're going to talk about these topics, you have to be very specific in the way that you talk about them. Because otherwise, you misdirect the people that you're talking to. And because of this, because of the contextual, because of the context that accusations against the banks and the banking system and the global banks and the global bank, the World Bank, these things exist in a historical context that you have to be aware of when you're talking about this. I've talked about this on my channel a million times, how important it is when you are critiquing capitalism that you don't unintentionally message things that you don't want to say. It's just how it is. Yeah. I don't know. Let's continue. Let's see what he has to say. I want to give this guy a chance.
A chunk of precious metal, silver, gold, something relatively tangible or feasible that has value and can itself be traded. If I had possession of a goat that was technically owned by another person, I might have to have a legal note written up worth the value of 1 goat and give that note to the person to who that goat belongs. Back when the economy was comprised of tangible, tradable goods, people would just hold their wealth forever and ever, generation to...
Aren't these Roman coins? Denarius, right? This is a Roman coin, right? Yeah, these are Roman coins. Yeah, so this is Roman coins.
Chunk of precious generation to generation. If you went to a central vault facility and gave them all of your gold and silver to safely store for you, the vault owner would give you a legal note worth the value of those precious metals. At first, if you wanted to spend that gold, you'd have to go back to that vault with your legal note and trade it in for its value in gold. After some time, people got lazy. They stopped going to the central vault to get their gold and instead would just trade those legal notes with each other. One day, the vaults decided that since they're holding everyone else's gold and everyone else is trading notes now, the vaults should print their own notes and back them on the promise of all this gold that they're holding for everyone else. And holy shit, this is when things really went to hell. This was the inception of fractal credit lending. Banks could just print whatever they wanted and say it's worth whatever they want, introducing a currency into the economy that was technically backed on thin air, handing out loans to people through a system of credit, banknotes. This all came to a head in the late 1970s when the Federal Reserve took over in the United States. Now there's more money in the world than there is gold in those vaults to back it up. This is called fiat currency, and almost all currency we use today is backed on thin air exactly like this. A system of agreement we all follow, created by the banking system. One day we just let the banks be in control of all of our money. Before, they worked for us, and now we work for them. One day we went from holding our own wealth and
Is that true, though? Is that really true? I don't think that's how it went. I'm gonna give that a sus.
tangible goods to agreeing to follow someone else's system totally at the mercy of their rules. Now banks can buy our real wealth from us and replace it with fiat. They can make us desperate to sell our jewelry and our children's inheritances in exchange for quick cash paybacks. Then, after we've traded in our real wealth, they can turn around and change the value of that fiat so that we now are worth less. All of the money that we use now already all belongs to the central bank before we even spend it or give it to them to save for us. Money is a lie. And it's not even really backed on gold anymore, at least not in the United States. The government used to hold their gold reserves.
Doe, you came in at a good time. Woo-hoo-hoo! You came in at a good time, Doe. The fiat is based on nothing is frustrating. Money is essentially the ability to purchase power over other people. Pay $10 to get people to make you a burger, which grounds money in the value of what other people can provide. I am not... Listen, you motherfuckers, you all can duke this out in the chat. I am not getting into fucking monetary theories. I am not getting into fucking economic theory. All I'm trying to figure out is what the fuck is this guy saying, okay? You all can fucking duke it out over labor theory of value and all that fucking nerd ass, fucking bazinga ass, fucking
bazinga
bullshit in the chat, okay? That's not my fucking thing, all right? If anyone wants a citation on the World Bank stat, okay, so people can go check that out if they want to. Everyone read Deleuze and Guattari's Apparatus of Capture from 1,000 Plateaus. It talks about this. Sure, yeah, you should. I need to go. Let's go. Let's go.
In a vault known as Fort Knox. But they've since cleared that facility out. There is no more gold. And for you boomers thinking, oh, I'll be fine. At least my social security money will be waiting for me when I retire. Oh, the government cleared that out a long time ago to pay off other debts. You fucked us, boomers. You fucked us all. Today you see ads aimed at boomers.
Do read Deleuze. Do read Guattari. I think Deleuze and Guattari are super interesting personally, even though I haven't read their whole thing. I think they're interesting.
Compelling them to sell off all of their assets so they can live their perfect retirement life, convincing millions that they deserve to trade off their own futures and their own family's futures for a few years of thrill. That shit makes me sick. I started this video with the issue of growing cities to give you an idea of why our nations are being bled dry of money. With the massive accumulation of national debt, everything from our infrastructure, our cities, our utilities, large commercial properties with massive empty parking lots, everything we've built to empower these oversized megatropolises has fully exacerbated the issue of the value of money. Even things like roads are a lie, and not because the government tells us we need them, but because the banks convinced us that it was a good idea for our cities to take on debt to build roads. Our governments are simply complicit in man the machine as they keep needlessly bleeding the public budget dry, accumulating more and more municipal, state, and national debt each year. And individual politicians will never see consequences for this because after 4 years they move on and it becomes the next politician's problem, over and over and over again. Cities are basically giant Ponzi schemes designed to perpetually accumulate debt. I am not being hyperbolic. There is a 7-part video series on this concept called Strong Towns that I strongly suggest you watch. This is 100% real and is supported by years of data. The Strong Towns video
recommending Not Just Bikes is like, Not Just Bikes is a pretty firmly left-leaning channel. That's like he's recommending a left-leaning channel.
Series is a brief summation of that data, and this is going to be a summation of that 7-part series. So please forgive me here if I leave out a little bit too much information. A normal town has an organic inception. It appears on the grid almost out of necessity. If there's a large enough population of people living around a general region to farm the land or maybe work the mines or a factory, one way or another, a little commercial establishment or two will pop up in a centralized location to serve that existing population. Eventually, some dedicated residences have to be built to house the people that are going to live in that little town region, or maybe a few homes or a subdivision will be built as well. But the town will grow or shrink organically as demand raises and lowers from the external population of farmers or miners. When the local industry dies, that town dies and everyone moves out, making it a ghost town. A town is like a pet, a living creature to which we must give great care to serve its necessary purpose.
Keynes moment. Fucking Keynes from Pathologic 2. This guy's he's a utopian! This bitch is a utopian! This bitch lives in the crucible! Holy shit! Artemy, don't listen! This guy's a utopian! He's gonna fuck your shit up!
But a city is a beast. It has to consume to survive, as it develops cancers that must be fed to keep that city alive. A city must grow forever, or it dies. Gather round, boys and girls, Daddy's gonna tell you a story. You ever wonder why the city—
Vosh's cat, Artemy? Vosh's cat was named after the character from Pathologic 2. So, yeah.
Won't fix your road? You pay your taxes, don't you? Well, your taxes were never really enough to pay for basic maintenance. Technically, your taxes are used to subsidize all of the infrastructural needs for all of the commercial industry that's in your city. Yesterday's mayor
True! Sucked on Left! Sucked on Left says to Doe, 60 years from now, these chats will be studied like Marx and Engels' letters. That is so based! Let's make it happen, everybody! You heard the man! You heard Sucked on Left! We have to become legendary! This channel has to become so legendary so that in the future, people can study the collected chat messages of Doe and SDL. And then they can be like, who the fuck is this dumb bitch yelling shit over everything, huh? Fucking get rid of that shit.
Wasted your tax budget for new roads and a water system for that new Best Buy box mall. There's nothing left in the budget to fix that sinkhole next to your driveway. But today's mayor has a plan. He will allow a development company to build a new subdivision on the edge of town. The money from that land purchase and the influx in tax revenue from the new population moving in will give the city that money that it needs to fix your road. But 10 years from now, the road needs to be repaired again, and so do the roads in that new subdivision. But oops, no money in the budget. Yesterday's mayor spent it all on an electrical system for the new Taco Bell rest stop. And that Best Buy went bust a few years ago and left town. So that empty property is now draining our municipal funds. But today's mayor has a plan. A newer, bigger subdivision on the edge of town, which will bring in a larger influx in tax revenue to the city. And so the cycle continues. With each round, the new mayor needs to accumulate more and more money to pay for basic maintenance, requiring the next mayor to take more and more drastic measures each time. With each step diminishing the returns, causing the city to accumulate more and more debt. When a mayor tells you that they have a fast-growing city, what they mean is that they're fucked. This is a perpetual growth city, a perpetual debt city. Most states in the United States don't allow cities to declare bankruptcy. So when they hit a wall in their ability to gain new funds, they have to accumulate debt. They have no choice, or they cannot sustain themselves. And when a city is stunted and they can't grow anymore with new subdivisions, there's no more room for new housing, the mayor can then choose to get a grant from federal or state funds to build new infrastructure. That will also give them a boost in revenue, and they can also accumulate debt from bank loans and overdraft. Yes, boys and girls, the bank is here to save the day. When the city is taking money from federal or government funds, they're just subsidizing your direct taxpayer money with your less direct taxpayer money. Your mayor sounds like a hero for getting a government grant, but you're still paying for that with your own taxes. And by taking that grant from federal funds, your city is contributing to the national debt, the nation that you live in, you idiots. That money does not just appear out of thin air, and these cities cannot just raise taxes. The issue is way too big for that. But what's worse than that is once the federal government has paid for whatever the hell new infrastructure you've just built, as soon as the bill comes along for maintenance, guess what? Your city has to pay for that too. This monster is out of control. Someone needs to tear your city down. And ultimately, the federal budget is entirely out of control as well. Currently, the United States federal government is $32 trillion in debt, and that climbs faster and faster every day.
Okay, the more this goes, this video just seems incoherent to me. He's freaking out about the U.S. national debt. Earlier on, he seemed to be glorifying the gold standard. He was shitting on cities while showing graphs that were shitting on suburbs, but he was also shitting on suburbs earlier. I just think this video is not like very organized. There was a couple of moments where I felt like he was being a little sus, but honestly, if this video was like doing JQ shit, I would expect it to be layered on more heavily.
There's no feasible way that this debt could ever possibly be paid off. This is something from which you can never recover. And this debt is only growing. And the more that the debt grows, the more interest that the federal government owes the banks. So what does the federal government do when they hit their debt ceiling and they run out of money? The federal government can't just take out $1 trillion loan from their local branch of the Bank of America. That money doesn't exist in the economy yet. The banking system needs to create credit and print it out into a physical currency to add it to the existing currency in circulation. And this is where the Federal Reserve comes in. The Federal Reserve is ultimately responsible for all the American currency in circulation around the world. But printing money doesn't just add value to the economy. It's not like new money automatically just has the same value as existing bills. Printing new bills lowers the value of money you already have. So now you have to pay more money to get less things. One of the driving forces of inflation. Really, if you think about it, each old dollar and each newly printed bill represents debt. Each dollar represents less than a dollar as the bank actually owns it from the onset. The federal government has to pay all of that new money back eventually. So with the interest that the government owes the bank, you can say that functionally, the Federal Reserve is keeping a large chunk of the new money that it's printing for themselves right off the bat. The bank is just printing money for itself to reward themselves and empower themselves against their own host government. All as a result of that government's desperation to survive under that same bank's money system. See, you'd think that because it has the name Federal Reserve, that this is a branch of the federal government. But it is not. It's a bank. A private bank run through the World Bank system, established in the 1970s. Fiat currency does not function anything like coin. Today's economy is nothing like yesterday's. Money itself exists to remove wealth from citizens. The struggle that we in our government suffers, the struggle to constantly earn to pay back debt and offset inflation, is a scam that we all got conned into on every level in society. Our governments are now desperate to pay off their debt, so they need to milk you dry to do that. And the banks know that that's what they have to do. You earn money, they tax you. You spend money, they tax you. You save money, they tax you. You invest money, they tax you. You try to obtain the money that you saved or invested, they tax you for that again. You spend that money that you saved, oh, you better believe they tax you. And that is not including the multitude of bank fees that you pay for transactions. The bank even charges you money for not having enough money. Tell me that that is not the very definition of evil.
I mean, no, overdraft fees are bullshit. I just don't understand what all of this, like, I don't understand what's linking all of this. I don't understand where he's going with all of it. Is it going to turn towards cryptocurrency in the last 5 minutes? It's possible.
You are only given money so that they can take it away from you. You are given fake fiat currency in exchange for your genuinely valuable time, labor, and family wealth. Accounting for the national debt, every taxpayer in the United States currently owes the bank $250,000. And that keeps growing as your cities keep growing and the money machines keep printing. Money machines go brr. This is the beast that you have created. The point of the system is to struggle against the current forever. We're just little bitches shoveling coal. The lie is that money has any value at all. In a perfect world, all of these issues would never have to be resolved if cities could just keep growing forever and accumulating debt forever, and the banks could just keep printing and inflating currency forever, and the government could just keep paying back that inflated debt forever. But I think that we can all see the problem here. Eventually, there has to be a natural breaking point. Eventually, the universe is going to have to just step in and say, money doesn't work anymore. It's broken. It stops having value today. One day, the golden bull will simply lose its head, and we will have to learn how to trade again. Our only other option is to trust that one day the banks will just replace this system with a new system, and we'll have to trust that this time they got it right. And on—
Wait, so he's anti-crypto. Wait, he's anti-crypto. He's saying that crypto is just the same shit. No, you're gaslighting yourselves. He's anti-crypto. This video is anti-everything. He's anti-suburbs, he's anti-cities, he's anti-crypto, anti-bank, anti-Federal Reserve, anti-inflation, anti-taxation. I mean, based being anti-money, I guess, post-currency society. I just don't know where it's going. I don't know where he's going with this. Like, I don't disagree that we should move for a classless, moneyless society. That sounds good to me. But I just don't know what this video, like, maybe that's all the video is trying to say. But he's pro gold standard? Well, he didn't actually explicitly say that. He lightly glorified the gold standard.
Honestly, this city problem is only one of the giant machines that's driving the debt issue. Your governments are spending because they need to spend to justify their existence. That's how budgets work. They spend to justify spending again next year. It's so fucking funny. You'd think that a politician would come along one day and just ask the question, why can't we, as a nation, just start our own bank, separate from the world's central banking system? A bank by the people, for the people. What do Abraham Lincoln, Saddam Hussein, and Muammar Gaddafi have in common? They all asked that exact same question. And then, uh-oh, whoopsies, they went away.
What? What? Okay, hold on, I got it, I figured it out. Everybody, I fucking figured it out. I have the answer. This is trolling. This is trolling. He's goofing. He's fucking goofing. He's writing, this is a Rorschach blot test. He's throwing in anger at every different system he can imagine, and then at the end of it, just making it a goof. This is a goof. This is a troll. He's trying to intrigue political audiences, and I believe it's probably a self-enriching endeavor. There's no actual political message here. It's just trying to get as many clicks as possible by rage baiting as many different people all at the same time. There's no fucking way that you end a video about this by saying that Saddam Hussein, Muammar Gaddafi, and Abraham Lincoln were all assassinated because they tried to make the world a moneyless utopia. There's no fucking way. No fucking way. This is trolling.
And Muammar Gaddafi have in common. They all asked that exact same question. And then, uh-oh, whoopsies, they went away. So at the end of the day, what's the point I'm trying to make here?
Yeah, see? He's fucking trolling. He's fucking trolling. That ending proves it. It's trolling. I knew it. I know it. I've got it figured out. All right, I can respect that. I can respect that he didn't JQ. He came close, but he didn't actually do it. He didn't actually make any final statements, and he ended it on a giant fucking meme. Literally just a meme. He's a memester. There's no fucking way. My back is hurting too much. I have to wrap for the night but here's what we'll do. We are on the conspiracy laughing arc of the stream. We have entered into a new world together. All of us have entered in together. We're going to have fun laughing at conspiracies. So in the future, we'll watch some of his other videos and see if he trolls further. Yes, the New World Order, everybody. My lovely, lovely imps. 500 people stuck around to have fun watching extremely strange conspiracy videos. I do this type of shit all the time. Make sure that you're subscribed and make sure you come by for my streams because you know you had a good fucking time tonight. You know you had a blast tonight and I want to see you in my chat again, okay? I have to go rest now, but today was a fucking fantastic stream despite the funeral. And just remember that. Just remember that. Even though fucking Twitter, the Twitter left has been a fucking goddamn mess. You came here, you had a laugh, you made some friends, and you're gonna walk away from this stream feeling better than you did walking into it. That's what I can bring to you, okay? Never fucking forget that. And remember, do not fucking die. Much love to all my imps. I'll see you all very, very soon.